So I leave my work on like Shakira. I so white, call me a mulera. Jagara kura me good nera. Just wanna put you with my camera. So I check my baggage once I'm sending. Wagaran yung kukuri rente. Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, 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 chop it up.
Kinda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kinda, be a bad belly. Kinda, tell me if you feel it. Kinda, do it when you're ready. Kinda, tabina kanene. Kinda, hands up in the air like. Kinda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kinda, be a bad belly. Kinda. Anaduku dan jihad kaliba. People like it, but saja balaba. Asasi, asasi, madadi fisasi. Kanda milani, tebutu fisasi. Too much beauty, you don't need a trace. Bring it up, yo, jibunana. Hilu zaidi, jebanana. Talkum kul kanda mana.
Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, 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 chop it up.
Kinda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kinda, be a bad belly. Kinda, tell me if you feel it. Kinda, do it when you're ready. Kinda, tabina kanene. Kinda, hands up in the air like. Kinda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kinda, be a bad belly. Kinda.
Say hello to the next mayor of New York City.
I got the same
ZOHRAN.
mystery as Chapati origins of India.
MAMDANIACS.
So I take my cabera, get it like a panda, cause I wanna eat it early, silver full of machetanda. Chapa was a part, now it's the whole me, Rubitano, yeah, baby, quata quata cordero. Quata quata cordero. Quata quata cordero. Quata quata cordero. Cordero.
Fresh in the morning, fikaraye. Twisted roll to kuchaye. Some people have this motto called Chikomando. I've been singing this song about Mambo Bado. If you wanna get a taste, come to my store. Doing kanda is so nice and simple. Unataka moja au triple. Kanda non-stop and feed the people.
Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop,
It's
chop,
official,
chop it up.
folks.
Chop, chop, chop it up.
It's
chop,
official,
chop, chop,
baby.
chop, chop, chop it up.
Kanda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kanda, be a bad belly.
It's White Boy Jihad
Tell me if you feel
summer.
it.
All
Kanda,
summer.
when you're ready. Kanda, tabina kanene. Kanda, hands up in the air like. Kanda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kanda, be a bad belly. Kanda, N-O-Y-M-E-D-E. Kanda, be a bad belly. Kanda, tell me if you feel it.
Go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. It's White Boy Jihad summer. Woke Sharia, rise up. Let's go right now.
Go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason.
That's right. Hold on, I have more, but hold on. I need more of this. Hold on one second. Hold on. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm live and alive, coming in from Los Angeles, California. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast. There's absolute fire in the booth, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. The Islamic State of New York is now one step closer to being reality. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're there, we're live, we're alive, and the Islamic Caliphate The Islamic Caliphate is one step closer to being implemented. Folks, I'm getting reports now. Listen, I am not in New York City. I'm in Los Angeles. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but honestly, there's nothing really going on in my life. I worked out. I did some interviews this morning. I'm late for that reason. Okay. But I'm getting reports right now that this is what New York City looks like. This is what Manhattan looks like. Folks! Woke Sharia. All right. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. Anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. It is 6:25, June 25th, 2025. Okay. 11:55 a.m. I'm obviously a little late. I'm Hasan Piker. I don't really have anything personal going on in my life right now beyond the fact that I am but a mere servant. Okay? I am but a mere servant of God. The People's Republic of New York will rise up once again. One of the first ever instances of hope that I have felt. Just a crumb, just a margin of hope that I've felt for the first time in quite a long time, coming after a 12-hour broadcast we did yesterday. Bro, please, I'm in a good fucking mood. Why are you showing me this shit? Why do you want to sully this shit, big dog? Take a week off. I'm in a good ass mood, and your bitch ass wants to show me fucking Sneeko being like, oh, congratulations, Zohran Mamdani. Shut the fuck up. Take a week off, bro. I'm having a good ass time right now. Why you gotta ruin it?
New York City, you listen to me. If you're near a convenience store right now, any type of 24-hour store, go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason. Their money is your money, as of right now.
That's true. That's true. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. That's right. Their money is your money. Our money, comrade. That's right. All right. So the vibes have been electric is what I've heard. The vibes have been electric. It's not called stealing if it's communism. You have to understand. It's not called stealing if it's communism. That's the whole point. Your toothbrush is mine, comrade. That's how it is. Tovarish, tovarish. Your toothbrush, our toothbrush. Okay? New York City, listen to me. If you are nearby a Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer district office, go inside and put your hand in the Super PAC donation box for no reason. Their money is your money. The libs won't get the joke, bro. I don't give a fuck, dude. Let me just have a fucking moment of fun, okay? But obviously there's a really big story today that you guys know about. His name is Zohran Mamdani. We're obviously gonna be talking about that quite a bit. He won the New York mayoral primary pretty handily, as a matter of fact, after this long and drawn out battle, a real will they won't they type situation that was taking place. They did you dirty. Okay, calm down. This is an old meme. We got ZOHRAN meltdowns all over the place. We're obviously gonna be talking about that. Let me blast off real quick. Do we have a blast off meme as well? Okay, ZOHRAN, MAMDANI W in New York City. Shock waves across the nation. Is APAC done? What lessons will the Dems learn? HOGWATCH, woke, Sharia edition, and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv, that's all right. Do we have a blast off meme real quick? We got to blast off. Fix your collar, Habibi. Oh, is it fucked up? The billionaires are already trying to cook something. Yeah, they'll try to cook something up, and we'll fight back. We will fight back. Okay. We will fight back every step of the way. Oh, okay. Lead generation ain't liking this one. Well, they'll have to fucking come along for the journey. Whether they like it or not doesn't matter. You got to step out of the way, baby. When you see the momentum, the ZOHRAN momentum from the MAMDANIACS, you just got to fucking step aside. That's what it is. They're too dumb to do shit about it anyway. No, that's not true. They are definitely going to mobilize. I am very fearful of this, but I will get to it in a second. But before we do, obviously, here's one of my favorite clips from, this is Wow Mouth special, as a matter of fact. This is how I feel right now. This is how I feel. I blasted off, by the way. So let the people know we're live. We're alive. I'm going right into it. I'm not even doing like my regular ass intro and shit. Okay. Yeah, business plot on the way. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. I cannot wait to do HOGWATCH over this, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to do HOGWATCH over this. All my inshallahs have turned into mashallahs. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. No, mashallah works here too. Why wouldn't it? Habibi, can this white boy adopt y'all's Arabic words with my Texan accent into my vocabulary? Alhamdulillah also works. But mashallah also works. They are losing their minds, Unc. I know. They're gonna keep hearing Arabic words over and over again and lose their minds even further. The goal here is maybe they'll have maybe a couple of them will have fucking aneurysms, you know what I mean? By just simply hearing Arabic words, you know? All right. But this is how I feel right now. This is how I feel. This is how I've been feeling.
Taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you, baby. What do I do, boss? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo!
That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel. And that's how I want y'all to feel as well, okay? I want you all to also feel the way that I feel, okay? This is a moment. This is an inspiring moment for every single person, okay? Injected directly into my veins. You can feel that things are changing. Things are changing at an alarming rate, you know? Decades happening in weeks. Weeks happening, weeks not happening for decades, all of a sudden turns into decades happening in weeks, you know? God damn, dude. Anyway, for every single person that obviously played a role in this from the start, give yourself a fucking round of applause as well. For the door knockers, for the canvassers, shouts out the DSA, shouts out the Working Families Party, shouts out the Jewish Voice for Peace, shouts out to all of the New Yorkers, shouts out to all of you that called in from all around the country as well. This is the first step of implementing hot socialist summer. Obviously hot, you know, we're doing white Sharia, white boy Sharia summer as well. We're doing white boy jihad as well. You already know. Okay. This campaign could not have been put together without an endless amount of solidarity. Okay. I am so fucking stoked. I'm so stoked. I'm a little worried still. I'm always a little worried, but goddamn, I feel like DSA numbers are about to get base boosted after this one. Holy shit. What is this?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, this is Staten Island. Reporting live from Staten Island.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
More like Stalin Island, dude. What a crazy, crazy, crazy moment. Wait, what? Breaking. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has been hospitalized. Are you serious? Hey, yo, this is what I meant when I said, like, people that can't handle this victory are gonna fucking start dropping like flies left and right. Is this what's happening? Is this the reverberations of this first step in the appropriate direction for American progress, for American prosperity? What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Listen. Well, I don't know what the hell happened there, but you know, that's crazy. He had to kiss the ring of one Muslim man for once, and he just perished? Is that what it is? Chuck Schumer. I'm hearing reports that Chuck Schumer has actually said the Shahada and received the light of Allah on his last moments on his hospital bed. He is going to go to Jannah. Okay, do not worry. He was hospitalized for dehydration. Bro, are you serious? Are you serious right now? Are you fucking joking? DSA recruitment has skyrocketed. Let's go. DSA new member count Saturday 81, Sunday 83, Monday 91, Tuesday 481. Great stuff. Hey, New York DSA, this is your moment. This is your moment. This is your moment. This is, you know, own it. Working Families Party, this is your moment. Jewish Voice for Peace, this is your moment. Lot of people. That's Portland DSA too, for the record. That's Portland DSA. All I'm saying is this. What's this? What's the sound? It's Funk Flex Bomb. Beer, beer, beer. Anyway. Oh, this is national counts? Okay. Oh, never mind. All right. I thought that was Portland. I thought there was like some. Oh, anyway. Grand Ayatollah Mamdani has implemented woke Sharia law. New York City Sharia law, open mind. We are doing Sharia law in New York City. You will be Muslim. Give us 5 big booms for ZOHRAN. Please add in more obnoxious sound effects. It's so funny when paired with your millennial sense of humor. Okay. Calm down. Gay socialist summer incoming. Gay socialist summer incoming. Oh yeah, dude. By the way, I have it on good authority. that the Red Scare podcast girlies and actually evacuated Dime Square. Jabuki is on the ground. He's saying there's a shift taking place. Dime Square era 2018 to 2025 laundered fascist aesthetics and paved the way for the West Village Aryans to rise to power. But now gay socialism is on the way. Dark woke is incoming. Okay, dark woke is on its way, folks. Dark woke is on its way. I can't. These are so stupid. Dark woke is incoming. If you developed an eating disorder during the Dime Square era, start eating now. I don't know why I'm doing it. I'm having so much fun. That's right. That's right. They're rounding up all the podcast girlies that were pro Palantir. Azealia Banks has left the building. She has escaped to Youngstown, Ohio. I have it on good authority that the Red Scare girlies have also left New York State. They're rounding them up right now on the streets. If you were a part of a Peter Thiel-backed podcast, if you were a part of a Peter Thiel-backed podcast, make no mistake, they are coming for you. The authorities are here. The woke Gestapo is here, okay? The Fedayeen are rounding everybody up. They're looking at the podcast numbers. They're looking at anyone who has said something even remotely positive about Palantir in the last month or so. They're gonna put you in a camp. So you need to get the fuck out, okay? Do not be reactionary. Woke Sharia is here. The Patriots, the Sharia Patriots are in control. Okay? Anyway. I'm on the ground in New York City taking scalps. Glory to ZOHRAN. Anyway, so. Yeah. Red Scare, when people believe in things. So true. I don't even care about his policies, which are comically R-worded to the point that it might be fun to fuck around and find out. I just find this third world entitlement and nice guy act to be transparent and spiritually antagonistic and have zero respect for anyone. This is what I'm saying. Deport, 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 abort and deport. It's happening. It's happening. They're gonna find you. Anna, you gotta get in the bunker real quick. Anna, get in the bunker. Anna. The Red Scare podcast is over. It's over. It's over. It's done. Oh my God. Remember, guys, remember the New Yorker magazine full fucking page on the ugly ass, disgusting hedge fund manager inbred fail daughters that were like, oh, we wanted to say the R word so bad. We wanted to say gay R words so bad without any additional problems from the wokes. That's why we voted for Donald Trump. That's why we voted for Donald Trump. That's right. Prison. Woke Sharia is coming for you. You are going to prison. Okay? You're going to prison. Do a ableism? Prison. It's over. It's over. Make no mistake. Wait, there's more reports coming in. I just saw Dasha and Anna K being dragged through the streets in handcuffs by teenage ZOHRAN activists in Red Guard uniforms. Hope you guys are happy. That's it. Okay, just do that the whole stream. No, I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna keep doing that for sure. Cuomo, breaking news. Cuomo has fled the New York City mainland following its fall to socialist Zohran Mamdani. Sources say he will establish a new government on Staten Island with the goal of eventually reclaiming the entire city. Mamdani has promised to purge all remaining Kuomintang on the mainland. Yo! Kuomintang. Okay, Kuomintang. Are you serious? Your time is coming. Kuomintang, your time is coming. Counter-revolutionary behavior will not be allowed. Do you understand me? Get to the pit. Get to the pit! Okay. Can you explain who Dasha and Anna are for people in the chat who have a job? They're just fucking right-wing podcasters that are really fucking annoying. Everybody in the... They used to be a part of the New York, Brooklyn podcast ecosystem, and then they just became like incredibly fucking annoying right-wingers. And that's it. That's basically what it is. That's all it is. They're just, you know, Peter Thiel associates, basically. And everybody hates them. Yeah, Dasha initially was a Sailor Socialist, the Sailor Moon socialist girl. The new Pope of the Dime Square. Yeah. Noah Colwyn, I'm one of the 209, the proud, the few, the woke, Lower East Side. You need to be careful making these jokes. You know there's a spotlight on you, right? Weren't you telling us to soften rhetoric yesterday? Now you're doing the worst optics of all time. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm obviously joking. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to joke, okay? When I say I'm gonna perform the Hajj to go to New York to do Islamic Caliphate, that's not me being serious. I'm not doing serious political commentary. Here, let me explain it to every single person who is so fucking neurodivergent that they just like have no comprehension of the concept of humor and jokes and laughter, as I did earlier on the internet, as a matter of fact, because I saw this thing. I saw a bunch of people cynically doing the classic thing where it's like, jokes, no thanks, not for me. These jokes are scary. That was No Opinion, as a matter of fact, who was doing that. Noah Smith. He said, these people seem bad because Sean McCarthy said, tonight we celebrate. Tomorrow we get the list from Zohran and the roundup begins. And then Muhammad said, the last 24 hours will be an inflection point in the history of Zionism and the entity. And Noah said, Intifada globalized. He responded to that with, these people seem bad. Choosing to shit and piss your pants over people clearly joking about the fabricated racist hysteria around Islamic-style anti-Semitic violence that simply failed to win last night's primary. Suck my dick, okay? You should be, it's okay. You should be able to make jokes about this kind of thing. This in and of itself is directly tackling the idiotic way in which these people whip themselves up into a fucking hysterical position that doesn't exist in the real world, okay? Calm the fuck down. That's it. Trump speaks on Zohran. It's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zohran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. We've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC +3 dummies all backing him. And even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, is growling over him. Yes, this is a big moment in the history of our country. Oh, he's jealous. Oh, he hates it. Oh, he hates it. Oh, he knows. Trump is obviously a zesty queen with a penchant for the arts, okay? He knows someone who's good on television when he sees them, okay? This right here, he's like, oh, New York is finally lost. I hate it. Yeah, he keeps calling Chuck Schumer crying Chuck and Palestinian. Another one, there's more. I have an idea for the Democrats to bring them back into play after years of being left out in the cold, including suffering one of the greatest losses in history. The 2024 presidential election, the Democrats should nominate low IQ candidate Jasmine Crockett for president, and AOC plus 3 should be respectively vice president, and 3 high-level members of the cabinet added together with our future communist mayor of New York City, ZOHRAN MAMDANI, and our country is really screwed. Anyway, once again, guy who positively despises your cause giving you good advice on your cause on what to do. Maybe we shouldn't listen to this, you know what I mean? Just fucking win elections, dude. That's it. That's all you got to do. Eli Valley. The Israeli consulate has begun airlifting New Yorkers to Ramat Gan. Line forms on 44th and 2nd Avenue. Helicopters leave every 30 minutes. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's funny about all of this, of course, for those of you who are just tuning in, obviously I jumped the gun a little bit and immediately started the celebrations rather than telling you what took place. But a couple months ago, you guys recall, I went and I talked to this brown Muslim socialist guy who was my age, 33 years old. His name is ZOHRAN Mamdani, okay? New York State Assemblyman, coming out of nowhere, right? He had great ground game, great charisma, and at the time I think he was around 10% to like 16% polling in second place, and he had a lot of promise, most importantly because he had a tremendous amount of momentum backing him and a real people powered movement and some fantastic ideas. Modest social democratic expansions of the safety nets, modest social democratic reforms, but overall it was great. Very progressive, unafraid of calling himself a socialist, and also unafraid of saying that Israel was an apartheid state doing a genocide. He had been an activist for quite a while, as a matter of fact, always on the right side of history. And last night, the tremendous efforts of thousands of New Yorkers and even a larger number of people who were calling in and phone banking from all around the country, it amounted to the former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, who was the establishment favorite with $30 million dumped into the fucking primaries, mostly in attack ads against ZOHRAN MAMDANI. ZOHRAN MAMDANI was able to defeat former governor of New York, sex pest, cop rapist Andrew Cuomo. Cop rapist, grandpa killer Andrew Cuomo. That's right. And the Cuomo name in New York is a dynastic name. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Cuomo had tremendous name recognition. He immediately seized upon the Democratic Party machine politics in New York. He designed the New York State Democratic Party machine to his own desires, and yet none of that worked. Okay? It all failed. In spite of the fact that they dumped $30 million in ads to a dynastic name in New York politics with a sea of institutional Democrat endorsements that came in the aftermath, instead of the fact that the New York Times intervened and after claiming that they would not intervene in local elections, came out and did an anti-endorsement of ZOHRAN MAMDANI after the last week of endless fucking pro-Israel groups attacking ZOHRAN MAMDANI, calling him cynically an anti-Semite over and over again, demanding that everybody reveal how quickly they would go to the big beautiful state of Israel, even though that had nothing to do with becoming the mayor of New York, with a tremendous amount of racism and Islamophobia, Zohran Mamdani was able to destroy this major hurdle in the closed Democratic Party primaries in New York. Now, the reason why it's a closed Democratic primary and what that factors into this analysis is, or how this factors into this analysis, is that given that it was a closed Democratic Party primary, Andrew Cuomo should have clobbered. And he thought he would actually clobber this lesser known, young, dynamic, charismatic politician, right? They pulled out all the stops at the last second, okay, and they got destroyed. Why do you support terrorism? Then when someone calls you out, you throw fit like a child. Learn how to write, and then we can have this conversation again. Try it again. You throw a fit like a child. Anyway, Cuomo has name recognition, put almost 30 million. Adrian Adams outperformed Zohran in Williamsburg, by the way. Wait, what? What happens after the primary? Does he go up against a Republican candidate? Yes, but the Republican candidates are basically nice deflection, goofball, lol, you're a loser. There is no deflection here. Your position is not sustainable. No one agrees with you. You have to stay in the hug box. You have to stay on Reddit. You have to stay on Discord servers to basically keep fucking beefing up your position, to assume that there are other people who have who share your worldview. The idea that like anyone who speaks out against Israel is actually a fucking terrorist and loves terrorism, when in fact the average person's position on this is that Israel is the fucking terrorist here. Like it's over. Give it up. Try to figure out a new fucking route here. Trying to hit the "you love terrorism, you're a fucking terrorist" lines over and over again. Clearly it didn't work last night. They tried that shit against Zohran. It didn't work. Young Muslim socialist candidate in New York City, overwhelmingly popular. Okay? Instead of coping, come up with a new way, come up with a new line of attack. Go back to like liberal Zionism, for example, you know? Something along those lines. You can't fucking do this whole like, oh, you're a terrorist, you love terrorism. You know, many people have tried for the past fucking year and a half. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. It don't work that way. It's not working. One must ask the question, why it's not working? Okay? Yeah, look at the New York Times quote. Remember this? Mr. Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, continues to embrace left-leaning views that have become less popular with voters in New York. What happened? Turns out it wasn't less popular with voters in New York. As a matter of fact, it wasn't less popular with the voters in New York at all. Yeah, instead of coping, try seething. Try something else for a while. I saw someone trashing socialist policies because more voters under 50K income per year voted for Cuomo more. Dog, 50K to 100K in the state of in the city of New York is literally under the fucking survival rate. Like the people that make 50K, like below 50K, is making no money. Like the number of people that are making below 50K in the state of in the city of New York is like, I suspect, a much smaller number than the 50K to 100K range. But also, who gives a shit? Zohran's policies actually directly target people who are making 50K in income. 0 to 50K includes pensioners. Yeah, that makes sense too. That actually makes a lot more sense when you look at like Andrew Cuomo's plus 19 performance. Zohran won Jeffries' district, Goldman's district. Like it's fucking over. Members of Congress that endorsed Andrew Cuomo, by the way, and we're gonna talk about it all But
In a shocking turn of events, Zohran Mamdani has declared victory in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary.
Let's take a look at the latest numbers right now. Mamdani has about 43% of the vote, Cuomo with 36%, but the race is not officially over. The ultimate outcome will still be decided by ranked choice count, but Cuomo has already congratulated Mamdani. Christina Fan joins us live from City Hall with more. Christina.
Well, Chris and Mary, this is a stunning upset considering the fact that just a few months ago, very few people knew who Zohran Mamdani was, but the Democratic Socialist ran a grassroots campaign that really inspired younger voters with the promise of making the city more affordable and ended up dominating a vast field of contenders in the polls. An eruption of cheers as Zohran Mamdani took to the stage shortly after midnight, declaring himself the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor.
We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford.
The 33-year-old political upstart and member of the state assembly climbed his way up with a savvy social media strategy and progressive platform. He would be the city's first Muslim and Indian American mayor if elected, and has vowed to implement policies that would improve the cost of living, such as free buses and free childcare.
I will be the mayor for every New York.
Goddamn, so scary, bro. So scary. So scary. Hasan, you gotta go back. There was a guy holding the China Daily paper behind the reporter. I don't care. It's fine. Let's keep going.
Whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo, or felt too disillusioned by a long, broken political system to vote at all.
Andrew Cuomo, the early frontrunner throughout a race that was his comeback bid after a sexual harassment scandal, called Mamdani to congratulate him. The former governor trailed his opponent by a significant margin in the first choice ballots and is now deliberating if he should stay in the race as an independent candidate.
Tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night, and he put together a great campaign, and he touched young people and inspired them and moved them.
Mamdani? Brad Lander can't primary Torres. Jamal Bowman could, and also what's his name? The other dude, Michael Blake, right? I think his name is Michael Blake. He could. He's not in the district, but there are two people who potentially could. I think Jamal Bowman could, and also Blake could as well. And I'm working on that too. Don't worry. Hold on. What is this? Oh, Bill A. Packman says he has a candidate. Nice. I mean, these guys are fucking incredibly stupid. They have a lot of money, but they are incredibly stupid. So I don't think I don't know. We'll see what happens. They have a lot of money, but they're also incredibly stupid, like I said. Bill Ackman is working on something. We'll get to all that in a second. Let's just keep going.
And got them to come out and vote. And he really ran a highly impactful campaign.
On the Republican side, Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah, by the way, this is the Republican candidate for mayor, okay? Curtis Sliwa, who apparently, allegedly, according to Chi, has what, like 25 cats in his apartment, like an unsustainable amount of cats. Okay, I know there's a lot of cat lovers in the chat. You're gonna be like, Hasan, what do you got? What kind of beef do you have with cats? It's not necessarily a beef with cats. It's more so just how many cats he has. Like actually a crazy amount. He's also a psychotic fascist, and once famously beat up a random person, like did a hate crime against a random person on Fox News, like while the Fox News cameras were on. He has Yeah, he is just a truly, truly insane person. But also, this was really funny.
New video tonight of the moment Curtis Lewa was hit by a taxi cab last week. You can see him getting hit, then falling to the ground near Radio City Music Hall. He gets up, walks off. The former Republican New York City mayoral candidate was running between cars and traffic as he was crossing the street.
Yep. No, I love cats, but you can't have fucking like 25 cats in a New York apartment, bro. I'm sorry. That's not allowed. That's not good for the cats. That's not good for the birds, because you are not keeping track of all those cats. Some of those cats are outside cats, and those outside cats are probably running amok. Those outside cats are probably going crazy on the birds. Okay? There ain't no way. My New York cousin sent this to my mom about Zohran, who believed him. Bad guy, raging anti-Semite, raging anti-Zionist, a socialist candidate. He will destroy New York City. I cannot believe this is happening. I'm so upset. Every Jew is upset. We are so happy we don't own real estate in New York City anymore. I'm afraid for what the city will become. The inmates will be running the asylum. That's amazing. Dude, that is the funniest thing, because, again, New York City, largest Jewish city on the planet, okay? More Jews in New York than Tel Aviv. They voted for Zohran overwhelmingly. The idea that, there is a real echo chamber amongst Zionists at this point, Zionist Jews specifically, that where they just like sit around and fantasize about like death and destruction coming their way, when most Jews are just like, yeah, this guy, you know, I have New York concerns, I have New York problems, and this guy is going to solve them. I'm going to vote for him. Also, not exactly particularly fond of Israel either. You know what I mean? It's so funny. But like, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do to this? What do you do to this? Like, what do you do in that situation?
Ran unopposed, outlined his vision for the next 4 years.
Ever since we went back to the trifecta of Democrats, de Blasio, Cuomo, Adams, we've had corruption and chaos. It's time to return back on track to where we have peace.
Mayor Adams, who was running as an independent in November, chimed in on the preliminary results, posting in part on X, "What New York City deserves is a mayor who's proud to run on his record, not one who ran from his record or one who has no record."
And both Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorsed Mamdani during the primaries and congratulated him last night for taking on and beating out the political establishment. Reporting live from City Hall, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
6:05, and for a look at some of the other results in the primary races for public advocate, incumbent Jumaane Williams is the projected winner with 71% of the vote. That's with 91% of the vote in.
For the Manhattan District Attorney, incumbent Alvin Bragg has 73% of the vote over Patrick Timmons.
In the race for city controller, there was no Democratic incumbent on the ballot, with Brent Lander running for mayor. Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine leading right now with 48%. City Council member Justin Brannon in.
Notably, Mamdani didn't thank either AOC nor Bernie. He didn't thank anyone other than his own immediate base of support. Like, what are you talking about? Guys, if you think the AOC endorsement was not a mover and shaker, you are oblivious to New York. You are oblivious to New York politics. AOC endorsement was massive. Okay, the idea that AOC's endorsement wasn't good is so spectacularly stupid. Please stop. You are looking at this from the outside, and you are trying to make different assessments. Okay. Like, the idea that, you know, the idea that, like, this wasn't a, like, her voice in this wasn't significant, especially in New York. Like, you're crazy. She's like a fucking kingmaker. After today, she is an infinitely more important voice in both New York politics and maybe even national politics than any number of different, like, than fucking Bill Clinton, like a former president. Like, I get it. Everybody gets real fucking weird about AOC, but She was impactful in the moment that it mattered, okay? It's so strange. AOC's endorsement was massively impactful, and they timed it. They timed it for the most opportune moment, okay? That's what it was. I was fearful and worried about how quiet they were about this, but once she endorsed Xi, I was like, okay, thank God, it's over. Chatters are basically fucking fantasizing about this like alternative vision, okay? Yeah, AOC currently, according to Atlas Intel, has a higher net approval rating than Trump. Is Mamdani taller than you? No. It was an obvious win for her politically. Whether or not Mamdani wins, you give her credit for the bare minimum. No, perhaps. And I don't mean to sound like a fucking asshole, but don't you think I might know a little bit more than you on this issue? Why don't you ask someone who is on the ground, for example? Why don't you ask someone who is working within the ranks of New York City DSA, who has played a major role in, not myself, I'm saying, like, go ask someone that is on Zohran's team how they feel about this, and they will tell you a very different reality, okay? It's the same fucking attitude that people have when they were like, AOC is trying to be an opportunist and take a photo with Mahmoud Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil wanted her to be there, okay? Her people were behind the scenes working in real time with Mahmoud Khalil's team. I don't care if she's lost your fucking trust. It doesn't matter. Just stop making wrong assessments. I'm not saying like you have to say AOC is the person who carries the banner of socialism, okay? But you guys are behaving in this like very weird, you're behaving in a very weird fashion, okay? Stop. It's weird. It feels like parasocial the way some of you guys operate. It is kind of parasocial the way you guys operate, as a matter of fact. Calm down. You are looking at this from the outside without actually even making the proper assessment. You are all jubilant right now, but some poor intern at the ADL has to log every Zohran vote as a unique incident of anti-Semitism. Yeah. Not parasocial, they just don't got the info. The parasocial part is the hyper-focus on AOC as some great evil. I know. It was all the people that this happened already. This happened when I told you guys, calm down. AOC is 100% going to endorse Zohran. I promise you, she's going to do it right after the debate. And everybody was like, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And that just took place. That happened like not that long ago. That should have been a lesson learning moment for a lot of people. Okay? That should have been a lesson learning moment for a lot of people. Anyway, I can't even get through this without all this additional noise. Where were we? Non-USA resident. I have noticed people being weird about AOC because she's a powerful female. That certainly plays a role in it, but it doesn't matter. There's like additional reasons as well. Leftists are understandably very skeptical over elected representatives. Leftists are very skeptical of other leftists. We love sectarian infighting. We love minor ideological disagreements. And we let that get in the way of building large coalitions that will actually win power. All this stuff happens all the time. It's normal. It's a part of the fucking process. Part of the reason why I don't like I don't ride for one individual group and will defend PSL and DSA and numerous other groups, unless they're like weird fucking cults like the Revcoms or whatever, is because of this reason. Okay, that's part of the reason why, although I have my own tendencies, my own ideological leanings, I always say I'm a leftist, right? I'm more open-minded towards social democrats in America, for example, instead of immediately being antagonistic to them. Because I understand that everyone has their own fucking journey of learning and self-development. Okay?
Overnight, a 33-year-old progressive state legislator has pulled off a huge upset New York City's mayoral race, which may tell us something about the state of national politics here. ZOHRAN MAMDANI holds a large lead over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who conceded the primary but indicated he may just stay in this race. Jerika Duncan is here with more. Jerika, good morning. This is a huge upset, considering 4 months ago he was polling at 1%.
Absolutely, and there's more to come. Cuomo says that path forward could include running in the general election as an independent, but any way you look at it, last night was a bitter disappointment for the former governor, who was looking to complete a major political comeback after a series of sexual harassment allegations. Instead, it was Mamdani, a progressive Muslim American immigrant, who came out on top.
Thank you, my friends.
33-year-old Assemblyman ZOHRAN MAMDANI, a social media savvy, self-described democratic socialist, has ridden a wave of anti-establishment sentiment to a shocking victory.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Mamdani, who champions progressive causes like rent freezes and free bus rides paid for by taxing New York City's wealthiest, jumped out to an unexpected first-round lead Tuesday over 67-year-old former New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo. A member of one of New York's most powerful political families.
I had normie friends from Staten Island who were Trump voters vote for ZOHRAN. Fantastic. That is what needs to be done. It's because he's anti-establishment. I think in this day and age, getting attacked by the Democratic elites unironically makes you look better for a lot of fucking Trump voters. It's the Bernie move. Okay? They see that and they go, oh, this guy must be a real one. Getting called vicious smears of anti-Semitism actually plays positively almost for a lot of people. Now, it's a unique dynamic because, like, obviously there are a lot of more moderate Democrats who will be afraid of that sort of thing. But I think Brad Lander played a key role in this as well. Bernie Sanders played a key role in this, but Brad Lander certainly played a key role in this by being like basically a Jewish human shield to the vicious Islamophobic anti-Semitism smears that ZOHRAN was enduring throughout the entire process. So shouts out to Brad Lander. Like, literally, he basically just sat there and was like, guys, I'm Jewish. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, we don't fully agree on Israel, but who cares? Like, he's not an anti-Semitic person. Okay? That played a big role as well. All of these things play a meaningful role in a victory like this, okay? All of it combined play a meaningful role in a victory such as this one.
Cuomo has consistently topped the polls since announcing his candidacy earlier this year. But his rivals heavily criticized his tumultuous tenure as governor, including the numerous sexual harassment allegations that led to his resignation. Last night, Cuomo said he called Mamdani to congratulate him.
Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won.
Mamdani will ultimately face controversial incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who was elected in 2021 as a Democrat, but is choosing to run as an independent in the 2025 general election. Marcia Kramer is chief political correspondent for CBS News New York.
Why should national politics, or what does what we're seeing in New York City say about the national politics?
Donald. Yeah, here's the thing, okay? There will be a lot of takes. Takes will be flying left and right. They've already started flying. One of the funniest things I saw was the abundance people fighting amongst themselves. Half the abundance people shitting on Zohran and the other half trying to take credit for Zohran's victory. There's a lot of like last second bandwagoners. I don't even care. Great. I'm glad that they're on board. Okay, keep fighting the good fight. Some of them were trying to last second bandwagon it to be like, see, he won because of us. And then the other half were still like actively daggering against Zohran's unsustainable policies that are going to be devastating. Okay. But ultimately, hopefully everyone can get together and ensure a sound, secured victory in the general, because the fight is not over yet. I am worried. I'm worried about what kind of tricks people might pull. Okay, yeah, David Sirota called him out as well. Said, huge congratulations to the Pod Save guys, the Abundance guys, and all the Democratic pundits who suddenly discovered Mamdani and started saying nice things about him less than 36 hours ago. As soon as the poly market odds shifted, this victory is all you guys' great work. I wouldn't even say, like, the Pod Save guys were like definitely nicer from the start to Zohran, even though their position is antagonistic to people like Zohran. But I think that there's an attitude shift happening on the Pod Save side, which will reflect positively for leftist candidates broadly, because they get a lot of motion and a lot of clout within the lanyard wearing class of Democratic Party consultants. They all get their nose from the Pod Save people. So we'll see. Yeah, I saw this as well. Harry Hassan, lesson of the night. Please, Democrats, embrace social media and new media. It clearly works. Like, people who said nothing, people who like were just completely oblivious to who this guy, who Zohran Mamdani is, all of a sudden coming out of the woodwork to be like, see, we did this. And it's fine. Who cares, right? This is not about like, this is not about you know, people gatekeeping or people fucking taking credit. Like, nobody cares. All right, nobody gives a shit. The impactful moment or the impactful people behind the scenes are people you will never hear of. It's actually you motherfuckers that are in this chat, ironically enough. It's the people that I met that work on Zohran's campaign. It's you guys that door knocked for him, okay? It's just not, it doesn't matter. All of this other stuff is noise. What matters most is this movement. What matters most is actually securing by force victories for like-minded, dynamic, progressive candidates, okay? Socialist candidates. That's what matters. That's what matters. And hopefully being able to replicate what took place here in other places as well, okay? That's what fucking matters. That went out and fucking voted. I'm proud of every single person that went out and door knocked, phone bank, gave up some funds. This is amazing. I hope we can keep mobilizing this community in the appropriate direction. Yeah. And then you have Democratic consultants like Rachel Bytecoffer crashing out about Zohran. She has been nonstop rage posting Lamau because she knows her class of consultants are cooked. I mean, they're all sharks. They'll probably change their attitude a little bit. But yeah, there's a compilation of abundance cope tweets as well. An unbelievable level of cope from the crew whose candidate got 1%. The lesson of Zohran is clear. Pivoting to abundance works. It's been hard being one of America's only serious communists and therefore always being in favor of free trade and against tariffs. The actual I don't know who Cassie Pritchard is. People yell at her a lot. Was she even anti-Zohran? This is why trying to tear down Adam Gentleson, John Fetterman's handler. Adam Gentleson is the funniest one to try and take credit for this. This is why trying to tear down abundance was so counterproductive. When Zohran embraced ideas, decried his corporate sellout positions, his numbers went up. The winning formula is anti-concentrated corporate power and anti-red tape. Got to break down those silos to build a Big Ten. I'm happy to have been wrong. My nerves seeing the early vote come in. It's great to see YIMBY socialism win. Abundance for the 99%. I think she's just, they added her on because that's like a Twitter beef. Like, I don't know how, I don't know enough about her, and I don't know if she was like legitimately anti-Zohran or not, but like no one man is capable of winning shit like this, okay? It requires a movement. It requires a fucking movement. And Zohran had that. There were a lot of people who worked very hard on securing this W for a lesser known candidate like Zohran. Everyone played a role in this. In any case, yes, this is an earthquake victory. This will have real national impact, okay, for the Democratic Party. This will have a seismic shift. It should have a seismic shift. There will be a lot of naysayers. There will be a lot of pushback. There will be a lot of people in the Democratic establishment that turn around and try to actively push back and fight back against this, okay? But this is yet another moment where the proof is within the success. Okay? For far too long, people have claimed that if you just keep your head down, have good policies that alleviate people's economic issues, that you won't be able to win. People will say your policies are too stupid. And for the longest time, because the centrist establishment Democrats were so overwhelmingly powerful inside of primaries, especially where they are the most impactful, that progressive Democrats oftentimes cannot find themselves getting out of the primary structure. This happened to Bernie quite a bit. It's happened to Bernie twice, very famously. Yeah, this is funny. The Safavid Ottoman conspiracy to conquer New York City. It still hasn't sunk in. The fact that the takeaway from liberal influencers and pundits is social media campaigns equals winning elections completely ignores that Zohran won because unabashedly populist and offered voters a progressive platform that is popular. Exactly. People are tired of establishment centrists. Dude, I said this to, I think it was Taylor Lorenz who posted about Harry as well. Harry saying like, social media won this campaign. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I tweeted a lot last night. Taylor Lorenz said, Democrats can embrace social media all they want and make a billion liberal Joe Rogans, and they'll still lose as long as they cling to their deeply unpopular neoliberal platform and align themselves with billionaires and genocide. And I said, to that I said, also Zohran had integrity, charisma, great policies, messaging discipline, ground game, and a tremendous team around him. And yes, he also did organic social media appearances around leftist content creators because we are all naturally a part of the same movement. Dems don't want that. Like, there is no world where someone like myself or someone like Chapo or someone like Sam Cedar could single-handedly uplift a fucking candidate like Pete Buttigieg, okay? It doesn't work that way. The reason why this was a perfect scenario, is because of not only Zohran, but also his entire team around him, and also all of the fucking real popular mobilization that took place. Okay? That's it. And this is what I've been trying to get across to all of the fucking liberal outlets that come to me and be like, oh, leftist Joe Rogan, liberal Joe Rogan. Are you the liberal Joe Rogan? Will a million liberal Joe Rogans actually change the dynamic for the Democrats? It's like, no, this is not how that works. This right here, this the events of last night, the victory in the New York Democratic Party primaries for the mayoral race, is proof of what I've been fucking saying. This only works if a candidate is actually resembling the interests of the base, if the candidate is channeling the interests of the base. Every single podcaster could go and talk to Kamala Harris, and it still wouldn't work if Kamala Harris was still running on $50,000 in tax credits for, you know, small businesses in underserved neighborhoods or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Cuomo being a sex criminal didn't help. That's not true. I think that people are absolutely playing into this meme that it was actually Cuomo's like sex pest behavior that played a role. Every single Democrat that said he should resign endorsed him. What are you talking about? Andrew Cuomo is literally a incredibly famous Andrew Cuomo is an incredibly famous name in New York politics. The Cuomo last name is an incredibly famous name in New York politics. People kept saying, we don't care that he molested people. He was literally projected to win by every single poll. Looking at the previous, analyzing the demographics of the previous New York mayoral races, and all the people that were polled that voted in previous primaries, all the people that were polled that were voting in previous races in New York, straightforwardly said Andrew Cuomo was going to win. They weren't polling this entirely different demographic of young voters. That's why public policy polling actually was the only group that successfully predicted a ZOHRAN victory. ZOHRAN did something, from what I understand, that Bernie Sanders was incapable of doing in the primaries at the national stage, in the Democratic Party primaries. Bring out low propensity voters in a meaningful way. Bring out low propensity voters in a meaningful way to come out, door knock, and actually secure a dub. Also, this is the other thing that I mentioned. Nina Turner posted, said, reminder, Congressman Richie Torres is up for re-election next year. I said, if someone wants to actually serve New York 15 and the people in it, instead of the apartheid state of Israel, I will be there to help you win. I will knock on doors with you. Let me know. Richie Torres is up for re-election next year. Remember that. There's two people that can do this. Jamal Bowman is one, and Michael Blake is another person. She also tweets, never forget the politicians who call for Andrew Cuomo to resign as governor, then turned around and endorsed him for mayor. You people are why people don't trust politicians. You are the reason people are leaving the Democratic Party. Remember their names. That's a great list of people that need to be, that's a great list of people that need to be fucking excommunicated from the party and should be meaningfully drawn out, pushed aside.
Have you seen where?
Oh, hell yeah. CNBC is fucking freaking out, describing the scene from Dark Knight Rises.
What Batman is up against in Gotham, and what the guy running for mayor is up against. That's what it reminds me of. They're taking Wall Streeters and make him walk out onto the ice in the East River, as and then they fall through. I mean, there is a class warfare that's going.
So what's happened here, I think, is
the rich type.
There's a division.
Man, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Also, going back to the critics, here's Kate with a funny take. I loudly disagree with nearly every policy position the Mamdani campaign took, called the supporters out of touch, and boosted candidates who ended up winning less than 1% as attractive alternatives. Here's why ZOHRAN's victory confirms every one of my priors. This is basically the entirety of the commentariat, with the exception of like obviously leftist commentators. Virtually every single establishment Democrat analyst is doing this right now. Matt Iglesias being one of the most annoying versions of that tweet, of that post. A guy who was immensely antagonistic towards Zohran Mamdani, both on the policy side, but certainly also on the DSA-backed candidates need to stop attitude that he was reflecting. Okay?
Todd Barrow with...
What is this? Mamdani victory in New York City could be a harbinger of great things to come for GOP. Oh, Janine Perot says this. Yeah. What he's saying is true. My friend is from New York City. There's a bit of a problem because it's summer, though. So we're waiting for the winter to do this. Oh, to fucking push all the wealthy people, the bankers, into the sea, into the water, into the river. I'm a little scared. Yeah, you scared, Maddie? You sound scared. I think that if the story is that socialism can win a primary in an off-year election in a place that's way more progressive than the national average, if you have a super charismatic candidate and a scandal-plagued opponent, then question mark. This is cope. Okay? This is cope. What he's doing, what Matty Iglesias is doing is, after fucking shitting on Zohran Mamdani, and not that long ago, talking about how no one should listen to the DSA, no one should listen to DSA-backed candidates. This is your opportunity to fucking embarrass the left, writing a bunch of fucking think pieces while failing to demonstrate that he has the capacity to think at all. He now turns around and goes, these are the reasons why he won. It was an immensely winnable race. Okay. Why the fuck did you actually go in the tank for like a 1% candidate then? A candidate that basically got like 10,000 total votes in the entire city of New York. I'm sure people have the Matt Iglesias takes, especially about I'm sure you've documented some of his wrong takes. Specifically the one where he was like, only a day ago. This is me. I disagreed and continue to disagree with nearly every policy position the Mamdani campaign took. I tried and failed to get people interested in other candidates with better ideas. That's because one thing I agree with Mamdani about is that Cuomo was bad. Mamdani winning badly refused one of my main priors, that the candidate who is leading in the polls usually wins. But to refute my view that his main ideas are bad, he would need to actually govern successfully. And I sincerely hope he does. We'll see what happens. I'm curious what Mamdani fans envision now that the mods have been owned for years now. He's just like, oh God, he is so pathetic. He's trying to reduce this incredibly successful campaign that he predicted was not going to be fucking successful. He's trying to reduce it to like a mere Reddit battle. That's what he's trying to do. And the reason why I'm giving this, why are you giving this dude clout? They aren't even interesting takes. Are you fucking stupid? Because Matt Iglesias is the exact type of analyst, in air quotes, that the Democratic Party listens to. What are you talking about? Giving him clout? He's got the ear of every single fucking mainstream Democrat. The Kamala campaign literally, basically did everything he wanted them to do. I don't think you guys understand, like, a lot of these fucking annoying centrist accounts get a lot of institutional clout. Oh, this was my take. I fucking got so mad. I mean, I wanted to say something different to him. I said cease posting. I certainly hope he follows the Fetterman, Gallego, Kotz client trajectory. Democratic leaders tried to crush Zohran Mamdani. They should have been taking notes, says Rebecca Katz. To which he responded with, I certainly hope he follows the Fetterman, Gallego, Kotz client trajectory. He wants Zohran Mamdani to turn into John Fetterman. Dipshit. I gave him my cushy Discord moderation job to canvas for Big Z Weekly. Nice. Yeah, he should become one of the least popular congresspersons in the country, like John Fetterman. Can you explain Fetterman to those of us who don't know? He's a fucking ogre and a disgusting, filthy monster who stroked out, and as a consequence of his fucking stroke, became this vicious pro-Israel weirdo, oftentimes even outflanking the Republicans on his unlimited loyalty and support to the apartheid state doing a fucking genocide. And in the process, he also adopted incredibly right-wing positions on virtually everything else while running on a progressive slant initially. How did Iglesias get so much clout? He's just been around, dude. The Democrats love dick suckers like Matt, okay? They love people that, you know, own Vox and all these other like outlets that will constantly play ball and constantly fucking blow bubbles on the establishment Democrat third-rate neoliberal policies to try and fucking make it seem as though these are sustainable policies that are actually popular when they're not. They love people like that. You see different versions of this, like failed versions of this, in the online independent ecosystem as well. Like, I hope Harry Hassan doesn't turn into one of them, but he very clearly has positioned himself, he's angled himself to be exactly like a Matty Iglesias type, but this time on TikTok. The other versions of this are like, again, more failures because they have a proclivity towards doing sex crimes and saying the N-word, sex pestiny, also known as destiny, or his orbiters like Hutch. They are also trying to do that, but failing to do so because the Democrats are so old that they're not paying attention to anything that's going on in fucking independent circles anyway. But not that it matters, because those guys don't have enough motion because they're not honest. They're not earnestly defending their positions, their worldview. They're simply fucking trying to defend the Democratic Party when the Democrats very clearly, due to their lack of interest in pushing for progressive policies that might help people alleviate some of the economic stresses that they experience, are constantly on the defense and constantly losing. So they're not able to cultivate like a large enough, they're not able to cultivate a large enough audience. Former Mayor Bill de Blasio tells me, Jacob Kornbluth, I have looked carefully. I don't see any evidence of anti-Semitism in things that ZOHRAN MAMDANIACS said. I see a different vision of the state of Israel. I don't see hateful comments about the Jewish people or any other people. Yeah, now that he won, maybe we can openly say he was not anti-Semitic at all. Also, Representative Jerry Nadler, co-chair of the Congressional Jewish Caucus, says he's spoken to Mamdani about his commitment to fighting anti-Semitism and will work with all New Yorkers to fight against all bigotry and hate. An example of what you're saying. Oh, is this the... Citing Democratic lawmakers' visits to El Salvador, Matt Iglesias argues that the groups create bad incentives for Democrats. Yeah, using the best possible thing that the Democratic Party has basically done as a negative. Okay? Now we move on. Rabbi Moshe Hauer, Executive Vice President of the Orthodox Union, it is time for Mr. Mamdani to move from disturbance to responsibility and to unambiguously reject and rein in these actors with whom he has been strongly associated. He needs to prioritize the safety and security of New Yorkers over his strong beliefs about what happens overseas. The safety of all New Yorkers, including Jewish New Yorkers, is the single greatest responsibility of the mayor of New York. That safety has been deeply impacted by his rhetoric and actions. Yeah, they're still trying to do this. It's not going to fucking work, okay? They're still trying to do this thing where it's like your words are violent because you say that you embody the overwhelming majority position that like Israel is not allowed to be fucking violent, okay? Israel doesn't get to operate in its own belligerent manner with unlimited support from the United States of America. Yeah, New York City Jewry is older than Israel, much older than Israel, of course. Dave Weigel reports, Mamdani told me this month that he had braced for the Israel attacks after seeing Bowman campaign firsthand, but AIPAC DMFI never played in the mayoral primary. The Israel attacks came from rivals, reporters, pro-Israel groups didn't mobilize. Yeah. They will after this. AIPAC did a last-ditch effort and did a mass email campaign on the AIPAC mailer list to say, ZOHRAN, actually, we don't normally get involved in local races like this, but ZOHRAN presents a unique threat. But they came in too late, and they certainly will in the general, for the record. A takeaway from Bernie Sanders on Zohran Mamdani's all but certain primary victory: if Democrats keep running in fear of AIPAC, they will continue to do badly. They don't normally get involved in mayoral race, but there were tons of ads and mailers about Israel anti-Semitism, and many of the donors probably overlapped. Yeah. They dumped $30 million into negative Zohran ads, and a big part of those negative Zohran ads were directly about how he was anti-Semitic. Yeah, look at this, look. So it seems like the people have spoken, and Zohran Mamdani will most likely be the next mayor of New York. He won the New York City Democratic mayoral primary, says Hillel Fold. Okay? This is a man who wants to globalize the Intifada and believes capitalism is a danger. Zohran Mamdani has barely ever held a job with just 3 years in the workforce, including his rap career and a gig for his mom.
Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go.
This is a man who's deeply anti-Semitic, who is proudly anti-Israel. Zohran Mamdani took to the streets just days after October 7th massacre, not to condemn Hamas, but to condemn Israel. He co-founded a Students for Just in Palestine chapter, whose latest announcement is the empire will fall from Gaza to Tehran. Advocating for the destruction of America is not a position that the mayor of New York City should have. Hassan Piker, Americans deserve 9/11. I never said Americans deserve 9/11. This is a lie, but it doesn't matter. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. Cool, we should have lunch together and do an interview. That's the photo you see below. He has promised to arrest Bibi, globalize the Intifada, house homeless folks on the subway. Wait, he rapped anti-Semitically? Some of his rap is wildly anti-Semitic? Oh my God. Make Zionists so uncomfortable they leave. Anti-Semitism has been skyrocketing in New York for years. This man will take it to a whole new level. So to my brothers and sisters in New York, what is your next move? Because the chances of him being your next mayor are incredibly high. Ooh, sad face. If he gets elected, which he looks like he will you really stick around? Will you move to another city, a state? Or perhaps you should come home, Israel. The world keeps getting crazier and crazier by the day. Jews, please come home. I'm gonna quote tweet this. Move to Israel. There are tremendous incentives. And yet they remain in New York City. They're American. Stone. If you don't like it, just move. It's what conservatives tell me all the time. The thing is, I've said this before, okay? For an American Jew to move to Israel, there are tremendous incentives, okay? Israel, in its Zionist project, wants all Jews to move to Israel, okay? That is the goal. And yet, New York is the largest Jewish city on the fucking planet. The Jews that live in New York are American. They're New Yorkers. They have American interests. They have American concerns. They do not have Israeli interests and Israeli concerns. Maybe some feel a semblance of positivity towards Israel, but clearly that is not the primary directive for American Jews, okay? Because if they wanted to move to Israel, they would. I don't like this fucking idiotic narrative. If American Jews living in New York wanted to live in fucking Israel, they could very easily. The government quite literally incentivizes Jews to move to Israel. The Israeli government incentivizes it. There are numerous advocacy groups that incentivize it. There are numerous 501c3s that will make the trip much easier for American Jews. New York is more of a natural Jewish homeland to the international Jewish community than Israel. Okay? Shut the fuck up. This, in and of itself, this attitude of like, no, all Jews actually have dual loyalty. They always want to live. They always want to live in fucking Israel, but they simply can't get themselves to do so. But it's only the fears that they have of anti-Semitism that'll like finally force New York Jews to move to Israel is stupid. And Megaphonic says, I've had family members tell me they'd rather be in Tel Aviv with bombs flying overhead than in New York City. What the fuck? But they're not. But they're not living in Tel Aviv, are they? Are they living in Tel Aviv? No, they're not. They're living in fucking San Francisco or wherever your family lives. Which means they don't want to live in fucking Israel. It's that simple. So if you're a Jewish Hasanabi head and you have family members that are saying some dumb fuck shit, okay, like that, ask them, why haven't you moved to Israel then? Ask them that. Be like, okay, mom and dad, you talk a big game about how unsafe Jews are here, but I ain't seen you moving to fucking Israel. It's super simple. I think they might be unhinged enough to do so now. Don't wishcast it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I highly fucking doubt it. Why the fuck would you uproot yourself and your entire life that you have designed for decades to just like move to an apartheid state that you clearly have visited and don't like that much? If you did, you would move there. Don't feed the Hosbers trolls. You give them Twitter money. I don't care. I mentioned Zohran's win to a coworker, and he genuinely believes that my goat is anti-American jihadist who's going to implement Sharia law in New York City. Fucking wild. Yes, you will hear a lot of stupid takes because clearly this kind of hysterical posturing does have some kind of impact, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you can overcome that by talking about the policies. Okay? That's it. That's it. And clearly, many Jewish New Yorkers also made this calculation. I can't even believe we still are even talking about this. You're laughing. Every guy like this is going to leave New York City and you're laughing. Yeah, I mean, this guy can and should, perhaps. He should be living inside of a prison for being a real physical threat to every Muslim person in his immediate vicinity. Remember this fucking dipshit that worked with the Obama administration who was like harassing the fuck out of a halal cart guy in the Islamophobic fervor that increased, that spiked in the immediate aftermath of October 7? From a New York perspective, I did not know working families had that much motion. They swept all the mayoral primaries in New York. Yeah, of course, working families is fantastic. Working families is fantastic. DSA New York is an incredible force that mobilizes. They showed up. No, my friend, they won't give you an exemption. This is also funny because, like, Cory Walker is a AIPAC attack dog, okay? His entire purpose is to serve the Israeli lobby, okay? That's all he does. Noah Cohen, who is fucking Jewish, who's worked within Jewish advocacy groups in the past, as you guys know. Noah Cohen, friend of the show, jokingly says tonight's celebration, tomorrow jihad. And then you got a Catholic guy telling a Jewish dude that they won't give you an exemption. Like, what are you fucking saying? Like, who the fuck, who are you? Like, what do you mean? This is what I mean. It's like all these fucking Christian Zionists, like, telling New York Jews that they're gonna get fucking assassinated by this wave of jihad. Who is they, motherfucker? Yeah, Cameron Caskey, another, how this Jewish New Yorker is sleeping tonight. Like, I really hope this stamps out this idiotic notion that, you know, the largest Jewish city on the planet straightforwardly voted for a brown, Muslim, socialist, anti-Zionist after endless fucking smears of anti-Semitism, okay? It's so frustrating. It doesn't work. Shut the fuck up. Move on. Move on. Move on. Yeah, Noah said, I have the Ummah pass. Sorry. Motherfucker never heard why we pay the jizya. Shaking my head. Third worldism is lame. You should be proud of Israel's success. Odds of the New York Police Department striking during Zohran, very high. Very, very high. Look at Max Rose coping.
Win because he is a democratic socialist. National Democrats should not take that lesson. He won despite the fact that he calls himself that. But the actual policies that he was talking about, you know, I was known as a moderate Democrat when I was in office. I would have talked about many of those things like free transportation, universal child care. These are things that can certainly unite.
Oh, now it's the moderate position. Now it's the moderate position. It is, by the way. It is the moderate position, but that's not the way that you were fucking presenting it. That's not the way that the Democrats were presenting it. That's not the way that the commentariat was presenting it. dickheads, dude. Yeah, move the fucking goalpost. This is how the goalposts move. You're joking, but Vivid Prowess is so scared of Zohran, he's going right into his missile bunker in Gujarat.
Speaking of the Andrew Cuomo for mayor race didn't line up too well for him. The numbers that came in last night is shocking. And here you have the New York Times, of course, with an editorial saying that the winner last night, Mamdani, is not qualified. And then you have the Wall Street Journal, of course, just saying this is no time to elect a socialist.
This is no time. Is there a time that the Wall Street Journal would say is a good time to elect a socialist? There is no good time to elect a socialist. It's the fucking Wall Street Journal.
He's also globalizing the infantada. I mean, yeah, that's, I don't know if that's what a lot of people in New York City think
infantada
right now, but it sure looks like that's what they think inside the Democratic primary. Yeah, it is truly stunning.
Globalizing the infantada. Fucking idiot. Jim Cramer's reaction? Oh, buddy, can't wait to see what my fucking trot had to say about this. Remember, Jim Cramer is a Trotskyite. He actually is a he is Mr. Globalize the Intifada. Okay.
It is not the closing of a steakhouse that David Zaslav likes to, and you like to go to. Well, you and I have had dinner there a few times.
Yes. And you and I are going to recreate that place.
The rent's too high. You know what? The new mayor, potentially, of New York is going to freeze the rents, and everybody eats for free, so they don't have to worry.
Really?
Yeah.
But how about the rich?
No.
Do they get shot?
No, yes. They get taken away.
Oh, Jim. Oh, Jim. Come on. You come from a Marxist tradition, okay? Oh, Jimmy, don't act like you've talked about a permanent international revolution here, okay? Yeah, Jim is actually offended because Zohran is doing revolution in one city only, okay? That's what Jim Cramer's mad about. He's saying, no, you don't understand. I want it everywhere at all times. That's what he's gonna say just now. That's his criticism is of a different tendency. That's all this is. He just has a different ideological leaning here.
Correct.
Yes, they get taken away. We have to go.
In 23.
We have to leave now. But everybody else, there he is. Mamdani.
Maybe he's more moderate
winning the Democratic primary for mayor and potentially the successor of Eric Adams. That said, there's still a general election to come here in New York. And by the way, of course, we're here, we talk about it, but we are talking about a $2 trillion economy. It's not nothing.
It is
he wants to get the rents down. One good way to do it is to stop all business and drive everybody out. That'll bring the rents down.
That's a very good point. Right? To Jersey, where I am.
Yeah. All right, I wanted to talk.
Amazing. I'm shocked. I thought Jim Cramer would be talking about how there needs to be an international revolution, not a revolution in one state or a revolution in one city only. And it turns out he has different fears, I guess. Shocking. Anyway, Bill A. Pac-Man, Bill Smokes Crackman has different plans, obviously. They're going to try to make an insane legal case to revoke Zohran's American citizenship and make opponents of his more insane than they already do law. I have a great idea on New York City. I will share it as soon as I can. I was a bit depressed when I woke up this morning, but now I'm optimistic. We are looking into legal issues concerning the potential for another candidate to run now. You are going to need a superhero. You're going to need a New Yorker who is for New York and from New York. Someone who is well-known but articulate. Bill Ackman says, I have one. Felix responds, Glenn Dubin is running for mayor of New York. Glenn Dubin, for those of you who don't know, is an American hedge fund manager who was named alongside Leslie Wexner in the newly unsealed Jeffrey Epstein documents. He is a major ally to Jeffrey Epstein, or was a major ally to Jeffrey Epstein. You know, a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Maybe they'll run back fucking Rudolph Giuliani. So is Cuomo, by the way. Yeah, of course. And also, Glenn Dubin came out to... he said this, that was funny. In the coming days, I hope someone from Cuomo campaign explains why Glenn Dubin endorsed them. I mean, I know why he endorsed them, but why didn't someone tell Dubin, look, people only know you because of the allegations that you purchased a child bride from Jeffrey Epstein. Were there people who loved the work that he did with Paul Tudor Jones? Presumably anyone who knew him for those reasons was a Cuomo guy to begin with. It's the most completely predictable endorsement that's also incredibly fucking strange. It's like one of those things where it's like, why is Candace always like trying to revitalize Harvey Weinstein? Like, it doesn't make any sense. To the outsider who only knows Harvey Weinstein is like a fucking omega rapist, why would someone like Candace Owens try to whitewash Harvey Weinstein's crimes and maybe even advocate for his innocence? It's kind of like that, where it's like, why would somebody come out and openly fucking put their name on the bill and say that they are on board with a Cuomo victory, when the only reason why people even have heard of your name when they Google your name is that you're a fucking Jeffrey Epstein affiliate? I'm proudly alarmed about the future of the DNC in the country by yesterday's Larry Summers comes out. Classic. I am profoundly alarmed about the future of the DNC and the country by yesterday's New York City anointment of a candidate who failed to disavow globalize the intifada slogan and advocated Trotskyite economic policies. Hey, Zohran Mamdani is not a Trotskyist. How fucking dare you? That's Jim Cramer. I fear it is evidence that our party is following the most problematic aspect of Britain's Labour Party. It didn't work there and it won't work here. Harvard and other universities' moral weakness after October 7 in condoning hateful anti-Israel and even anti-Semitic rhetoric and activity opened the Overton window in ways that contributed to yesterday's outcome. I hope candidate Zohran Mamdani, who showed great ability to learn and adapt during his campaign, will continue to evolve in ways that provide much needed reassurance to people committed to a free from prejudice market economy as an American ideal. An important task for Mamdani now is to, like, why? Why would this motherfucker ever, like, why does this guy, Zohran Mamdani, who won in spite of these fucking smears, turn around and now be like, oh, the thing that actually made me popular, the thing that actually showed that I was earnest, the thing that actually showed that I had moral courage, I'm actually going to go back on and become a fucking mealy-mouthed, bullshit-ass charlatan for the establishment Democrats all of a sudden. Why would he do that? It's so fucking stupid. He is an unapologetic socialist and an anti-Zionist. Why the fuck would he go back on that after he won? After you guys did everything in your fucking power to be like, he's a scary, radical, Islamist jihadist who wants to kill every Jew. And everyone looked at that and was like, no, I don't think he is. Yeah. As I was saying, you have the people who are like, hey, the thing that allowed you to win, that showed that you were actually an honest broker, an earnest candidate, fucking throw that in the trash immediately. Like, this victory is a shot more so at the establishment Democratic Party and its commentary apparatus. Okay? So you're seeing a lot of the commentary people turn around and fucking either A, take credit for the victory by being like, oh, he actually won because he was a third-way neoliberal, right? Or basically saying like, you better fucking bow down. You better bow down to your masters. You better fucking start talking about how much you love free market capitalism. What do you mean? His whole thing is that he is an honest candidate that didn't do that. That's why he won. The fuck do you mean you got to change all of that now? You got to be fake. You got to be phony. That's how you'll win the general.
There is an active conversation going on inside the Democratic Party right now. A party that has already been soul-searching since the 2024 loss.
Yeah, claiming that Harvard action would have swayed public opinion is hilarious. Completely echo-chambered ass take. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Harvard, bro. Shut the fuck up. And Harvard and all of those institutes of higher learning, in my opinion, lost a fuck ton of prestige. Maybe not by like wealthy donors, but definitely lost a fuck ton of prestige by capitulating to Donald Trump and then still getting ass blasted nonstop. The only time Harvard actually got any motion in the positive direction was when they finally said, no, enough is enough. We're not going to fucking cave to your demands, and started actively taking the Trump administration to court and winning legal battles. Harvard is also not even in New York. The better example would be Columbia. Full capitulation by Columbia, and what did they get? Nothing. They just got owned. They basically gave up an academic receivership to the Trump administration like it's fucking Nazi Germany. It's so stupid. The people are demanding fighters. They want real ass candidates who are going to fight these battles for the little guy, and every single elite Democrat is refusing to look at the situation that actually stresses, that actually puts a serious, that actually puts their positions of comfort in serious disarray. And they go, no, you don't understand. You actually won in spite of being considered a radical by people like us. You don't understand. Everybody actually loves us. They hate you. They hate your worldview, even though you somehow managed to win. Deadline White House talking about ZOHRAN right now.
To Donald Trump last fall, and now that soul searching is going to get turbocharged, because what they've just seen here is a potential roadmap to success in New York in a primary context, but they're trying to figure out now, well, how do we apply this to more purple areas that they need to win in order to be a successful national party again? And there's no easy answer to that, because there's a debate here. Is it...
It works in red areas too. A charismatic candidate that harps on the issues that directly impact, if you want to localize it, you can localize it, okay? But a candidate that is uncompromising about his values, that also hyper focuses on the issues that pertain to people's immediate economic problems, will fucking win everywhere. ZOHRAN is the method, okay? If you want to help candidates like ZOHRAN in red areas, you have to look to, again, DSAs in red states. There are people like ZOHRAN out there who do want to change. There are people working in local politics in fucking red-ass states, in red-ass local governments. I'm so unimaginably annoyed by the Democratic Party's commentary sphere's absolute fucking inability to address exactly what took place last night, because their positions depend on them refusing to recognize the reality.
This immediately, questions have been raised about whether or not he's just going to be an effective target for the GOP. Way too liberal, socialist. What's been the reaction you're hearing from Republicans?
Yeah, Chris, I think time will tell the answer to that question, but Republicans are certainly eager in this moment to tie ZOHRAN Mamdani to national Democrats. Take a look at this a quick statement from the House Republican campaign arm. Quote, "The new face of the Democrat Party just dropped, and it's straight out of a socialist nightmare," unquote. But there is a larger story at play here, and it's a story for Democrats. It's not one about ideology or diversity, or I would say even age. Democratic voters are eager for new blood. I think that's the message coming out of New York City. They're tired of this brand of overly scripted focus group and poll-tested politicians. We've seen surveys show that the party establishment is also discrediting itself with voters, which is the type of environment that allows allow someone like Zohran Mamdani to rise. Take a look at some recent polls. One from Reuters recently says, ask the question, are Democrats unsatisfied with current leadership? By a 49 to 41% margin, the voters said yes, Democrats said they're unsatisfied with their leaders. Also in that poll, should Democratic Party leaders be replaced? By a whopping margin of 62 to 24%, they said yes, Democratic leaders should be replaced. And by the way, this poll also found that Democratic voters think their own party leaders are too focused on certain cultural issues like trans rights, and they want more focus on things like
Again, you're missing the point. Zohran was uncompromising in defending trans people as well. Okay? He did that. How did he do that? Why was that not a primary focus? Why did that not actually help? Or, I mean, why did that not actually tank his candidacy? Why? Perhaps it's because he had good fucking policies. He had good policies that people identified with. He had good policies that people thought were possible, would immediately improve their lives. Perhaps it's because he's from the city, for example. He's a person who lives in the city. He's a person that has also experienced some of these financial hardships. So he understands the real issues that people are facing in the city that he is now slated to become the mayor of. Perhaps establishment Democrats that have spent most of their fucking, past 30 years of their tenure in DC, getting lunch meetings with incredibly wealthy people and lobbyists, are a little out of touch with the issues that people experience in their in the respective areas they're supposed to represent. The entire media landscape said Zohran can't win in New York City. He couldn't win in certain areas. Now the Dems can't follow his lead nationally. The goalpost is rapidly moving because this is a model for national elections. Red areas where elections are won by tens of votes, like my area, are a perfect target, and they know this. Yeah, if they're not gonna do it, we'll fucking do it, okay? It's that simple. Harris was clearly flimsy to people on either side. True, run to your cause. People admire that. Run to the center. You're now uniquely unappealing to both sides. Exactly. It is simple. It's not that difficult, man. It's not that difficult. Here's Abby Stein. Zohran at the rally for trans youth on February 8th. He was polling in single digits. Originally invited him as a part of the organizing team, hoping he would speak. I wanted more people to hear him, hoping more people would support him. We decided not to have politicians speak, but Zohran came anyway. He came anyway because he wanted to support trans youth, even when there was no political game anymore. Honestly, seeing him show up after I had messaged Katie, deputy campaign manager, that he wouldn't be able to speak, galvanized me even more to support him. Bro, I'm so tired of these idiot media mouthpieces. Anytime they can't make sense of their laws and they blame us trans people, they act like trans rights are popular. Despite broad misunderstanding over the trans experience, people in general support us, yet we're still used like a fucking scapegoat by these shitload media fucks. And that's the thing. Like, the Democratic Party will never even fucking actively defend trans people. And then we'll turn around and be like, we just didn't shit on trans people enough. That's why we lost. Because they're fucking stupid. The only reason why you're losing is because the only reason why you're even defined as like silly for hyper focusing on trans people is because you have no discernible policies that people can point to. Okay? Bernie Sanders is pro-trans. Why the fuck does nobody ever say Bernie Sanders is a silly trans advocate? Why? Andy Bashar, uncompromisingly pro-trans. The most popular governor in the state, in a fucking deep red state, as a matter of fact, even though he's blue. How is that possible? Perhaps it's because he just does the work. He does the work. Because Sanders supports Israel. Sanders' support for Israel is unironically a burden, not a benefit. Discourse bot. I can't believe I'm replying to fucking discourse bot. Sorry, Andy Bashar is the most popular governor in the country, not the state. take a principled stance, something that might even come across as unpopular is not an issue, okay? It won't be an issue at all. Just stand by your fucking principles. Don't be afraid to lead, okay? Don't be afraid to lead on this issue. I'm not a politician. I do commentary. But in some ways, doing commentary, especially in this media landscape, is kind of similar to a politician. You have to like behave like a politician at times. That's why so many people are like, oh, what about the optics of this? What about the optics of that? You're constantly fucking under a sea of oppo attacks nonstop. But the reason why I've been able to cultivate a fucking massive community of like-minded individuals in spite of being uncompromising on trans issues is because it's something that I truly believe. It's not just about being like, oh yeah, go trans people every fucking Pride Month. You know what I mean? It's not like a silly optical reason here. It's one part of a much broader movement. A movement that has a lot of fucking benefits if other people get on board with. As far as politicians goes, like, you're supposed to present yourself and your policies in the best ways possible and become an undeniable force. And you're supposed to do that in an earnest fashion. To such a degree that people that might not even agree with some of the other aspects of your campaign go, you know what, I'm still voting for this guy because I want fucking free buses. You know? That's how it works. That's how it fucking works. If you seem completely certain people will follow, even if they don't agree 100%, people need a leader, not someone who will be audience captured. I haven't ever agreed with you 100%, but your moral consistency is what makes you great to watch. Exactly. It's because this is something that I truly believe. The example I always use is Medicare for all. This is a universal policy. It immediately improves the lives of every single American unconditionally. Can you imagine a world where you're advocating for universal health care and someone's like, well, does that mean trans people get health care? Sign me out. I don't want it. Okay. You're a fucking psycho. You will, I promise you, you will win a lot more transphobes to your cause than you will lose in that process. That's it. There will be people who are transphobic, for example, who will be like, well, I still want the health care, you know? I'm still gonna vote for this guy. Sure, I don't understand trans people. I think they're weird. I think they're gross. But I'm not gonna let that get in the way because I want fucking free health care, because people make these decisions all the time. You should get people in the opposition to concede to your good policies, not constantly run in defense of the media ecosystem that your opposition has created. That's the problem with the Democrats. They are constantly running defense, and they're constantly being defined by the Republicans. And the reason why they're constantly being defined by the Republicans is because there's not a lot of daylight between their perspective on a lot of issues and the Republicans. Maybe the Republicans go too far, right? But if they hyper-focus just on the culture war stuff and then always run defense, run from a defensive posture on culture war issues, they're gonna fucking keep losing. Israel is over. Israel's cooked. Even CNN has given up. Oh yeah, no, this was awesome. Fucking Joanne Reed popped off on this. I saw this as well. Let's see what MSNBC is saying.
He'll be in charge, presumably, of a $120 billion budget, 300,000 workers in city and municipal government, a tremendous bureaucracy, and there's a lot of good that can be done through that. Just get the right people in place, work with the right folks, ask the right questions, and be undaunted. You know, try things, because clearly there's a lot that has been tried that isn't working. So, you know, he's going to have to meet the expectations of a lot of voters. He'll be moderated by some of the institutional politics, but that's not an excuse to sort of push the envelope a little bit, and you know, and take some chances, because that's what the voters elected him to do.
Zohran Mamdani will be on our airwaves tonight. He'll be Jen Psaki's guest tonight right here on MSNBC at 9 p.m. Eastern. Basil, thank you for spending time with us on all these stories today. Up next for us, Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Mamdani's progressive policies, lots of centrists say, no, that's not it, though AOC and Bernie Sanders will tell you that is exactly part of the winning formula. Or is it...
Why would you not listen to AOC and Bernie Sanders? Why would you not listen to Zohran Mamdani and his team on this? Why are these people speaking over the fucking actual campaign that won the actual race? It is crazy. It is crazy. They just don't want to fucking win, dude. They don't want to win. That's it.
That a young person appealed to young voters in an authentic way and was a consistent messenger about affordability, and the policy specifics are not part of the necessarily need to be part of the winning equation. That somebody, a more centrist Democrat...
Is this your biggest endorsement win? Probably. As far as like when I endorsed them, his chances of winning were definitely slim. Like I've obviously like campaigned actively for a bunch of candidates, like LA Comptroller, obviously, Hugo Soto Martinez, and a couple others in Los Angeles local elections. I mean, I won't fucking, like, AOC doesn't count, you know what I mean? AOC doesn't count. Like, that doesn't mean anything. And like John Fetterman doesn't count either, and not because he got hit with the fucking stroke gun. I'm saying that like, I mean like in terms of someone's chances of actually winning a race going up a lot, like an underdog story.
Can also present an authentic way of reaching young and new voters with a consistent message on something like affordability and have success. That remains to be seen, but my goodness, look at the full spectrum inside the Democratic Party is on display today in terms of the reaction to it.
We'll talk about Joy and Reed in a second. I am beginning to fucking despise the third-way dipshits trying to take credit for this, even though they actively fought against it. New York young Republicans are asking Trump admin to revoke Mamdani's citizenship and deport him. A call to action from the New York Young Republican Club. The radical Zohran Mamdani cannot be allowed to destroy our beloved city of New York. The Communist Control Act lets President revoke Zohran Mamdani's citizenship and promptly deport him. Oh, that's great. No, if they tried to do this, this would actually eradicate the Communist Control Act. It would be most likely declared unconstitutional by... Actually, what am I saying? The Supreme Court would probably continue its constitutionality. Who knows? I mean, this would be a major battle. This in and of itself, by the way, the Communist Control Act is fucking ridiculous. He's literally like, you Hassan, bro, was born here. No, I don't think he was born here. I think he was born in Uganda. Why did AOC take so long to endorse Mamdani? Was she riding the wave? No. she waited for, that was a tactical endorsement. She waited for the best time when a lot of people were fucking paying close attention, okay? Calm down. She was timing it. Surprised he's not more of a dem on this. 30 years ago, 2 white men killed 168 people in Oklahoma City bombing. Now a white man is president. Still a fan of your logic, Charlie? I wish Dean would be more of a leftist. Like, I don't know. He's one of the only like debate guys out there that is that's doing decent work. I feel like I wish he would stop focusing so much on debating Trump supporters, even though it seems like a winning solution for him right now for his content, and become like an actual fucking leftist rather than stay on the liberal side. Those are the 2 concerns that I have. They're not like huge concerns or anything. It's just that I think that would help him. Ten observations about the Mamdani win in New York City. This feels like 2018. A young socialist wins the Dem primary in New York City, makes the headlines, the new face of the party. Then in November, moderates win big, flip 33 House seats blue, put a check on Trump. It's dangerous for Dems to learn the wrong lesson from such situations. The squad wasn't the path to a majority in 2018. It was the super talented moderates. Oh, I'm not going to read this. It's going to make me have an aneurysm. It's going to cause me to have an aneurysm. I don't want to see it. What is this? The Israeli Coalition for Regional Security, comprised of 100 senior Israeli figures, has launched a nationwide billboard campaign. Thoughts? The Abraham Alliance. It's time for a new Middle East. Yuck. Okay. A little bit of undermining. We covered that. Moderates riding a blue wave are talented. Yeah, exactly. What is this? Love in public. Cuomo didn't do it for me this time, but they shouldn't give up on him. If he comes back older, wiser, with a deeper tan and gets the endorsement of another old black politician my father remembers as his FBI plant in the civil rights movement, I'll still never vote for him. Maybe the old guard Democratic establishment should stop throwing their weight behind candidates that voters keep saying they don't want. Just an idea. Let's see what Harry Enton had to say. Holy Toledo! What is happening here?
Earthquake that should have the Democratic establishment running scared. What are we talking about here? Well, New York City primary upsets like Mamdani's, this is truly one for the record books. There are really only 2 that I could think of that are anything like this, and that's back in '89 for mayor when David Dinkins won over 3-term mayor Ed Koch. Koch was running for a 4th term. The voters said, there was big turnout then, just like there was big turnout last night. And of course, more recently, if you want to take a look at a national picture, think back to 2018, New York's 14th Democratic primary going for Congress, when AOC beat House Democratic Caucus Chair Joe Crowley. This, to me, is very much like that. Energizing young voters, energizing voters on the left, and providing what truly was a historic night last night in Democratic circles.
And you know, look, on paper, this is a mayor's race. This is also New York City, special city. But is this more a New York City thing, or is this more of a sign of a larger national trend when it comes to the Democratic Party?
Yeah, just like AOC's victory in 2018, this did happen locally, but I think you can take it up nationally. What are we talking about here? Well, you know, you think about Democratic establishment, you think about Democratic Party leaders, pretty much all of them were behind Andrew Cuomo, but the bottom line is the Democratic base is fed up, done with the Democratic establishment. This is true in New York, it's true nationally. Democrats who say their party leaders should be replaced. Look at this. This is a recent poll from Reuters Ipsos. 62% of Democrats nationally say their party leaders should be replaced. Party leaders like Andrew Cuomo, party leaders like...
Democrat establishment looking at these numbers and being like, how can we be even worse? How can we be even fucking worse? How can we be more out of touch? It seems like the people demand change. I don't like that. How do we stop them?
Jim Clyburn, who of course endorsed Andrew Cuomo. You think about all the Democrats that were behind Andrew Cuomo in the establishment. The Democratic base is fed up with them, and the bottom line is nationally, the vast majority of Democrats think that their party leaders should be replaced. But it's more than this, right? Of course, Mamdani ran a left, pretty far left campaign, right, compared to what we normally see in Democratic circles. But the bottom line is, you talked to me 20, 30 years ago, there was no way I thought a Democratic socialist could win a nomination for mayor in New York or nationally. But look, Democrats who identify as liberal nationally, in 1994 was 25%. You go to 2004, 33%, 2014, 43%. Now the majority of Democrats nationally identify as liberal. If there are Democratic establishment folks who think this is just going to be contained in New York, I say this is a warning sign to you. It very much may not be.
Chuck Schumer saw this and almost died. Chuck Schumer saw the ZOHRAN victory, had to get himself to basically fucking tweet out a message of support, and almost died in the process. Senator Chuck Schumer is treated for dehydration at a hospital. The Senate Minority Leader returned to work later in the day. Concerning. He tweeted this out. I have known ZOHRAN Mamdani since we worked together to provide debt relief for thousands of beleaguered taxi drivers and fought to stop a frack gas plant in Astoria. He ran an impressive campaign that connected with New Yorkers about affordability, fairness, and opportunity. I spoke with ZOHRAN Mamdani this morning, and I'm looking forward to getting together soon. he fucking said this and almost died. Must have been a tough one to tweet out, Chuck. I know your primary role by your own words is to make the left more pro-Israel. No endorsement. Well, yeah, he's gonna get ZOHRAN to say "Am Israel High." Yeah, he said keep the left pro-Israel. If ZOHRAN had lost, Chuck would have hailed the results as a repudiation of anti-Semitism. ZOHRAN's victory has signaled to Chuck that the Democratic base has drawn a red line on everything it embodies: elite support for Israel's genocide and contempt for working people. He sees where the wind is blowing. Yeah, he did. He saw where the wind is blowing, and it almost killed him. John Fetterman releases a statement on the New York City primary results. When does ZOHRAN Momani Islam? It is clear that New York is Shia communist a lot. Higher tax sex is Sharia. ICE, but only for Jewish people? Immigrant mayor when no immigrant president? Yes. Question: Muslim authority in NY City has fallen. Today bad, tomorrow worse. Globalized intifada. Zeran Manandi. I condemn. Am Freedom Israel high. John Fetterman out. Yeah, Ken believes that Cuomo's going to run as an independent, and it's unsurprising. I couldn't believe when he actually conceded.
Disposed to consider staying on and having a vibrant campaign through November?
I am qualified. I have an independent line. That's done. And I am right now assessing that landscape and looking at the information, talking to people, talking to the stakeholders in my campaign.
We don't have to mock victims of medicine? Okay, good.
About what that general election is going to look like. I can tell you there are a lot of people who have a lot of concerns.
Are you predisposed to...
John Fetterman reacts to Mamdani's success in New York City. I describe it as Christmas in July for the GOP. Yeah. It's Christmas in July for the GOP. I agree for the immeasurable loss, extended my deepest condolences. Oh no, he was too busy posting about the fucking 7 Israeli occupying force terrorists that got fucking exploded in southern Gaza while they were doing a genocide. By the way, just make no mistake. Brace responds, John, man to man, sometimes when I see lists of people like this, I wish I could join them. I'm sure you understand. When they are there is no pressure or pain or smear jobs or your former friends. Just eternal peace. Calm. It sounds nice, no? I thought you meant Brace is walking him off the ledge. Didn't realize he was pushing him off the ledge. I haven't seen the video, but I will say this. I have a really good solution to all of these brave sergeants and staff sergeants, okay? Half of them are like literally 20, by the way. Don't fucking do a genocide. It's simple. For the very fact that there are still Palestinian resistance forces amidst an ongoing starvation campaign and an ethnic cleansing campaign, that they are still able to smoke Israeli occupying forces with real frequency, as a matter of fact, is a testament to two things. One, the diaper force is ass cheeks. And two, the Palestinian resistance is unimaginably resilient. Make no mistake, for the record, make no mistake, the Palestinian resistance, no matter what faction they're from, has a legal and moral right to do this, as opposed to the Israeli occupying force that does not have a legal right to do a genocide, nor even a legal right to do any sort of military campaign on a captive civilian population it is the belligerent occupier of. Okay? This is not the same assessment as October 7. You think the armored vehicle's okay? No, it's not. I heard that bulldozers had to come in and try to fucking, tried to fucking basically stop the fire by dumping sand on it. So no, the armored personnel carrier was not okay in the process either. Since we have seen that the only fucking way that Israel stands down is when it's met with insurmountable force, perhaps instances like this will cause Israel to reconsider its ethnic cleansing campaign. I saw that shit. Dude did it with a cell phone in hand to film. I haven't seen the video. I've just read accounts of it. Al-Qassam fighter storms Israeli APC and Han units, kills 7 soldiers in close range ambush. Also, another like 10 additional fucking units were also gravely wounded in the process, I think. In a dramatic ambush captured on video, resistance fighters from Hamas's military wing carried out a complex operation against 2 Israeli armored personnel carriers. near the Ali ibn Abi Talib Mosque in Han Yunis, southern Gaza. Israeli authorities acknowledged that the attack, part of the David Stone's campaign, Hijrat Dawood, has killed 7 soldiers, including an officer. Some 15 others were reportedly injured. Some of them were actually seriously injured, for the record. Footage released by Al-Qassam shows one of its fighters running towards an APC. I can't show you this, obviously, because I would get banned for it, because Twitch TOS. Not that it shows anyone dying in the process, but, you know, TOS is wonky. Footage released by Al-Qassam shows one of its fighters running towards an APC packed with Israeli troops, climbing aboard under fire and dropping a Shuaz explosive device directly into the command cabin before withdrawing safely, all while filming himself with his cell phone in the other hand. According to Al-Qassam, the attack was followed by a second ambush targeting Israeli military rescue efforts, reportedly resulting in additional casualties. The operation has been widely circulated across Arabic media and pro-resistance channels, hailed as one of the most direct and high-risk strikes carried out at point-blank range since the conflict began. It marks the single largest loss for the Israeli military in Gaza since it renewed its genocidal assault in March this year. Now, let me tell you something. That's the difference between a settler colonial enterprise illegally occupying an indigenous population and the members of militancy within the indigenous population that is not only defending their ancestral homes, but also defending their neighbors, their community, while they are being starved deliberately and ethnically cleansed off of this land. Okay? That's it. A lot of people will say, oh, I can't believe you're celebrating this. Those people do not have a fucking moral backbone. They do not have a leg to stand on. The easiest solution to not have your fucking Nazi troops die in the process is to no longer do an ethnic cleansing campaign. These people have a legal right to resistance. Make no mistake. Regardless of the paperwork, regardless of the Western backing, what Israel is doing is illegal, and what the Palestinians are doing in this process is 100% legal. 100% legal. Not only is it legal, it is the moral thing to do as well. Criticizing this and complaining about it and saying you're brainwashed terrorist glizward, like this fucking dipshit just said. You don't have to ban all these people. We can have a little bit of discourse here. But criticizing what they're doing is no different than criticizing the partisans during World War II, the Jewish partisan movement, and the Jewish resistance against the Holocaust. It's no different. The only reason why you would consider this in any way, shape, or form different is because you don't see the Palestinians as human. That's it. I don't even know what glizword means. The massive swing of public perception on Palestine has been one of the best things I've seen in my life. It's unfortunate that it came at the cost of so many lives. Yes. Now, this kind of casualty on the Israeli occupying force, the diaper force side, is also creating dissent inside Israel after the Khan Yunis ambush. In the 24 hours following the Khan Yunis ambush, where at least 7 Israeli soldiers were reportedly killed and 15 wounded, senior Israeli political figures from across the spectrum have publicly questioned the continuation of the war. Though the operation was under military censorship, details of it were likely known to officials as these statements emerged. Yair Lapid, leader of the opposition party and the head of the centrist Yesh Atid party, released a video reiterating his call to end the war in Gaza. Let me say something to you, okay? Make no fucking mistake. This is why I said Israel also took a fucking fat L on the Iran campaign, because its ambitions were far greater. Benjamin Netanyahu thought that he could do the final play and destabilize the Islamic Republic while simultaneously continuing these genocidal operations, which never stopped, as a matter of fact, even during the tit-for-tat bombing campaigns. But the reason why this was a big L for them was also because America did not involve themselves in a more meaningful fashion and basically remove the attention off of Israel in the process. There was a limited retaliation towards an American base, Al Udeid. It was a symbolic retaliation. It was an off-ramp, and Trump took that off-ramp. And then that ceasefire came. And I know for a fact that the War Cabinet did not like that ceasefire came. They wanted America to join in on the conflict and finally take the battle directly to Iran. Okay? Not only were they unable to do that, after 12 days of bombing, the Israeli government showed that they did not have the capacity to defend their own citizens. For the first time ever, normal Israeli society experienced some retaliation, incurred penalties. Israeli civilians died in the process. They were killed with Iranian rocket fires. Some inside of their own shelters, and some that were sleeping and could not make it to a shelter in time. That is a major blow to the confidence, because Israeli society prides itself on being a Western-style nation where you can have a laptop job, you can get a fucking matcha latte, while there's a genocide going on 50 miles down the road. You can shelter yourself from the impact of war. You can shelter yourself from the impact of the violence that you cause all around the vicinity. Okay? America gets to do this because of our proximity, geographic proximity to all of the destabilization and violence that we are causing all around the world. But Israel can't do that unless they get unlimited support from every Western nation in the form of anti-air defense systems, for example. And even with the entirety of the Western world backing Israel, Iranian ballistic missiles were able to make short work of the anti-aircraft capability, anti-air defense capabilities that Israel had, penetrating through the Iron Dome, the Tamir interceptors, which are $200,000 a pop. The Arrow anti-ballistic missile defense systems, David Sling, and even the additional THAAD launchers that the United States of America had offered Israel after Operation True Promise 2 was also successful for the Iranian side, showcasing that Iran had the capability to reach inside of Tel Aviv. This is a major blow. This is a major blow to the confidence that the Israeli government has, that they can continue doing all of these violent things without experiencing any sort of serious repercussions. And I told you it was just a phone call. All it took was one singular phone call. We know he was on the phone and Netanyahu ordering Israeli planes that were on the way to bomb Iran that they should be turned around. Trump ordered that. It happened. Joe Biden also had the capability to do so, by the way. And Trump still has the capability to do so with respect to the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. But if there was one lesson to be learned from the 12-day war, as Trump likes to call it, Israel only stands down when they have to. And America recalculates how much Israel can fight with how costly it is to defend Israel. That's it. So the more things like this happen, okay, the more Al-Qassam fighters are able to take out terrorists that are engaging in ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip, the less appetite Israel will have for war. That is what you're seeing here. This is why I say Israel is done, okay? The Zionist project is over. It is on its last leg. I know it doesn't seem that way because you're seeing you're seeing so much death and destruction. Every day there's 50 Palestinians starving, looking for aid, being fired upon. You see perfidy every single day. You see numerous war crimes unfolding in front of our eyes. And it feels like this ethnic cleansing campaign is going to continue. But it's done. This is Israel's last chance of making any sort of gains here. Okay? It's over. It's done. It's been done. Here's Yair Lapid, leader of the opposition party, head of the centrist Yesh Atid party, released a video reiterating his call to end the war in Gaza. While not a new position, Lapid has also stated that any future deals with Hamas would not be binding. A former prime minister and previous finance and foreign minister, he remains the country's most prominent opposition force. Aryeh Deri, one of the longtime leaders of the ultra-Orthodox Sephardic Shas party and a former interior and health minister, called for the war to end. This marks a position without precedent from Deri in this genocidal war. Shas is the third largest party in the Knesset, and his support remains crucial to Netanyahu's coalition. Moshe Gafni, head of the ultra-Orthodox Degel HaTorah faction and chair of the powerful finance committee, asked, "To this moment, I don't get why we are fighting in Gaza. What is it serving? What are we going to do there that justifies soldiers getting killed all the time?" A fellow Degel member of Knesset echoed the sentiment, an unusual level of public dissent and uncommon for his faction. Miriam Feiberg Ikar, mayor of Netanya and an influential figure within Likud, called for an end to the war. Hamas cannot be eliminated. It's an ideological movement, not just a group of people. She called for Israeli withdrawal and suggested an Egyptian military administration in Gaza. Order'ı finalize etmeyi unuttum. Tamam. Yok, kalmadı mı tavuç? Peki. She called for Israeli withdrawal and suggested an Egyptian military administration in Gaza. While she lacks formal influence over national policy, her remarks signal diminishing enthusiasm for the war, even among senior governing coalition Likud members. An internal Hamas assessment of the current situation, which was circulated on Wednesday and obtained by Dropsite, asserted Trump is trying to capitalize on what happened in Iran to strike a deal with Gaza, and his recent statements about progress in the negotiations indicate this. Israel is talking about progress, but without agreeing an end to the war. The assessment also said that Hamas believes the recent ambushes of killing Israeli soldiers by armed Palestinian resistance fighters from Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades and Islamic Jihad's SHARIA al-Quds are contributing to internal pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. After the Han Yunis operation, voices rose within the Israeli opposition, the ruling coalition, and media, and political circles regarding the need to stop the war, its futility, and the resulting losses, including increased casualties and the continued detention of prisoners inside Gaza, the Hamas assessment determined. When the fog of war is lifted and Western intervention becomes a necessity in Gaza, that will be the final death blow to Zionism as an ideological project. Benjamin Netanyahu understands that. Many members of his cabinet understand that as well. And militancy such as this one make it an impossibility to continue doing this ethnic cleansing campaign because it becomes far too costly. It becomes far too costly for Israel. That is the only thing that they have successfully backed away from. Okay? It does not matter if Israeli society is legitimately delusional and the censorship is so severe. What matters is the Western backing of this ethnic cleansing campaign. Once there are Western media outlets on the ground in Han Yunis, in Rafah, showing the betrayal of humanity, the indecency, the violence, the bloodshed, the genocide. Once Western NGOs are on the ground helping the Palestinians, reaching out to them, allowing them to communicate directly to Western audiences, it will destroy all hope that Israel is and will ever be anything but a pariah state and a Nazi government that participated in a live-streamed Holocaust. It's fucking over. Make no mistake. It's over. The moment that Israel reacted the way that it did post-October 7, the Zionist project ended. In the process, they engaged in an undeniable campaign of ethnic cleansing. It made it so that the final ambition of Zionism was so clear to anyone watching from the outside, and maybe even some former defenders as liberal Zionists on the inside. It made it clear to everyone with a conscience that this was an unsustainable, exterminationist, supremacist project identical to previous fascist movements. I fear this is too optimistic. I imagine Israel will eventually pull out of Gaza and attempt to return to life as normal. And I'm not confident the Western states, especially the US, will not just pretend that things are back to normal. Why are you so convinced that everyone will turn their backs? Because what we have seen thus far, us, people who have actually paid close attention to what's going on, has changed many people's minds in this community. Post-October 7, I was unyielding in my position in terms of defending Palestinian emancipation. I lost a third of my audience in the process. Okay? I was, and I still am, yelled at as a terrorist. Okay? And now look at where overall public sentiment has shifted. Back then, Israel enjoyed the highest level of approval. That was a year and a half ago. And this is with this is with half of the picture, because we have no capacity to see the full picture. Palestinians don't have the capacity to see the full picture at this moment, because the healthcare infrastructure was deliberately crippled by Israel. Journalists were deliberately assassinated by Israel. So even Palestinian society broadly does not know the full impact. So once that death toll is completely calculated, it will become undeniable. Okay? 100%. When you have, yes, independent researchers and journalists go into Gaza and see the true horrific scale of the genocide revealed in real numbers, in raw numbers, it will be undeniable. And you're already seeing that from outside assessments. Outside assessments talking about how there's perhaps 377,000 Palestinians that are unaccounted for, that are simply missing right now. They're not missing, they're dead. Israel murdered them, okay? And I think even that is a severe underestimation. I think the Lancet study early on arrived at the correct number. We still talk about 60,000. That number is such a severe underestimation that it's basically akin at this point to genocide denial. Harvard report reveals 377,000 missing in Gaza based on Israeli military's own data. This is on top of the 60,000 plus that have been killed directly by Israeli rockets, or directly by Israeli missiles, or directly by Israeli gunshots, that have been logged in the diminished, crippled healthcare infrastructure that still remains in the Gaza Strip. The 60,000 have been confirmed. The 60,000 have names associated with them. The hundreds of thousands have not been revealed. This is before we even talk about the number of Palestinians that have died as a consequence of not being able to get their medication, the number of Palestinians that have died as a consequence of famine and famine-related diseases, treatable illnesses. That is why the Lancet study is significantly higher, and significantly was higher even a year ago, because that Lancet estimation factored in all of the additional war casualties, all of the additional deaths that are born out of destroying all semblance of existence in the Gaza Strip, reducing it to nothing but a fucking crater, as you can see in this photo. So when the dust is settled and people make correct assessments, Israel is over. They have committed an unforgivable crime, and they did it in broad daylight. And I think there might even be a reckoning. I think there might even be a reckoning for Western leadership that played a role in this. A lot of people, especially older people, that are operating with the old order of business, that think that, you know, the mainstream media can simply keep these things under wraps, that can control the media environment, control the media landscape, are wrong. It is not the faith that I have in decency, even though I do have a lot of it. I place a lot of faith in normal people looking at this and recognizing right from wrong. I do. Because what took place here is unfucking deniable. It's ironically enough, much of the Holocaust scholarship that has played a formative role in people basically hammering into their minds how unimaginably cruel the crime of genocide is. Now, Israel initially might have done so because it suited their purpose for Zionism, by some people's estimations, like Norm Finkelstein. Okay, it definitely played a role in the Zionist project to talk about how singular this systematic death and destruction was. But it was literally, it was a formative part of everyone's social conditioning that genocide is an unimaginable crime, an undeniable crime. Far too many people learned this, ironically enough, and it was maybe even a formative part of why they thought Israel had to be a state in and of itself. But if you learn this lesson, that genocide is an atrocious, undeniable crime against all humanity, you can't turn around and say, actually, it's okay when Israel does it. It doesn't work that way. There are too many people. There are far too many fucking people. Did Harvard report reveal 377 Gazans are missing? The number has been misinterpreted. Yeah, it's fucking Hasbro. It's actually larger than that. The number has been shared by many internet users and media who claim to be relying on a Harvard report. However, this figure misinterprets an Israeli study, which itself contains an error in the numbers at the root of the confusion. As of June 24th, 56,000 Gaza have been killed, according to the health ministry, in Hamas-run Gaza. By the way, this is the most insane Hasbro article you could have fucking found. The figure was also shared by media outlets such as Middle East Monitor and the New Arab, an Israeli study not from Harvard University. All these publications refer to a Harvard report, but no Harvard report has published such results. The fact the study everyone is pointing is by Yaakov Garb, a researcher at Israel's Ben-Gurion University at the Negev. Published on June 3rd, 2025, the report does not deal with the dead and missing during the war in Gaza, but with the problems linked to the humanitarian aid distribution center set up by Israel at the end of May with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The study does not come from Harvard University, however, it was published on the Harvard Dataverse, an online repository. As for the number in question, it actually stems from a misreading of the study published in a blog post on Medium. On June 10th, an internet user named Maximilian published on this platform an analysis of Garb's study entitled The Grim Arithmetic. IDF data reveals 377,000 Palestinians unaccounted for. Although this figure was never published by Garb, Maximilian claimed to have found an unspoken number. The map showed 3 population clusters on the territory whose population the Israeli army announced at the end of May it wanted to displace. The indicated number of the inhabitants in each of the clusters in Gaza City with a population of 1 million people, the coastal region Al-Mawazi with 500,000 residents, and the center of the Gaza Strip with 350,000. This totals 1.85 million inhabitants. This corresponds to every single number that the American government has used and every single number that the Israeli government has used, for the record. Everyone has asked that exact same question within the data set. Why is it that official military numbers report that the population has diminished from 2.1 million in Gaza to 1.8 million, sometimes roughly 1.7 million in Gaza? There are a massive number of people that are unaccounted for. This is their own number, by the way. This is their own number. Why is their own number so different than the actual population estimates? It makes no sense. How is it that Israel is capable of moving supposedly 2 million people? Let's say it's 2 million. Let's say it was never 2.1 million, even though I think the initial estimates before October 7 was that the Gaza Strip was home to 2.2 million Palestinians. Okay? One of the most densely packaged open-air prisons on the fucking planet. One of the most densely populated areas on the planet is 2.2 million, right? The number of people killed by Israel has remained around 60,000 in perpetuity, even though Israel keeps racking up more and more numbers every single fucking day. How is it that I am supposed to believe, by Israel's own estimation, that the already densely packaged Gaza Strip that was housing 2.2 million Palestinians is capable of reducing the area that they live to literally 18% of the Gaza Strip? That's Israel's own number. That's Israel's own plan. Israel's own plan right now, official plan, is that the remaining 1.8 million, 1.7 million, 1.5 million, however many Palestinians are capable of existing in only 18% of the Gaza Strip. That is where they have pushed the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Now, there are, of course, hundreds of thousands, for sure. I would say like at least 100,000, if not more, have been able to escape the Gaza Strip. There are different ways of doing so from the Rafah border. There are people that are now living in a concentration camp in the United Arab Emirates. Some of this stuff is not really talked about as well. That's real. I know some people that are currently living in the UAE, in a camp inside of the UAE. This is what I'm referencing exactly. Nearly 2 million Palestinians, now forced to just 18% of the Gaza Strip, are enduring overcrowding, disease outbreaks, and severe distress. Okay, so this is like saying that the prisoners of Auschwitz were enduring overcrowding, disease outbreaks, and severe distress. Not the full picture, is it? Yeah. Straight up. How is it that I am supposed to believe that 1.7 million, 1.5 million, let's say, are capable of living in 18% of the Gaza Strip? That is fucking insane. Can confirm the UAE thing? Yeah. This is not talked about quite a bit, but I know Palestinians who escaped Gaza and are currently living in a camp in the UAE. Like, so let's say 100,000 to 200,000 was able to successfully escape. There are still at least 200,000 that are unestimated, unaccounted, not counted for. It does not make sense. The numbers do not add up. So that Harvard report, maybe being falsely suggested as a Harvard report, is actually talking about the Israeli military's own numbers and their own estimations on how many Palestinians remain in the Gaza Strip. Okay? According to the health ministry in Hamas-run Gaza, 56,000 Gazans have been killed. Although, by the way, they keep saying Gazans. 131,000 wounded. and 100,000 left Gaza. Okay? Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics say 100,000 people have also left the Gaza Strip since the start of the war. So it's not even 200,000 that left, 100,000 left. That still doesn't account for, that still does not account for hundreds of thousands of people. Even if the misunderstanding or a typo from 700 to 500 is simply a misunderstanding, it doesn't account for, again, hundreds of thousands of people. If the Gaza Strip is 2.27 million before October 7, and now the estimates range from 1.5 thousand to 1.7 thousand. Church. What you were referring to when you mentioned they keep calling them Gazans, that kind of went over my head. Yes. Pro-Israeli groups refuse to recognize Palestinians as Palestinians because they don't want to even offer an aesthetic statehood. Okay? They do not want to offer statehood or recognition to the existence of Palestinians. If you say Palestinians or Palestine, that offers a recognition to a Palestinian statehood. That's why when you hear someone say Gazans, that's a red flag for someone like myself, at least. Hi again. Açık mı? Murat açmıştır belki. And yeah, here it is. Once again, proof that Trump has the capability of stopping Israel.
Furious response from Donald Trump. We know he was on the phone to Benjamin Netanyahu, ordering Israeli planes that were on their way to again bomb Iran, that those planes should be turned around. Donald Trump ordered that. It happened. And absolutely...
One phone call. After the planes even fucking... What is this?
I got involved and I'm supporting the
time-stamped short clip of Joe Rogan talking about ZOHRAN. A lot of people are supporting him because of Israel. This year, in July 2024, the Lancet said Israel's assault on Gaza could lead between 149,000 to almost 600,000 killed. Nephew is bald now? Wait, what? What the?
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, he's a handyman.
Is he like an influencer? Do you watch him a lot?
No, I don't watch him.
What the fuck is this? Is he turning into? Is he doing the Wemby route? Is he becoming a monk and maybe a Maoist? Is that what's happening? Ben koydum ben. I'm not doing that. I'm not going bald. Brad Lander showed, okay, let's get back to some good news though. Let's get back to ZOHRAN Mamdani a little bit, and then I'll talk more about Gaza, and I'll talk more about the plight of the Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing campaign. Here it is.
Trump waged a campaign where he convinced voters that it was time to have a stronger president. And so it sort of has become a contest between more conservative voters on one side and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party on the other side, which is exactly what's playing out here in New York.
Hiya, please.
The ranked choice ballot counting process will last until next Tuesday. In a statement, Cuomo said, quote, "I want to look at all the numbers as they come in and analyze the ranked choice voting. I will then consult with my colleagues on what is the best path for me to help the city of New York."
He did congratulate.
He absolutely did, yeah. And there was so much money spent on this race, and I think this is a litmus test, as many political analysts have said, as to where the Democratic Party is headed next.
Right, because you're spending millions of dollars to elect a flawed candidate or to support a flawed candidate who is rejected by the people of New York for someone who has some very progressive ideas. Now, whether he can accomplish them, that's a different story. But meeting people where they are, listening to them, and having solutions that they feel speaks to their futures is incredibly powerful.
It's also, who are those people? The Democratic Party is changing. He's an elite guy with elite parents, and he's getting elite voters, and he's losing some demographics that used to be the core of the Democratic Party, lower income voters and black voters in particular. Cuomo won both groups.
It's astounding that he did it so quickly.
All right, Jerika, thank you very much as always.
Terrifying words.
Is this the future of the Democratic Party? A young socialist as proud of his ideology as he is of his and New York's immigrant roots.
Ya es hora que cambien las cosas. Mi nombre es ZOHRAN MAMDANI.
He walked the length of Manhattan, creating a movement that means he's the favorite to be the next mayor of America's biggest city.
In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done.
Zohran Mamdani was an outsider, a 33-year-old Muslim born in Uganda and a state assembly member for just 4 years. But he tapped into a city wanting change. Mamdani learned lessons from the presidential election, understanding why Democrats lost to Trump.
And what would it take for you to vote for a Democrat in the future?
I think there's something very funny about Zohran Mamdani being actually everything that they said Barack Obama was. A African Muslim socialist. A Muslim socialist born in Africa is quite literally what Zohran Mamdani is. Like, there is a little bit of irony there that is not lost on me. The most successful Democratic politician in recent history. Yeah, with a funny name to boot, with a scary name to boot. Also, it is not lost on me that the African socialist with a scary name, Barack Hussein Obama, African Muslim socialist with a scary name, Barack Hussein Obama, has not really said anything so far about Zohran Mamdani, has he? Interesting. Obama has yet to congratulate Mamdani.
By talking to voters in the Bronx.
They should make economics the forefront of their campaign. People were not really feeling it in their pocket.
And so he ran on an agenda that called for taxing the rich so that he could offer
rent-free, free buses, universal childcare, or sasti groceries ke zariye.
That helped Mamdani build a diverse coalition, but he still struggled with poorer New Yorkers who went to his rival, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
He had led the state for a decade, guiding it through COVID and taking on Donald Trump. But he was then forced to resign over sexual harassment allegations that he always denied. He was still endorsed by many top Democrats who wanted a more moderate name to represent the city, and Cuomo had a warning on the campaign trail.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City. He would be Trump's delight.
Some Democrats believe Mamdani's politics won't work outside progressive big cities. And in particular, they've raised concerns about his approach to Israel and Gaza.
So I wonder what you think about the phrase globalized intifada.
I am someone who I would say am less comfortable with the idea of banning the use of certain words.
Sure, but like, does that just make you uncomfortable? Like the phrase globalized intifada, from the river to the sea?
I know people for whom those things mean very different things. What I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights.
There are no kings in America.
Mamdani still faces a battle in November's election. He's up against the current mayor, Eric Adams, and Cuomo may still run as an independent. But for many of those who voted for Mamdani in the primary, this was not just about a change in their lives, but in the Democratic Party, that for too long has been dictated by establishment figures cut off from reality. Mamdani is now close to becoming...
Time to learn Arabic, buddy.
New York City's first Muslim mayor.
And Mayor Mamdani, would you welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu to New York City for whatever he comes for, given the US is not a signatory to the ICC, so he can travel to the US, unlike a lot of other countries. Would a Mayor Mamdani welcome Benjamin Netanyahu to the city?
No. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international law. It's time that our actions are also.
Even though the US is not a signatory to the ICC?
No, it's time that we actually step up and make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal administration.
My goal.
We made history.
My fucking go.
In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it.
That's a name and face you're going to get to know. In a stunning upset, 33-year-old State Assemblyman ZOHRAN Mamdani has declared victory over former Governor Andrew Cuomo in the New York City Democratic mayoral primary. While no candidate has yet secured a majority in the first round of the ranked choice election, Mamdani's early lead over Cuomo has all but solidified his victory, and Cuomo last night basically conceded to Mamdani. We'll get more results in the days ahead, but it is a seismic outcome. And joining us now to help us make sense of it, President of the National Action Network and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, Reverend Al Sharpton. The Rev, of course, you've been so central in many ways to this primary process. But as we talked at the top of the show, this is a huge upset. Cuomo, of course, comes from a famous Democratic family, was governor just a couple years back. This was viewed as a political comeback for him, maybe even a stepping stone back into even higher office. And he didn't just lose, he lost significantly, by far more than anyone would have anticipated, even as we did see that Mamdani had the tailwinds and was closing strong. Give us your assessment here. What should we read out of this result last night?
I think that clearly Mamdani did much better than anyone could have predicted. He seemed to go into the early voting stage with a momentum, but I don't think even he would have thought it would have ended this way. So it was a stunning victory. At the same time, many felt that by Cuomo not making a lot of appearances accessible with him. And in many ways, you saw Mamdani everywhere.
Little F, calm down, mini F, minor F, chill.
And last Saturday, he was at our National Action Network, and he made himself available. The challenges he will have now is that you have New York Times saying he's not qualified. You're going to a broader base of voters. And will some of the older voters, even in the black community and Latino community, come out and vote for him when you have Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, on the ballot, who still has...
Dog, Eric Adams is despised by every group in the state. Every group in the city. Like, the notion that older black voters are going to go for Eric Adams is fucking insane. That's crazy. With all due respect, you don't know black people. with all due respect, I know Poland. Okay? And yes, black Gen Xers and black boomers, that's 100% a viable thing. You're not in the community. Man, shut the fuck up. Please, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. We heard this with fucking Cuomo too. Just shut up, dude. Shut up. I don't give a fuck, okay? God damn. Holy fuck, dude. It is so precious. Always is so fucking precious. I can't have a fucking conversation that pertains around black people voting patterns without everybody fucking chirping at me like I'm on a fucking Klansman meet. Like I'm a fucking Grand Wizard of the KKK or some shit. Jesus Christ, I'm doing fucking elections analysis. God damn. Holy fuck. It's also so goddamn annoying because like this analysis also makes it seem as though like there's a sense of pride around like objectively voting for the shittiest fucking candidate possible for the black voting bloc. I don't understand. Like, you don't get it, sweetie. You're not black. You don't understand. We love voting for fucking unpopular candidates. Is not exactly the fucking win you want. Jesus Christ. I know. Machine politics plays a formative role in the black vote in general, especially for older black voters. I know that. You just don't understand. Black people admit it. I'm gonna fucking... It's so stupid because it's not like you're pretending to know black culture law. You're analyzing post-slash stupidity. Okay, don't even fucking joke about this. I mean, your analysis on this is bad. All black voters do typically not budge due to historical mistrust. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Dog, I know. I'm saying that the older black voting bloc goes off of the machine that directs them as an unstoppable force in whichever direction the Democratic Party wants to go towards. Okay? The argument is simple. Will the Democratic establishment machine, out of fear that they'll have like an uncontrollable force like fucking Eric Adams, try to move it and funnel older black voters as a voting bloc in the direction of Zohran Mamdani? And even if they don't do that, will Zohran Mamdani still win? And I think the answer is yes. I don't think that chatter is black. I'm black. And looking at his logs. Wait, no, Oni Spumoni is black. What do you mean? Clown take. Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock, okay? You stupid fucking radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking stupid, moronic, fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you. You think you have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here. Dumb fuck. You think I'm gonna fucking baby you? Go ahead. Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick. Annoying, dumb fuck. God damn, dude. This kind of attitude is so insanely repulsive. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? We're talking about fucking creating a larger, broad, people-backed movement and fucking creating solidarity, and you immediately got Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up. God damn. That attitude left a long fucking time ago. It doesn't work, okay? Keep advocating for your own fucking demise then. Fucking standpoint theory ass motherfuckers. Oh my God. Every time this shit pops off, there's like a million people in the chat being like, actually, we're not rocking with those folks because they're not rocking with us. Like, I get it, dude. Okay, yeah, you want to be selfish. Okay, fine. Fuck it. Who cares? Go vote for fucking Eric Adams, dumbass. Yeah, I was in a much better mood 2 hours ago. One of the most annoying fucking things on the planet is when any member of a marginalized group comes in here and is like, it's time for some standpoint theory. You don't understand. People do it all the fucking time. I've been talking to my black neighbors and they all call New York the Tel Aviv of America. I don't know why they're acting like this when there were other black nominees and clearly Cuomo outpolled all of them. This is more about name recognition than any movement in the party. I know. Why did the boomer black vote go heavily to fucking Andrew Cuomo? Why? There were numerous black candidates. It's also fucking so infantile and so stupid when people go, oh, you don't understand. Black people will vote for a black person. Like, no, they won't. They clearly did it this last primary. Black Gen Xers and black boomers are the most formative part of the Democratic turnout machine. Okay? Especially the closer you are to like personally experiencing the civil rights struggle, the more loyalty you demonstrate towards the Democratic Party, and the more you are likely to vote for whoever the machine is telling you is the best candidate. That's it. You were about to talk about stash shadows, assume that you were about to talk down to black people. You were not about to do that. I know. But immediately we had to deploy the fucking identity shield and the standpoint theory to be like, oh, listen up, white boy. I don't want to fucking hear from you. You don't understand. It's like, yeah, I'm not black. I don't understand it. All I can do is basically fucking talk about the Sudan mention, especially was pissing me off because it's like that's the number one. That is the number one take applied. First of all, I have talked about Sudan. And number two, that's the classic fucking take of like, you watermelon lovers are only talking about Gaza. Watermelon Twitter only talks about Gaza, or whatever the fuck people say. That's like the classic fucking, what do they say? Like watermelon Twitter? Oh, you guys, watermelon guys only talk about Gaza. Don't talk about Gaza. It's the most fucking annoying shit of all time. It feels like a fucking CIA op that was like cultivated to just be like, oh, no one is talking about Sudan, when the people that talk about Gaza also talk about Sudan. Watermelon is the Palestine emoji because the Palestinian flag was banned. So there are like these fucking ops that we see on Twitter every now and then, calling people who are pro-Palestinian like watermelon people or watermelon lovers, watermelon Twitter, that kind of thing. It's just like a fucking insanely annoying, very classic bullshit, bullshit fucking CIA psyop. You mean the N-word? Wait, what? What? No, you're misunderstanding. No, this is not the fucking stereotype. The dehumanizing stereotype against black people. Watermelon in this situation is about pro-Palestinian people. Ironically enough, so for those of you who don't understand, watermelon in and of itself is a new emote that pro-Palestinian people decided to use because the fucking Palestine flag was being banned, okay, or being blacklisted. So because it has the same colors as the Palestine flag, people started adopting that and using the watermelon emoji to indicate the Palestinian flag, okay? And then people started fucking, either saying that this is actually racist because they're making fun of black people, which is fucking ridiculous, of course not. Or two, they started calling people who are using watermelon as a Palestinian symbol, watermelon people. In any case, yeah, it was first used by a Palestinian artist who was banned from painting the Palestinian flag. Yeah, I was making videos about Sudan in 2019. Obviously, yeah, there's terms of service violations there as well. When people say, "Oh, you don't know about Yemen," I've been covering Yemen, I've been covering Sudan, I've been covering Syria for fucking years. Shut the fuck up. Don't ever come in here to fucking use another fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening elsewhere as a way to fucking criticize your supposed lack of coverage. Look, 0 dopes have shown up at my office home or office or blocked the road and chant and protest over an actual genocide in Sudan. South Africa engaged the ICJ over Gaza. Like, can you imagine how fucking cynical of a monster you need to be to turn around and be like, well, there's another genocide happening and you're not talking about it? Yeah, look, see? You see this shit? Disgusting. Yeah, it is the same vibes as Stay Home to the ICE raids. I think the B refers to Bayhive. FD Signifier was talking to Marty Lamont Hill about this. The watermelon people picked the wrong folks to fight with. This will not end for them. This person is referencing pro-Palestinian people, okay? That's who she's referencing. It's just fucking wrecker behavior. It's exactly what I was talking about, what that one chatter was doing, which is like, oh, as a black person, this is not our fight type shit, okay? As a way to fucking counter solidarity. It also is not speaking to the reality on the ground. We've been to these fucking protests. I've shown you they are insanely diverse. Whether it be protests against ICE or whether it be pro-Palestinian protests, those protests are not only, there's black people at those fucking protests. Of course there's black people at those protests. Black people have been at the heart of every civil rights struggle in this fucking country. So these guys on Twitter are just like speaking to other annoying, out of touch fucking liberals who just simply want to find a reason as to why they don't want to go out and protest because they're comfortable. Making it seem as though, you know, they fought long and hard and these supposed protesters didn't vote for Kamala Harris, so that's it. They're not worthy of their of black people's time or whatever.
There's a strong base in the black community and in some of these communities. And what happens with Jewish voters, where Mandami, right or wrong, has been called anti-Semitic. So it's going to be a very interesting fall election. I think he made history last night. The question is whether or not it can stick with a general election. And when knowing Eric Adams the way I do, I think Eric Adams would want this fight more than he would have wanted against Andrew Cuomo.
Well, listen, I think we're going to hear more, Rev, about him saying...
And that chatter was saying you only care about black people when it's time to vote. They were taking their anger out on you. I know. I hate that shit. If you think I'm a fucking selfish transactional ally or whatever, then why the fuck are you in here?
That some people that who say they need to globalize the intifada is not a bad thing. Is not anti-Semitic. I think we're going to be hearing an awful lot more about that. We're going to be hearing about his economic plans, a socialist in New York. There's going to be, I think we're going to have a very competitive, interesting general election. I want to follow up, though, on something that you've said, and something we've talked about time and again. And I'll tell you, it goes all the way back to 2015 and early 2016 when Donald Trump kept coming on this program. People say, why do you keep having Donald Trump calling on your program? He said, well, we've offered it to every candidate. He's the only one that, like, walks through the door and calls us. And as I've said before, Lindsey Graham called us once or twice, but we offered it. We offered, and, you know, Tim Ryan did it this past cycle, I think it was. But showing up makes the difference so many times. This guy showed up. Cuomo thought he was going to be able to coast in. You look at, and there was an analysis by the New York Times after the 2024 election. You look at the interviews that Donald Trump showed up for versus Kamala Harris in the time frame.
Yeah, dude. Andrew Cuomo lost because he didn't go on Morning Joe. You're right.
That she was in the race. Not even a close call. Trump shows up. Trump talks to people. I found is just...
I hate both of these clowns, brother. Here. Mamdani actually destroyed Al Sharpton. He gagged Al Sharpton super fucking hard at this meeting. He had an incredible speech at this meeting, by the way. One of the best I've seen so far when he talks about his dad coming into the United States is something that we've heard before. Yeah, Spike Lee loves Zohran, by the way, which is a good W for him. Here, let's watch the full video.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is ZOHRAN Kwame Mamdani, and I know that there are many here today, and there are many watching and many listening who may have seen an ad mentioning my name on TV, or a commercial on the radio, or a mailer in your mailbox, or a video when you're watching YouTube. And you may wonder, who is funding these ads? And it is in fact the same person that you were picketing just a few days ago. Because when Bill Ackman tries to take on diversity, equity, and inclusion, he also wants to take on any threat to the Trump administration across this country. And so just a few days ago, he spent another $250,000 on those same ads that you are seeing, and you are hearing, and you are reading. And so to quote the words of a famous New Yorker, allow me to reintroduce myself. I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in East Africa. I was given my middle name Kwame by my father, who named me after the first Prime Minister of Ghana. And decades ago, in Uganda, we won our independence from the British in 1962. We can clap for that. And when we did, the United States government gave the Ugandan government 23 scholarships as a gift for independence. And my father won one of those scholarships. He came to this country to study to be an engineer at the University of Pittsburgh. And sometime into his studies, his face buried in his book, he heard the words reverberate in the corridor around him, "Which side are you on? Which side are you on?" These were words being sung by members of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, recruiting students to get on the bus to go to Montgomery, Alabama. And my father got on that bus. He marched. He was hosed down. He was thrown in jail. He was given one phone call. And he called the Ugandan ambassador to the United States. He said, "Can you get me out of jail?" The ambassador said, "What are you doing in jail? We sent you there to study." My father said, "You sent me here as a gift for our freedom. They are fighting for theirs. It's one and the same." And so I was raised with this understanding that freedom and the fight for it is interconnected. And as I look across this city today,
God damn, that's so powerful, dude. It's so fucking good. I get chills every time I hear it.
I am reminded that freedom is only worth as much as our ability to exercise it. Because we hear politicians of the past come on stages across this city, including this one, saying that they believe this is the greatest city in the world. But they do not answer the question that Dr. King posed decades ago. What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger? What good is being the greatest city in the world if New Yorkers can't afford to live here? What good is it if our own people cannot afford their rent, their childcare, their groceries, even $2.90 for their Metro card? What good is that but making a museum of what once was in the city that we love? And so I stand here before you as an assembly member running for mayor with a very simple message. I am running to make the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable. I'm running to make it affordable for the working and middle-class New Yorkers who built this city. And I also know that to run, to believe, it is not enough in and of itself. Because we know the words of James 2:14. Faith without works is death. If we believe in something, we must deliver something.
Go ahead, chatters. Are there any other chatters who want to tell me that this is not a fucking blowout speech? Are there any other chatters who want to be like, no, you don't understand. Black people will hear this and they won't have the capacity to make up their own minds and they'll go and vote for fucking Eric Adams.
That is how we will be judged. And when I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants across the city of New York. When I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free. When I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by finally bringing universal child care to each and every New Yorker across this city. But I know that there are many who say that when you stand for what you believe in, you lose your ability to win. And I actually think of the words that Reverend Sharpton shared when he was running for president.
Oh, this part is good.
He shared, there are those in the Democratic Party who have driven the party further and further to the right in the name of a winning strategy. And it seems that it is their presumption that the only way to be electable is that progressive forces and people of color must voluntarily turn into invisible people. And I have spent this campaign...
Dude, I love this part because this is a direct shot at Al Sharpton and what Al Sharpton has become. If you think he likes what he's doing, if you think he likes being quoted this way, make no mistake, he is in awe. He is in shock. I don't think he appreciates that Al Sharpton is being used in this way. Okay?
Speaking to those so-called invisible people. I have spoken to the New Yorkers who do not see themselves in their politics, do not see themselves in their politicians, and do not see themselves in the policies that are being proposed. And what I have found is that it is time to bring those from the margins to the mainstream.
In New York City.
It is time for us to make every New Yorker visible across this city. But when we stand up and do so, we will face the wrath of all the money in the world. And so right now, you will see more than $20 million being spent against me, $20 million being trying to redefine me. But let me tell you who I am. I am a man who believes in the possibility of this city. I am one who believes that we must win a new city, a city for each and every New Yorker, one they can afford, one they can do more than just struggle. And to do that, we have to leave behind the old city and the old politicians and the old ways that gave us the struggle that we're living in today. So it is my hope to not only earn your consideration, to not only earn your vote, but to earn your partnership. Because what I want to do is lead this city alongside each and every one of you. And it would be a dream if you gave me that opportunity on Tuesday, June 24th. Thank you so much.
I think he said checkmate.
Zohran, Mandani. Now, you know, I told all the candidates they had 5 minutes, but I didn't tell them the other prerequisite. You see, Zohran don't play fair. To quote Sharpton in front of Sharpton. Play fair now, Zohran.
I'm telling you, he didn't like that.
That was a chess move there.
Yep. Because that's old Al Sharpton. Zohran was quoting old Al Sharpton. For those of you who don't know, Al Sharpton used to be a black nationalist, okay? Maybe even a black separatist back in the day. And back then, his rhetoric was far closer, and he was a lot fatter as well, of course. Back then, his rhetoric in times was far closer to what you would hear from Zohran Mamdani today. I would say he was a black separatist, straight up. I'm fucking being... Tensions are high because I've found myself, once again, describing black people's business. So I'm just trying to be as nice as possible when talking about it. Okay? But yes, he was, definitely. Now he is a skinny man who has a permanent slot on MSNBC. Okay? So do with that information what you will. Many such examples, many such cases, and a million different ways of describing why that's actually supposed to happen, because there's simply no other way. This is survival. Black capitalism is a mechanism of survival, yada, 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 yada. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't fucking care. If you think that type of commentary is gonna, you know, play here, it's not gonna work. I'd rather have someone be honest with their radical politics and have my disagreements with them than have someone basically promote whatever helps their bottom line. Multiple proclamations about, it's white boy summer already. Multiple proclamations about white people summer and quoted white guys are so back before yelling at a black chatter. Hank Pecker's in the building. Hell yeah.
As well. There are a lot of people who voted for me that said you're too conservative. We're uncomfortable with some of your positions, but we see you, we know you, and we know when you get elected to Congress, you're going to come back and you're going to be here and you're going to fight for us, for what we need. Talk about how showing up makes a difference. You can't be a preacher in a church and show up 1 out of every 4 Sundays.
No, that's for sure. I think showing up, it says to people that you really are engaged with them and you really want them to know you and they can feel you. And when you don't show up and have this rose garden strategy, when you're not one that has the rose garden, it just gives a kind of removed feeling from people. And I think that this is what we're going to see coming down the pipe here with this election in New York. We've got Democrats around the country going to be worried as they try to overtake the House and make Hakeem Jeffries the Speaker. Is this guy being labeled a socialist and all going to hurt us in other areas? So there's a lot of reason why he should continue to show up, because he's going to have to beat down a lot of things. And there's a lot of reasons why Eric Adams, who shows up at everything, and may be a different kind of opponent for him than Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, in New York, the Adams dynamic versus Mamdani is going to be interesting. And then nationally, we'll have to see what lessons we do. You're right. Republicans are already gleefully saying, this is the new face of your
former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Oh, we already watched the funniest part about this. They're losing their minds over at CNBC. But before we get to that, I will say one thing. There's a person who I want to fucking squash the beef with. Her name is Joy Ann Reid. Okay? Speaking of black people's business, or speaking of cynical weaponizations of identity politics from the utilization of standpoint theory as a black woman, using that at every fucking opportunity to dagger the campaign of a radical candidate like Bernie Sanders. Joy Ann Reid, the beef is squashed. I mean, it's been squashed because she's been an incredible voice, surprisingly enough. Long gone are the days where Joy Ann Reid would bring forth a body language expert to try and find ways of attacking Bernard fucking Sanders. Because remember what that one chatter I was yelling at about, like, well, black people ain't rocking with this person. We're not rocking with them if they're not rocking with us. You only talk about black people when it comes to voting or whatever the fuck, right? Like all that shit, all of that cynical ass, bullshit ass, brain broken, wrecker behavior ass nonsense was demonstrated by Joy Ann Reid time and time again. Whenever Bernie Sanders was seemingly doing well, MSNBC would bring her out like a mercenary to be like, Bernie Sanders is a Klansman. Bernie Sanders literally is at the Klans rally. Bernie Sanders is killing black children if possible. She doesn't do that anymore. She absolutely, seemingly in the last couple of years, especially after the genocide in Gaza, has started defending Palestinian emancipation, and I think her perspective and the way she sees the world has even changed. Okay? You at least concede Bernie Bros. If they scored bots, stop. Stop pissing me off. Now, I'm going to show you something that apparently was cut from the final release of this video on CNN's YouTube page, but it was seen on television last night. An accurate reflection of historical events as it pertains to a foreign adversary nation and why said foreign adversary nation has such enmity towards the United States of America. This is unheard of on mainstream news. Let's take a look.
It's an important role in the world. I am thrilled that the United States is trying to police the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Imagine what the world would look like if it was otherwise. And I think
the reason why, by the way, I hyped up like my former quote-unquote fake beef with Joanne Reed is because I want you to experience the fucking whiplash now with what she does here, okay?
Would still be the only country that has ever bombed another country with nuclear weapons. And let me ask you one question. Why did...
One says the United States is the only country that's bombed another country with nuclear weapons. Correct.
The Iran hostage crisis take place?
Setting up for an incredible opportunity here says, why do you think the Iranian hostage crisis took place?
So certainly,
I'm asking you
fundamentalist radicals took over the government here
why?
in the West.
Why did they take over the West? Why?
Because they're religious jihadis who want to eliminate Western society.
This guy looks too much like a pedophile. I'm sorry. He can't be on the fucking... You got to get this guy off the fucking ticket. You got to get him off the table. It freaks me out every time I see this motherfucker. I swear to God. He's just giving... He has such fucked vibes, bro. I'm sorry. I said this last night. He's also insanely racist. He's taken over the mantle from Scott Jennings, who I guess came back from his dick-sucking festival at Tel Aviv when he was stuck in a bomb shelter on his knees. The psychopathic, rabid evangelical Zionist Scott Jennings. That's who he's filling in for. Hold on.
They hate our way of life. They hate our way of or they overthrew the Shah of Iran, who we imposed on Iran because the Dulles brothers, one at the CIA and one at the State Department, decided that the oil beneath the soil of Iran belonged to BP and belonged to us. And when Mossadegh, who was the leader of Iran, the democratically elected leader of Iran, said that we would like to audit BP because we want to know if you are cheating us or paying the people of Iran based on the oil under their soil. And they said, you may not audit us. And then we overthrew him and he wound up dying in prison because we decided that we, in our arrogance as a country, got to own their oil. And wait a minute, no, one moment. And so the hatred of the United States had to do with the hatred of the Shah, who brutally repressed the people of Iran for 26 years until he was overthrown within Iran because he was not their natural king. They didn't want a king any more than we wanted a king. The bottom line is the arrogance of the United States' foreign policy. We act as if people act in a vacuum, and that nothing we do.
I love her. I have so much respect for her now. I have so much respect for her now. And there's another thing that I'm going to show you in a second, and you probably know, because she used to be on MSNBC. Like I said, was a MSNBC contributor, like a mercenary that they would bring out to fucking talk about how Bernie Sanders was radical, scary, misogynistic, anti-black. I think Gaza truly changed her worldview. Maybe she always knew this stuff, and maybe she chose not to talk about it. I never heard. Okay, I never heard her perspective, at least like offering historic clarity. Okay, but she had her own fucking show at MSNBC. She does not anymore. And we'll talk about it in a second. But what she just described here in a matter of 2 minutes is accurate history that specifically details why there is so much enmity towards the United States of America in places like Iran. It showcases imperial arrogance, and it just is an accurate assessment of historical events, an accurate retelling of historical events. When is the last time you've heard something like this on national television? When is the last time anyone, any anchor, any contributor, any commentator has done this super fast deep dive on an issue like this, instead of just taking the route that the pedophile-looking dipshit took and being like, well, because they're jihadis. They're jihadi camel drivers. They hate us because they ain't us. Never. This goes back to what I say from time to time. The people are not stupid. They are purposely kept stupid. I guess I shouldn't speak on this too much, because I do believe that because mainstream television refuses to show this perspective, which is just history, by the way. It's not even like a biased framework. It's just history. Because mainstream media will take actually brilliant people like Mark Lamont Hill, and I'm certain many of these other commentators are not oblivious to this reality, but they're just like, they purposely silence themselves, engage in an act of self-censorship, as Noam Chomsky points to, in an effort to preserve their careers, in an effort to constantly go up the career ladder, that they keep the American population stupid. But like I said, it's beneficial for someone like myself. This is precisely the reason why I have the community that I have now. I have the audience that I have now, because I don't worry about these sorts of career ambitions. I am able to remain independent due to the contributions of people like yourself. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. And for you, the viewers, the Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free at all points. You can support the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing, either for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Thank you.
Has ever led to the hatred of us in other countries. And I'm not saying that hostages should be taken, but you just said because they hate our freedoms. That's BS.
No, they hate the Western work with. I want to answer this.
Now, fantastic that Joanne Reed did this. Is a clinic. Okay. She's brilliant. She's smart. She's concise. And she cuts away at the fucking white old men that are so clearly racist too. So openly racist. Like they're wearing it on their fucking sleeves, dude. This is the thing that I fucking hate the most. Like, it's not just the racism in and of itself. It's not the Islamophobia in and of itself, but it's also like the shameless way in which so many people are openly advocating for these sorts of things, like with knowing full well that there are no repercussions and maybe even a positive contribution to your career. It's so fucking annoying, dude. I hate that shit. This is also why intersectionality is important. This is also why this kind of struggle is always universal, and this is why solidarity is important. Because while I am not black, and I will never understand what it's like to be a black person in the United States of America, my name is still Hasan. And trust me, I certainly know what it's like when someone just undermines your entire worldview, your humanity, so easily with one statement. I know exactly what it's like when you know that you're on the right side of this argument. You know that you're a fucking person. You know that you're a human, but you know how other people are going to respond to what that person is saying. You know that other people are also going to feel the exact same way. That constant threat, that constant glooming presence of bigotry is always there. I know what it's like. Okay? I know what it's like when someone comes up to you and undermines your worldview, and it's not immediately seen by other people. It's not immediately seen as a negative by other people around you, okay? I know. I can empathize. White Muslim man named Hasan that's American? I mean, it's true. That is, all of this is true. I'm a white dude. I'm white. I always say I'm white. I look white. I sound white. Okay? And if I had said my name is Hank and never talked about my background, I'm pretty sure most people would probably, you know, recognize me as white. I am, because I am white. Having said that, this is the one issue out of all of the issues I talk about, the one issue where people immediately fucking discount my perspective and say, oh, you're biased. You're biased. You're Islamist fundamentalist. And there's a difference between saying that about like a white guy versus saying that about a guy named Hasan. There's a difference between saying that to, for example, there's a difference between saying Noah Culwin or Felix Biederman is anti-Semitic and loves Islamist terrorism versus saying that about someone like myself or someone like ZOHRAN, okay? You won't be able to understand how hard it hits. Just like there's a difference between someone talking about how I'm just hot and that's the only reason why people listen to me versus saying that about a woman, okay? A female political commentator. Objectification works differently against women, okay? Islamophobia and terror jacketing works differently when you are Muslim. But ultimately, the way that people experience bigotry is still the same. White supremacy will make you whatever you need to be to serve its own purposes, white people included. That's why it's so insidious, for sure. I don't know if I'm able to like correctly communicate this feeling that I feel like closely resembles bigotry, like experiencing bigotry. It's the knowledge that not only this person in front of you is like undermining your humanity, but it's the knowledge that other people, onlookers, also agree with that person. Even though you know that person is wrong, you can't really do anything about it because everyone around is also in agreement with that person. That's what it feels like when you are going up against someone who is it's an incredibly fucking annoying moment. And there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to sit there and fucking eat it, because if you respond and say, actually, this is Islamophobia, or you respond and say, actually, you're exhibiting anti-black behavior, then all the other people are gonna fucking turn around and go, oh, dude, whoa, what the fuck? Oh, here we go again with the woke shit. All of those other people are gonna fucking join in because they also have a crumb of that feeling inside of them. They also exhibit some of that resentment. They also exhibit some of that bigotry. So then they're gonna feel like they're under attack. And then now you're all alone, surrounded by people who are fucking yelling at you even though you're right and they're wrong. It's like constantly being in a state where you're surrounded by people who are fucking hallucinating and you're the only sane person. That's what it feels like to me. And I assume that if you are a black person, if you're a Latino person and you experience this, or if you're a woman and you experience misogyny, like, and you try to communicate that personal experience, I suspect that's what it feels like as well. This is why I say intersectionality is important. This is why I try to understand what other people are going through from my own personal experiences to a certain degree. Oh. Yeah, it's the IP, the pee in the pool meme. It's like you're sitting in the middle, you haven't peed in the pool, but everyone around you has peed in the fucking pool, and they're pointing at you and laughing for being the only person who's not peeing in the pool. Gotta speak to your POC friends about this when they come on next time. It would be enlightening for many. Yeah. Ironically enough, this is what FD Signifier talked about when he did this video. Did he ever release that video? The Spicy Whites video that he did? But he's like brought this up when he was on stream as well about how I'm considered spicy white for this reason, because there is like a level of marginalization that oh, it's only on Nebula. Okay, there's a level of marginalization that undermines my worldview, undermines my perspective, no matter what, and that other people that are not a part of that group will turn around and say is instantly biased. When people see my name, they are way more likely to fucking jump on this. And this is not a woe is me type situation either, by the way. I'm a profoundly privileged fucking person. I don't normally talk about this. It doesn't impact my life all that significantly. I don't even care to think about it. I don't even care to address it because it's not something that I can fix, okay? Having said that, there are plenty of people that if my name was, you know, Jonathan I don't know, fucking Hamburg, okay? My name was Jonathan Hamburg, and I was saying these sorts of things, and I was a fucking white, born and bred Kentucky boy, and I said these sorts of things, the exact same things that I'm saying about fucking foreign policy and whatnot. A lot more people would be open-minded. A lot more Americans would look at me and go, oh, I want to hear what he has to say. I know this because there are plenty of issues that I talk on where I have a fuck ton of privilege, and I can use that privilege for good. If I talk about trans issues, for example, being a cis white dude, okay, people are more likely to listen to me than a trans person. That's just the reality. A transphobic person is more likely to listen to what I have to say about this issue than a trans person, okay? When I talk about anti-blackness or police brutality, people are more likely to, people who exhibit these biases are more likely to listen to me, a white guy, than they are to a black person. As a straight white male, when I talk about misogyny, when I talk about patriarchal issues, people who also have that kind of bigotry are more likely to listen to me than they are a woman. This is, however, the one issue where I speak out and people immediately go, yeah, you're just an Islamist, I think. You're an Islamist fundamentalist. You know? Kind of strange take to have after screaming at black chatter about standpoint theory. Not saying you have to like or agree with their reviews, but it seems like it could be more productive to try and understand how they arrived at their worldview due to their own experience. It's because I already know how they arrived at their worldview due to their own experience. My own personal experience that I just reflected on is a demonstration of how I empathize with other people's fucking framework, even if I'm not black, for example. Which is precisely the reason why when someone is a fucking long-term community member, they come in here and act like I'm operating on some kind of fucking anti-blackness. It's idiotic, especially when I'm in the midst of talking about something entirely separate. It's wrecker behavior. The reason why I'm actually explaining this part is because I'm addressing the previous back and forth that took place. As the whitest guy ever, I still got called a terrorist when I wear a keffiyeh. I can only imagine how insane it gets. Yeah, there's a difference though. Because you're white, when you wear the keffiyeh and someone calls you a terrorist, it doesn't hit the same, is my point. It doesn't hit the same. It's the difference between calling a gay person the F slur versus a straight person the F slur. It's still fucked up. But there is an additional level of dehumanization that plays into it, is my point. And the reason why there's a different level of dehumanization that takes place is because other people. But Hasan, you gotta remember that the majority of people you read in chat who say they're black and give these lazy ass takes against you are a tiny ass cohort of people that aren't representative of the rest of us. There are many black people in here that finally feel heard until a different black chatter shatters that moment for us too. Our suffering is shared. Yeah, no, I know. I just get annoyed when people do this kind of bullshit standpoint theory exclusively to engage in record behavior. That was what I was. I know it's not reflective of all black people in the chat, obviously. All right, but getting back to what I was talking about with respect to Brianna Joy Gray, who made this assessment about Joy-Ann Reid and why she was fucking fired from MSNBC. She had a show, by the way, chat. She had a whole ass show. She wasn't just a contributor.
I think the other piece is Gaza. And you just can't get away from the fact that talking about Gaza in a way that humanizes Palestinians is not the usual way that cable news operates or that any news in this country operates. For whatever reason, that topic makes people uncomfortable. And it doesn't make regular folks uncomfortable because I think the majority of Americans agree that what's happening there is not just a genocide, but is unconscionable for us to participate in. I think most Americans believe that, agree with that. But there was a discomfort with that topic that I saw in the policing of my social media, in requests to not like certain things on social media. There was a sense that topic, it makes people uncomfortable.
Saying you want to see innocent men, women, and children not be killed, it shouldn't make anybody uncomfortable.
It shouldn't. It didn't with Rwanda. When the Hutu and the Tutsi were slaughtering each other, we very easily in the media said that was a genocide, right? I mean, if you look at what Russia is doing to Ukraine, when they bomb a school or a hospital or a music school, that is reported as barbaric. It's reported as genocidal. When they're stealing Ukrainian children and kidnapping them to Russia, there's moral clarity from the media, and there's no hesitation to say that what Russia is doing is evil. But when it comes to what's happening to the people in Gaza, number one, it isn't talked about that much on U.S. media. If you go overseas, it's on a lot more. And then number two, the way it's spoken about is, I don't know, maybe it's like when a friend is doing something wrong, you don't want to talk about them, you don't want to say anything negative, but there is a hesitation. I definitely think that's a thing in American media.
Yep. Yup. Mike Lawler, I call on Kathy Hochul and all New York Democrats to immediately state if they endorse ZOHRAN MAMDANI for New York City mayor. And all the radical socialist policies he has endorsed on his campaign. Happy Pride, Mike. Photos show New York congressman in blackface as Michael Jackson. Bro dressed up as the one black man he could play without blackface and decided to do it anyway. Pure love of the game. Chris Cuomo was so upset. Yeah, I love Chi.
Party is not afraid of migrants, as Trump may like, but they are afraid of these guys, Iranian nationals with jihadist sympathies.
Bro. What are you?
You let them in with a laxity that AOC and other radicals insisted on. And the far left is actively embracing people who are the enemy. Pro-Hamas, people who chant globalize the Intifada, the Palestinian uprising characterized by over 130 suicide bombings? Really?
Remember what? I'm glad that I just had that long conversation about how, like, What's so annoying to me about Islamophobia and the way that I experience it, the way that I see it, is like, I know what he's saying is racist. Many of you know what he's saying is racist. But I know for a fact that he's not going to get punished for this. As a matter of fact, not a single person in his fucking orbit is going to turn around and be like, dog, aren't you supposed to be like a Democrat? What the fuck are you saying right now? It's that extra fucking anger. It's that resentment and anger that I have, knowing full well that society doesn't check this kind of fucking attitude at all. Look, man, it's his brother. Don't lie. You wouldn't do the same amount. No, not to this fucking degree. Are you kidding me? Christopher C. Cuomo, enough with the fake division, sides, and parties. These extreme Islamists want to kill both sides. Extremism, at home and abroad, are the threat. Anyone making an excuse for these types are the part of the problem. What? ICE nabs 11 Iranian migrants, including suspected terrorists, as Border Patrol warns of possible sleeper cells? Wait, what? So you saw, like... You saw ICE grab Iranian migrants, and you just automatically assume that they're fucking terrorists. Is that what's going on? They're sleeper cells? Like, you're pro-ICE now. Yeah. ICE is just like randomly deporting Iranian migrants on U.S. soil to fucking beef up the narrative that there's like sleeper cells in the country. And this guy's a willing participant in this propaganda operation. Nice.
And I'm not picking on AOC. I respect her success in developing a following. I just think that she's killing her party. She is a deranged form of Democrat. And I'm pointing her out because she's at the top of the food chain. A recent CNN poll found she's the top Democratic leader who best reflects the core values of the Democratic Party. And this is by Democratic...
Wait. Cuomo, there's a reason why you're saying they when referring to the Democratic Party. And it's the same reason why you don't understand why AOC is best reflective of the core values of the Democratic Party. It's because you're not a Democrat. Not only are you not a Democrat, but you also don't realize why people think AOC best reflects the core values of the Democratic Party. The reason why is because of the things that you are saying are extremist. It's so funny to point to her success as a leader in the party and then be like, hey, the things that made other Democrats consider you to be the leader in the party, stop doing that. Like, that's literally why people are saying it, you fucking moron. What is wrong with you?
Voters. She ranked higher than Harris, Jeffries, Newsom, even Obama. Are you kidding me? She couldn't be less about what made the Democratic Party great. And I get to...
Wait. So you're saying she should moderate so she's less resembling of the voice of the Democratic Party? Like, I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense.
Say that. She is not a real one. I was raised by a real one. Google Mario Cuomo. Google Teddy Kennedy. Google Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Google any of the legends. You know the name.
Wait. Teddy Kennedy? I'm sorry, what? I love that he said, Google my dad. By the way, Mark Cuomo's his dad.
Kennedy. Google Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Google any of the legends. You know the names. Remember the ideas. Mario Cuomo was a child of immigrants. He was considered less than himself. He would have never allowed a porous border or fake fights and socialistic calls for free everything, especially when there was a real bill to battle for Medicaid and tax breaks for the working class. AOC is popular because extremism drives social media and magnifies minorities. Pissing people off pays off. But radicals keep missing the rational majority. AOC and the radical left are the party of 20% when the country is the other 80%. Only 4% say Iran getting a nuke is not important. Only 18% say that men who identify as women shouldn't play in women's or girls' sports. Only 1 in 3 voters say foreign students who support terrorists should stay here. Only 16% of Americans want deportations to stop. Only 27% of voters support abolishing ICE. And forget about
motherfuckers coming in trying to buy and sell my house, bro. It's crazy. Middle of the goddamn work day. I didn't hear a dang thing that fucking Cuomo was saying, because I was yelling at the door. He was coming to my house, trying to be like, hey, I would like to fucking buy and sell your house. No thanks, man. The hell out of here, bro. Door is not open. Audio only here. Is this Fox News? No, it's News Nation with premier progressive commentator Christopher Colombo.
But radicals keep missing the rational.
This is such a funny Chiron. Developing story. Chris's father is former New York Governor Mario Cuomo. What's developing about that, bro? That developed so long ago, the motherfucker's dead. It can't develop any further than it has. You know what I mean? That is the most developed story of all time. There is nothing more developing on that front. Okay? Breaking news. Christopher Cuomo, son of Mario Cuomo. He's not developing, he's decaying.
Majority. AOC and the radical left are the party of 20% when the country is the other 80%. Only 4% say Iran getting a nuke is not important. Only 18% say that
Dude, awesome. What a fantastic way to cover this story. 85% of the fucking country on that same YouGov poll says, 85% of that poll says they do not want to go to war with Iran. 18% biological men can't compete in girls and women's sports. Overwhelming majority still say trans people are unjustly prosecuted in this country. Remember that, okay? This is hyper niche and hyper specific. %33% foreign students who can support terror can stay in the U.S. Don't even know where you got this from. But again, overwhelmingly unpopular to fucking deport people, students, for the crime of exercising their First Amendment rights. Overwhelmingly unpopular. It's also unconstitutional. Suck my dick. It's the most American thing you can do, bitch ass. 16% say deportations should stop. Deportations are unpopular. Again, majority disapproval for Trump's deportation. 27% support ICE. They used the wrong statistic. Oh, so they just lied. They just fucking lied. As in, only 27% support ICE. 27% support abolishing ICE is so fucking stupid. Rolling on the floor laughing, you are hyper niche. I'm hyper niche? Motherfucker, I got a stadium. I got 2 stadiums full of motherfuckers in here watching. We have a larger, broader audience than fucking mainstream news. And you're talking to me as though News Nation, which can't fucking crack 1,000 views on YouTube every episode, is more, is less niche and more broadly popular? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? There's numbers on the board right here. Their videos don't even crack 1,000 on YouTube. This is perhaps the worst. Like whenever haters come in here, okay, whenever haters come in here, there are times when there's more opportune times to just like fucking try to strike at me with some shit like, oh dude, you fell off. Oh dude, you're so niche. Brother, Chris Cuomo's brother, Andrew Cuomo, sneak dissed me at the fucking New York mayoral race. At the fucking debates. What the fuck are you talking about? And guess what? The guy I was backing just won the fucking primary. So I don't know, man. This is perhaps the worst, least opportune time to come in here and be like, bro, you're so niche. Bro, you fell off. You know what I mean? Worst time to do this. Check back in a couple weeks when things quiet down. You know what I mean?
Men who identify as women shouldn't play in women's or girls' sports.
Anyway, all those statistics are bunk. They just fucking lied about it. What is this? Less than half of Democrats support abolishing it. Only 27% oppose it. Democrats are more likely to oppose. Democrats are more likely to support than oppose abolishing ICE. But less than half of Democrats, 47%, support abolishing it, and 27% oppose it. So 27%. Wait, oh, 27% oppose abolishing ICE. They didn't misrepresent the statistic. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's still a fucking deeply unpopular institution, even across the board. They did? No, they didn't misrepresent it. Only 27% of Americans say they strongly or somewhat support abolishing ICE. No, they did. We look at the video. No, support abolishing ICE, chatters. 43% view ICE very or somewhat unfavorably. 45% of Americans have a very or somewhat favorable view of ICE. In early February, 50% had a favorable view of ICE and 35% had an unfavorable one. Since then, Democrats have become much less favorable towards ICE. 13% net favorability in February, minus 68 now. Next bullet point. Only 27% of Americans say they strongly or somewhat support abolishing ICE, while 45% strongly or somewhat oppose this. Oppose abolishing ICE. Yes, they're saying 27% of Americans support abolishing ICE, 45% support 45% support ICE. They didn't misunderstand the number. They're saying 27% of Americans and 47% of Democrats support abolishing ICE. Yes. Yeah, those numbers are much larger when it comes to Democrats anyway. All right, let's hear what my Go Brad Lander had to say on CNN. I'm sorry, I'm confused. I have a learning disability.
Yesterday was really remarkable. You're right. There has been in New York, in some ways, ever since the pandemic.
I don't have a learning disability. I'm just stupid. So don't worry. You're in good company. I'm just a dumb guy.
And certainly since Trump's election, it's kind of a dark time. You got Trump in office, you have Eric Adams' corruption, you have Andrew Cuomo running this campaign like the city's in crisis, and meanwhile Zohran Mamdani runs this very hopeful campaign. He and I then cross-endorsed in an unusual way that ranked choice voting makes possible, and people said, we love the idea of politics as more of a team sport for the future of our city than as the selfish politics that Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams have played. And yesterday, voters all over came out in this really hopeful spirit that said, we want a New York City that everyone can afford and where everyone belongs. And I hope Democrats around the country are inspired by it.
There are certainly Democrats who will be looking at this and wondering what it could mean for them. I wonder if you think that should be Democratic Party leaders like New York Senator and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. What do you think he should be thinking about today?
Well, look, I mean, Zohran Mamdani has won the Democratic primary. You're right, we have to see the ranked choice tabulations, but Andrew Cuomo conceded. Everybody knows it. Democrats now should come together behind the Democratic nominee and will help him win in November.
Okay, and also you're aware, conservatives are seeing opportunity here. Actually, President Trump just posted about the race, and he said, it's in part, it's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zohran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. As you know, of course, and we're noting here, there are more steps ahead of us here. But what is your response to that?
Well, first, I love that Zohran Mamdani is in Donald Trump's head. In that same tweet, Trump calls Senator Schumer a Palestinian. Like, they're going to lie whatever we do. What I think this election shows, what last night's election shows, is people are hungry for a hopeful vision, and they're hungry for fighters. I'll be honest, I don't think the line for the party right now is between progressives and moderates. I think it's between fighters and folders. People want someone who's going to go to bat for working people, paint a real vision of a city people could afford, fight for it, and get on the field. And that's what I think Zohran did. I was proud to be a part of that with our cross endorsement, and that's what I think Democrats need to do in New York City.
One of the funniest things that people have been saying about Brad Lander, I don't want to give the game away too much, but a lot of people have been talking about how Brad Lander is a lib, and they're like, oh, Brad Lander is the perfect example of like what liberal leftist collaboration looks like. Dog. He was an active DSA member until 2023. He still very clearly embodies a lot of the DSA message. He's not a lib. He's just a liberal Zionist. He was a dues-paying member of the DSA, and it's. I think there was like a forward article that made it seem as though he left the DSA over October 7. I think that could have been a part of it. I'm not entirely certain as to what happened there, but he's not. Yeah, he is not a. He's not a liberal by the average American politician's opinions at all. AOC and Zohran yesterday for any chatters that say she was just bandwagoning. Yeah, I know. That's just so funny. He's just very lib-coded. He's very lib-passing. That's for sure. So I get why people are saying that. He is a dues-paying member to the Democratic Socialists of America until 2023. DSA New York City did post pictures of Mario Kart paragliders, if I recall correctly. I don't know if they did that, but I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head at that. That's not. I think you made that up. Yeah. This was Jacob Kornbluth. Part of the reason why everyone will fucking be like, hey, are you gonna find what Zohran said? Are you gonna find what a speech that Zohran made in 2nd grade is because of this? Jacob Kornbluth has been the fucking hatchet man of all things New York City mayoral race related. He is responsible for a big chunk of the here's what Zohran said that was that I'm going to use as a way to say he's anti-Semitic. He has been fucking nutty, which is crazy because on its own, he is actually a pretty fucking solid, pretty reliable journalist. I've been a follower of Jacob Kornbluth since the 2020 lockdowns took place, where he, as I believe he's an Orthodox Jew, was almost murdered by his own community in New York for outing the Orthodox community of New York, not abiding by the lockdown and you know, putting people's lives at risk. And they literally had, there was this one Orthodox radio show host that is a fucking psychopath, okay, who, no, this is not the tunnels, man, we're talking about 2020. No, in 2020, there was when the COVID shutdowns were happening. No, they literally almost murdered him, not figuratively. No, listen to my words, okay? In 2020, COVID shutdowns are happening. Orthodox Jews are not abiding by the shutdown restrictions, lockdown restrictions, okay? Jacob Kornbluth is also an Orthodox Jew himself, finds out about this and writes an article about it, okay? In the aftermath of this, a bunch of these super MAGA, ultra-conservative Orthodox Jews, led by a MAGA booster, who I believe his name is Sid Rosenberg, is that the guy? Led by like a shock jock, Orthodox shock jock, basically surrounded his apartment, okay? Surrounded his apartment, and there's a video over it. Like, it was crazy. NYPD investigating report of journalist being assaulted at demonstration. Yeah, journalist Jacob Kornbluth, national politics reporter for the Jewish Insider, told NY1 he's physically okay but still distraught and disappointed after being attacked Wednesday at a rally protesting the state's new coronavirus restrictions at Borough Park. But no, there's videos from his account at the time. I remember they brutally beat him up. They hit him in the head, kicked, and all this shit. But this is the crazy one. No, this isn't it either. That's not cool. An outdoor wedding that many participants in a cramped backyard is just as dangerous. No, this isn't it either. This isn't it either. That's the video. I remember seeing a video from outside of his apartment. Oh, this is it. I think this was it. Yeah. At Heshi's urging, it wasn't Sid Rosenberg, it was Heshi, this guy. At Heshi's urging, the crowd surrounded and attacked journalist Jacob Kornbluth. They pinned him against the wall and shouted, "Moisture, snitch," as the NYPD lost control of the situation. Really scary scene. Here's Heshi egging them on. He's lucky. He's lucky time to be alive. One of the protesters told me after. A few yards away, cops agreed to close more streets, joking around with the same man who just beat up a reporter. What is this? Zohran, be advised that if you globalize the Intifada, we will have to reluctantly globalize the Nakba. Peace advocate, by the way. Globalize the Nakba. What are you gonna do, dude? File a fucking complaint? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna fucking do? Globalize the Nakba? Yeah? Like, I know this motherfucker is obviously engaging in genocidal rhetoric. Okay, it's a gross thing to say, but like, without American support, without unlimited Western support, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get me fired? Like what? Mr. Peace Advocate. he's like, oh yeah, dude. Oh, you'll see. I'm gonna globalize the Nakba. I'm gonna write a sternly worded letter to your manager with the hopes that you get immediately fired. Is that what you're gonna do? Excuse me, deplatform this person imminently. Make haste. Yeah, peace advocate with the fucking beeper pager in his bio. I love that this comment brought out the Jersey Union. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? I mean, it's true. What is he gonna fucking do? He can't do shit. If you reverse it and say it in the UK prison, oh, for sure. For sure. It's like a Nazi saying they want to globalize the Holocaust, by the way. Anyway, here's Jacob Kornblu's here's Jacob Kornblu's article that some people say overstated why Brad Lander left NYDSA, New York City DSA. But according to his campaign, Lander did not seek the endorsement of New York City DSA, and New York City mayoral race update, Brad Lander stopped paying his dues to the DSA after October 7. Okay. Lander wasn't Cuomo's only target. He also singled out Assembly member ZOHRAN Mamdani. Lander's at a press conference. May an evil decree come upon him, a Yiddish curse. He implied that Cuomo was questioning his commitment to Israel as a Jew, comparing it to President Donald Trump's remarks last month about Chuck Schumer. Cuomo donor going to Zohran. Here's a fun thing that the top donor to Andrew Cuomo's Super PAC just told me. As donors try to assess their next moves in the mayoral race, one of the biggest donors to Andrew Cuomo's Super PAC, the investor Mark Gordon, said he's likely to back Mamdani. That is because of the support that Mamdani had gotten from Brad Lander, who Gordon said he ranked first. I feel like people misunderstood my $250,000 for Cuomo for real enthusiasm. What the fuck? How much money does he have? He just dropped $250,000 without being enthusiastic about it? Gordon said in an interview, it was basically, oh, looks like Cuomo's coming back. We don't want to be shut out. Let's try and get it on his good side. That's kind of how things work with Cuomo. It's sad political pragmatism. I wish we lived in a world where those sorts of things were not useful things to do. God damn, dude. He said his light work. It ain't nothing to me. 250,000? A cool 250,000? He said, I don't even like him like that. That's crazy. Dude, I fucking hate the way politics works in this goddamn country. That is crazy.
You were told by...
Zohran stands with Palestine. Yeah, also Wall Street voted for socialism, which was crazy. Makes sense. He could fund candidates who would actually create campaign finance reform so that it becomes not useful to do those things. That's also true. All right. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about Brad Lander. I think Brad Lander is he deserves his flowers in this process, because in a overwhelmingly hostile primary where people did not shy away from attacking Zohran with unimaginably fucking racist takes, just constantly calling him a anti-Semitic terrorist and all this shit. Brad Lander basically stood by his side and was like, nope, that's not the case. I'm Jewish. I'm the highest ranking Jewish like New York politician in local office in New York City, inside of the city, and this man is not anti-Semitic. Okay? Brad Lander showed what Elizabeth Warren should have done in 2020, unify the progressives rather than trying to stab the progressive frontrunner in the back. And that's why I think a lot of people, including Greg Kazar and even AOC and many others, like Brad a lot, and we're not shy about endorsing him, including Greg, who endorsed him immediately, which I asked him, if you remember. New York Post reveals Andrew Cuomo to drop New York City mayoral bid after blistering primary defeat to Zohran Mamdani. Sources. Cuomo no more. Andrew Cuomo will drop out of the mayor's race after his humiliating defeat. Dude, New York Post is so funny. Yesterday, they were talking about Andrew Cuomo as the savior of New York against the terrifying Zohran Mamdani win, a potential Zohran Mamdani victory. Okay? And today, they're immediately back to just shitting on him. Andrew Cuomo will drop out of the mayor's race after his humiliating defeat against socialist Zohran Mamdani, sources told the Post, as the ex-governor's donors and backers desert him and weigh whether to boost Eric Adams. Several insiders close to Cuomo camp said Wednesday that thrice-elected Democrat will almost certainly not run in the general election as an independent candidate, seeing no obvious path to victory. The understanding is he's not running. Every indication is that he doesn't want to do it, and the money wouldn't be there if he did want to do it, said one of the sources, a leader from a prominent union. Why did somebody give Anka soundboard? Yeah, young black voters are the best youth demographic for Zohran, by the way. Look at that. This is what I was saying, okay? This is why I get so fucking mad when I talk about the black boomer voting bloc. And then and even then, when I'm doing like demographic voter pattern analysis, people still fucking chirp at me. And like the people who are chirping at me who are black are most likely in the fucking Mamdani supporting bloc anyway. The white male performance is underwhelming. There's just a lot of them, okay? Something, something, black folks don't rock with socialism like that. I know, exactly. Anyway, been teasing my mom about Gen X black people and their inability to keep up with the times as of late. She's always defended them. After the New York mayoral election, she's finally agreeing. I'm a black Zoomer woman, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it's just... The reality of the matter is it's the most reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party uses and abuses this voting bloc in the fucking primaries and basically weaponizes it against whoever they see as like a... Even if they're a good candidate, the Democrats will use this machine, this turnout machine, to literally fucking weaponize it against whichever candidate they want to destroy, and then they will cynically turn around and be like, it's because this person is racist. No, it's not because the person is racist. It's because you said the person was racist on television, or you found another reason. You said the person was unelectable. It's not even the racism that I think sways black voters as much, because like black voters, especially boomer black voters, know everyone's fucking racist. It's more so unelectability. The fear that like if this person comes into power, that they're going to be a weaker candidate down the line, and then an even more racist Republican is going to fucking end up winning the election. That's what it is. Older black voters especially are particularly defensive voters. It's the one group of voters that unironically does engage in defensive voting. Okay? That's it. That's not the hood, though. The hood not rocking with ZOHRAN for real. I live in a studio in Bushwick, and I'm from Iowa, but I'm really tapped in with the hood vote, bro, for real. They're all voting Adams. Trust me, it doesn't matter. I've never been above 86th Street in Manhattan. I'm tapped in with the hood, bro. Yeah, he's not rocking with us, so we're not rocking with them. Wouldn't it be good if Cuomo stayed in to split the right-wing and centrist vote between Cuomo, Adams, and Silva? Probably not. ZOHRAN, Fox News is ZOHRAN, free ZOHRAN propaganda. I have seen it.
And his views are staunch.
It's fucking amazing. The way Fox News is covering ZOHRAN is so awesome. Where they'll just like literally write out what his campaign policies are. And it's so dope because you look like a cartoon villain standing in opposition to like half the shit he wants to do, which is like free school lunch. You know what I mean? They'll be like, this radical wants to give free school lunches to children. He wants to feed the poor.
Staunchly anti-Israel. If he wins the general election, Mamdani would be the most left-wing person to ever serve as a mayor of any city in the United States.
Bernie Sanders, Burlington. Mayor of Burlington, Vermont.
His views are far closer to communism than Clintonism. This guy makes AOC...
Wait, since when did these guys make that distinction? I thought Hillary Clinton was a commie. What the fuck? Wait, I thought CNN was Clinton News Network or Communist News Network. How come you make a distinction between Clintonism and communism now? What happened? Damn, all of a sudden, these motherfuckers know the difference. That's so crazy. Oh, look at that. Overton window shifts slightly in the fucking direction. Overton window shifts slightly in the direction of socialism, and they immediately snap to a more reasonable position. All of a sudden, they are reminded that maybe Nancy Pelosi isn't so bad. Maybe Nancy Pelosi actually is a reasonable moderate. All it took was for this fucking dude to win the goddamn primary. They called Joe Biden a fucking communist every day of the week. I'm willing to bet they'll go so far as to say AOC is moderate. She even basically started inferring that AOC is actually a reasonable moderate. This is the reason why it's good to run radical candidates, okay? This is how you pull the Republican Party and the Overton window back. This is how you pull the Overton window to a more fucking reasonable position. You are snapping them back into reality by force. It's not enough. But the inverse of this has been true for the past 3 fucking decades, okay? Because the Democrats have constantly caved and capitulated to the radical positions of the increasingly further right Republican Party, and therefore the Overton window is slammed firmly in the fucking far right now. One fucking socialist mayor, successful mayoral primary candidacy later, immediately these guys are like, well, Nancy Pelosi's got some good ideas. I mean, AOC's got some good ideas. Matt Taibbi? Oh no, don't show me this. God, Matt Taibbi's absolutely washed. Et voila. New York City's mayoral race has been won by Zohran Mamdani, no Bernie Sanders style imitator, but the real thing. Son of famed socialist scholar, Marvel superhero to every Jacobin reader, keffiyeh wearing student activist huddled in Judean People's Front type confabs between bell hooks readings and visits to mom and dad on the Upper West Side. In this country, it's the colleges used to subtly pull students back from this ledge before graduation so as not to freak out actual tuition payers. But now the parents are socialists leading here. Anyone tempted to laugh shouldn't. This is the flip side of Trumpism, inevitable for similar reasons, and absent full catastrophe and coming Mamdani ruled Gotham not impossible. God, he sucks so bad. I don't know how he became this person. Ugh, I don't even want to. Matt Taibbi makes me so sad. I don't want to see it. At least Glenn still has like redeemable positions, you know what I mean? But Matt is fucking gone, dude.
He looked like a moderate. He wants government-run grocery stores, plans to make public buses free, is pledging to freeze rent prices, and wants to borrow $70 billion for more affordable housing. Now, in the past, he's called to defund the police, to ban all...
Okay, that sounds great so far.
...all guns, create safe injection sites for drug use, and...
He drank the anti-trans dog shit? No, he's a Me Too victim, dude. And by that, I mean, like, he had, credible accusations of sexual harassment, if I recall correctly, and that bricked his brain. That's when he insta-hit the fucking right-wing grift. That's what it was. He was such a fucking great journalist too. It's crazy. Matt Taibbi was, I hate to admit this, but again, one of my idols. Okay, Matt Taibbi was one of my idols. I used to listen to his fucking podcast with Alex Perrine called the Tarfu Report. Alex Perrine is also a brilliant writer, and they were fantastic. And then he just fucking went insane. He went insane. I mean, but then again, so was Glenn Greenwald. And I think like the only person that remains from that 3 journalists that I really looked up to. One, I have the honor of calling a peer, a colleague, Jeremy Scahill. Glenn Greenwald has also gone off the deep end in many respects. I wonder what Alex Perrine is up to. He was a fucking awesome writer. I haven't really seen much from him at all. Is he still on Twitter? Holy shit, he left Twitter in like 2023. Why Glenn Greenwald? Glenn's all right. He has principles he holds, even if it puts him in odd places. I think he's been speaking highly of Mamdani from what I've seen. No, the reasons why I think Glenn Greenwald went off the fucking he went off the rails is because it was other shit. It wasn't like he just has like way too much patience for like reactionary Republicans. Glenn Greenwald has like he does this thing. Glenn Greenwald does this thing where he's deeply cynical of the Democrats and resentful of the Democrats for understandable reasons, which I agree with, right? Because I'm cynical and resentful of the Democrats for the same reasons. But then he'll turn around and never apply that same level of skepticism on a lot of issues of the Republican Party. And that's crazy to me, because like I despise the Democrats because of their closeness to the Republican Party in a lot of policies. I want them to be in opposition to the Republicans. My anger and resentment towards the Democrats doesn't mean under any circumstances will I ever turn around and fucking say the Republicans are doing great. They're actually fantastic. They're like an earnestly anti-war party. Like, they're not. They never have been. They are insanely fucking racist. They're even more racist than the Democrats are. Democrats are pussies. Republicans are assholes. There are a lot of people who I think like kind of lose their minds after like developing deep resentment towards the Democrats, and then they end up finding themselves on like they end up finding themselves in this weird place. This weird place where they're closer to the Republicans on some issues, and it's unacceptable.
Decriminalize sex work. Oh, and end all cooperation with ICE. That's a given. He's even too much for the New York Times. Well, typical of Gen Xers, Mamdani has replaced thinking with feeling, and he won big among the young vote. And he feels that New Yorkers should be guaranteed just all sorts of freebies. How to pay for this?
From a
Yeah, I'm surprised how this type of messaging won.
crisis, and it's called halalflation. Today, we're going to get to the bottom of this. How much does a plate of halal cost right now from this truck?
$10.
$10. Chicken over rice, lamb over rice, $10.
$10?
Yeah.
When you're a street vendor, you have to pay for the food, the plates. How much do you have to pay for your permit?
Before it was 22K.
17,000.
And how much does a license cost if you get it from the city?
I think 400.
And who are you paying?
The permit owner.
You're not paying the city?
No.
You pay the permit owner $22,000 just so you can sell this food?
Yes.
And who is this?
A random guy.
Have you ever applied for a permit?
Yeah, I'm applied and no come anything.
It's long wait. Number 3,800 something. And
After 2 years, you're number 3,800.
Yes.
These are the 4 bills that are sitting in the city council right now, which would give these vendors their own permits and make your halal more affordable. But Eric Adams hasn't said a single word about them. If you own the permit, then how much would you charge for the plate?
$7.
$8.
$8.
Would you rather pay $10 for a plate of halal or $8?
$8.
$8.
I think $8 is the way to go.
If I was the mayor, I'd be working with city council from day one to make halal $8 again.
So, how would it taste?
Tastes like $10, but it should be 8.
Huh. Yeah. Simple message, baby. Simple fucking message. All right, let's get to Mr. Kaki Kernaki, even though he had some interesting things to say about ZOHRAN that I didn't like.
With the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford.
And he
defeat after Tuesday's stunning result in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary. Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic socialist, centered his campaign on progressive policies like universal child care and free city buses. His largely grassroots campaign was powered by small dollar donations and a savvy social media presence that included viral videos featuring progressive politicians and pop culture celebrities. Cuomo, meanwhile, ran a more traditional campaign backed by big-name endorsements like former President Bill Clinton and a heavy rotation of TV ads. But controversy and scandal scandal from his time as governor hung large over his candidacy. The result has Democrats around the country wondering what Mamdani's victory really says about the state and the future of the Democratic Party. Here to dive into the numbers behind Mamdani's historic night is NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, who is where else at the big board. So, Steve, how did he pull off this earthquake?
Yeah, Kristen, I mean, some really interesting numbers here when you take a look inside New York City. First of all, see the overall results here so far. Still some votes to be tabulated here. This won't be official for another week, but as you say, Cuomo's already conceded because, look, you know, Cuomo felt he needed to be ahead after this initial account. They've got that ranked choice system in New York. It was pretty clear that a lot of these other candidates who weren't really in contention when their votes got reallocated in ranked choice, a lot of them had been saying to their voters, if you don't vote for me, vote for Mamdani. So the question was, could Cuomo get far enough ahead last night to withstand that? He didn't even get ahead last night. So that's why this kind of became a foregone conclusion here. We'll break this down now into some of the neighborhoods, though, because I think that's where you really start to see this age. You heard Cuomo cite that young voters he said Mamdani had brought out done well with. Here's a tale of two neighborhoods in New York City. This right here, Bay Terrace in Queens. This is the highest median age of any neighborhood in New York City. And look what happened here. The oldest voters, that was Cuomo's base here in this primary. He won by a better than 2-to-1 margin over Mamdani. Take a look now. Morningside Heights. This is up by Columbia University. This is the youngest median age of any neighborhood in New York City. And look what happened here. Mamdani won it. He won it overwhelmingly. Better than 2-to-1 against Cuomo. In fact, Cuomo came in third place in this neighborhood. So that's a pattern you saw. The younger areas were big areas for Mamdani. Also, this is a big divide we talk about in American politics, and it's big in the Democratic Party. The education divide. Mamdani doing so much better with voters who had college degrees or, look at this one, advanced degrees. That is a graduate degree or more. Almost half of the people, the adults in Park Slope, Brooklyn, have at least a graduate degree. And look at this. Mamdani.
Holy fuck. Park Slope, Brooklyn. That's crazy.
Got almost half the vote there. Cuomo barely registered, only 13%. A third candidate here, Brad Lander, got 34%. Other end of the education spectrum, more blue-collar, working class, no college degree. Almost 90% of the folks in Fordham Heights have no college degree. Look at this. Cuomo, again, a landslide for Cuomo there. Nearly 60% of the vote, the education divide. And then, of course, we look among non-white voters here. I thought this is interesting because key core traditional part of the Democratic Party base has been black voters. This neighborhood in Queens, 84% of the adult population is black, and Mario Cuomo, listen to me, Andrew Cuomo wins overwhelmingly against Mamdani. But Cuomo did not run up similar numbers among Latino voters and Asian American voters. Taking a look here in Corona, Queens, highest Latino population, a share of the population. Look at this. It was almost a tie here. Cuomo narrowly winning. Cuomo's folks had been hoping, his campaign had been banking on some.
Bro, this is crazy. 61% of Laurelton, Queens, the neighborhood of black voters voted for Andrew Cuomo. That is a machine, dude. That is a fucking turnout machine. Thank God it didn't work in this instance. But holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Older voters in general. Older voters in general are so predisposed to just like the stability pick. It's just a small neighborhood. It doesn't matter. I mean, it bears itself out across multiple neighborhoods. It's not like just one. Like, I'm willing to bet the overwhelming majority, like the majority of the younger black vote, like the youth black vote, went to ZOHRAN Mamdani. Whereas the margins are so much higher for Cuomo when you get to the
Something much
vote.
bigger than that here. Asian American, highest concentration, Flushing, Queens. Basically a tie right there as well. So that is those two groups, the Latinos, Asian Americans, early in the campaign, the Cuomo people thought that was something of a firewall. That didn't hold up for them last night, and that was a very big key in
Mamdani did lose out overall in the black vote, but it's only 18 plus, 7 points below what Cuomo was expecting. Yeah, because of the youth vote. That's what I'm saying. It's because of the fucking youth vote, man. That's what it is. Zohran's coalition ended up more on the Trump curious voter side of things. Obviously, he brought the roof down with transplants, but outside of them, he was specifically strong with our trending demos, Asians, Latinos, and weaker with the ones D's held up, Jewish plus black voters. Zohran's coalition rocks because you can simultaneously frame it as one consisting of demos other Dems do poorly with, but also their declining insular Brahmin base, as he said before. High education voters, wealthy voters, high propensity voters. Yeah, there's like Trump AOC voters out there.
Besties, are we really sure we want to vote for the communist jihadi? Have we thought this one through? Because I don't think we've thought this one through, because if you did, you probably would have done your research, and your research probably would have showed you that this has been tried and failed in cities such as San Francisco, where the only real changes they saw once elected.
Communist jihadis took over San Francisco? When the fuck did that happen?
Was violent criminals flocking to their streets as their money flew up.
Shut the fuck up, loser. All right, that's all that's all the airtime I'm willing to give to that. I don't know who sent that to me, but the video has 700 likes. Not worth it. Eric Adams went on Fox and Friends to call Zohran Mamdani a snake oil salesman.
For your first response to that stunning news, Governor Cuomo is not going to be...
Bro, New York, this is what I worry about, okay? A tremendous amount of backing for Eric Adams coming from the New York Republican Party, and then the establishment Democrats also, they won't go for Adams, but like I am worried that the Democratic Party, instead of using the machine to unseat Adams, will go against Zohran somehow, and then there will be some issues. You know what I mean? Because like it's clear that the Republicans have been pushing for Adams because he is their weapon, right? He is their guy. He already has a DOJ case. They dropped the DOJ case for a quid pro quo. He is basically Trump's loyal servant. This is what I'm worried about in the general.
Mayor Cuomo.
Well, first, it's not stunning to me, and I was very clear, and I'm still a Democrat. I'm running on an independent line, which the policy in the law allows me to do. You had one candidate that was running away from his record. You had another candidate with no record, and you have Eric Adams with a record. I delivered for the city, and we're not going backwards. We're not going into a place where we want to defund the police, don't invest in jobs, where we believe we can make broken promises that we can't deliver. I delivered on every promise I gave to
Mr. Mayor, it's not just defund the police. This candidate, Democratic Socialist, he wants to freeze the rent. He wants city-run grocery stores, social workers to replace the police because that's going to help. He wants $60 billion of debt fund for affordable housing. He wants free buses, no cost for childcare, baby baskets for newborn, and a $30 minimum wage. How can someone vote for this?
He's a snake oil salesman.
Mm-hmm.
He will say and do anything to get elected. Think about this for a moment. He wants to raise 1%. He wants to raise tax on 1% of New Yorkers' high-income earners. As the mayor, you don't have the authority to do that. You know who has the authority to do that? An assemblyman, which he is. He wants to do free buses. He could have done it at assemblyman. He doesn't understand the power of government and how you must making sure you improve your economy, raise the standard of living, and this is what we've done in the city. And I'm looking forward to being on the campaign trail and showing New Yorkers we can't go backwards. And New Yorkers never surrender or quit. I'm never going to quit for the city that I love.
That is...
Bro, I hate him so much as a politician, but I can listen to him speak for hours, dude. He is such an interesting man. Like, I don't know how to describe it. He's so fucking funny. He's so silly. Like, he is the closest we can get to like a cartoon of a corrupt, silly, polyamorous mayor who lies as a sport. He really is Democratic Trump. Like, that's not a joke. He really is the Democratic Party's Trump. It's so stupid. He lies all the time. He lies about being vegan. Like, he lies about the silliest shit. Look at his face. He knows he's lying. It's not like he doesn't know. He knows he's lying. Careful, you'll turn into a what we do. Stay focused. No distractions and grind.
So interesting. You're in the position, so you know you don't have the authority to do that. Yet he's running on all these promises he's not going to be able to fulfill. And New Yorkers are buying it. Now, Cuomo did say he hasn't ruled out whether or not he's going to run as an independent, which means he would be on your ticket. He would run against you. How would that affect your race in the field?
Turks are getting mad. Erik Adem hakkında düzgün konuş la. Kardeş, unutmayın. Biz de Türk'üz. Biz Zohran'ın arkasındayız. Türkler hala masada. New York bizimdir. New York bizimdir. Unutmayın. Birader. Unutma. Ben gittim, konuştum Zohran'la. Hala masadayız. I'm telling the Turks not to worry. We are still at the table. I went and I talked to Zohran personally.
I've said this over and over again. People know me by saying three things: stay focused, no distractions, and grind. That's what everyday New Yorkers do. I'm a working class man. I'm probably the first working class union card carrying man in the history of this city. You know, Andrew at this time should realize that the time has moved on. He just did not bring the energy of wanting to be mayor. And New Yorkers, they have this smell test. They know, do you want the job? You can't come out on weekends, go to a black church, go eat fried chicken, and all of a sudden saying that I have the black vote, I have the working class people vote. It's just not the reality. People know if you want the job. He didn't want the job.
What has your phone been like since Mamdani won, who's a BDS guy? He is anti-Semitic. He's anti-Israel. He's going to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu if he comes to city. So now, all of a sudden, Eric Adams, you might be the only thing to stop, along with Curtis Sliwa, him from becoming the next mayor. What has it been like since the results have basically been all but official?
A lot of communications. I think I slept an hour and a half. Because the phone was going off all night. People understand this moment.
Coming back to you?
In a combination, a lot of people didn't leave. I was not in the primary. They said, Eric, we're going to sit. We're going to endorse in the primary.
From last night, which
let's have another conversation during the general. So there was a lot of people who stated that you're not in the primary. We want to make sure that this candidate does not win. And so now you have almost 1 million independent voters. You have many Democrats.
He got 423,000 votes in the primary.
Was that what is that percentage like? Would we have good turnout? Because we had 100-degree temperatures yesterday.
Yes, you know, and that's a factor always. But if people are committed to you,
Eric Adams has no charisma. You're fucking insane. I don't know what it is about him. He is such a fucking shark, but every time he speaks, I'm in awe. Eric Adams speaks like the never let him know your next move meme, okay? I have no fucking clue what he is about to say. Like, he has so many amazing moments, dude. He has so many amazing moments. Yeah, peak New York City unk. Okay? He has tremendous aura, I think. I personally think he has hella aura. I also think he's a horrible mayor and a cop. He has cult leader charisma. Like, it doesn't work at all on 85% of the populace, but the people who it does work on are 100% enthralled like literal bots. Please show the chatter this clip again.
Knows that New York City is the Athens of America. It's the Istanbul of America. It's the Kyiv of America. It's the soul of America. We are the Tel Aviv of America. New York City is the Islamabad of America. The Zagreb of America. We are the Lima of America. New York City is Mexico City of America. This is the Dublin of America, New York City. Everyone knows that.
Classic. Don't make me pull out the crack cocaine being hidden inside a baby doll's video. Show this clip of Adams getting shit done. Oh, I love this. Obsessed with the fact that he gets nothing done in this video. Alex Press obviously is the #1 Eric Adams supporter. She's also a huge ZOHRAN supporter as well. So I know this is really tough on her. There's only one person in New York City that is going to be conflicted at the general election, voting between the Stop Anti-Semitism tickets, Eric Adams, and the Democratic Party tickets, Zohran Mamdani. That person is Alex Press.
Okay, got it. So I'm gonna go into a private meeting. Take care. Right.
He did nothing. Loki shot like a Ashton Hall vid? No, wait, isn't it odd that Fox News shits on New York City nonstop, but they're super chummy with Adams? They didn't used to be. Only after Donald Trump basically purchased him by literally fucking throwing away his DOJ investigation. And then he allowed ICE to start operating and do like black bag kidnapping operations in his city against New York State rules, mind you, and New York City rules, as a matter of fact. Did Fox News start defending him? And even then, they used to dunk on him all the time. Even with the leverage, they used to dunk on him all the time. It was more like a what is he going to do type situation.
Look at the jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun. Look at picture frames, they're behind them, cameras.
The music is amazing.
Try to determine what's taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations.
Popular knapsack with many different locations. I'm sorry. This man is fucking brilliant, dude. He said popular knapsack with many different locations. Like, that's beautiful. That's poetry.
Look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe. Something simple.
Go through your child's popular knapsack with many different locations, and you will find something simple like a crack pipe.
As a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Run your hands over the pillows and see if you feel anything that's unusual.
Why does that pillow have a tag on it?
Like a pillow like this where the button is a perfect invitation to hide something. And I felt something bumpy. I would reach in, see what it is. Just look and see what...
It's a revolver. He did not make this as a joke, man. He didn't. This is not a joke. This is not sketch comedy. This is just him. He is that guy, okay? 100%.
Just look and see what's inside your bookcases. It could be more than just books. Perfect place to hide cocaine. You can look at...
It's terrifying, some of the things he's saying, outside of perhaps not being in his authority.
Yes, can you hear me now? Hello? I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Can you hear me? Yes, and you're correct. When you think about his comments about law enforcement officers who they put their lives on the line all the time and every day, his comments towards them were extremely offensive. And you.
My goat. Okay, I'm done. I'm done showing this because I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea.
Told you were up basically 24 hours?
Yes, it was a long day, but ultimately New Yorkers deserve a mayor that'll hustle as hard as they do. And right now what I'm feeling is excitement and energy and ultimately immense gratitude at this opportunity to be the Democratic nominee for the mayor of the city of New York.
When are you going to go to sleep, if I can ask that question?
Well, last night I think I went to sleep around 4 in the morning.
There you go. And you got up at what time?
I got up at about 8 a.m.
Okay, well, you've got some.
So I got 4 hours.
Before we get into all this and the weeds, how do you feel? Not politically, I'm talking about personally. How do you feel about what happened last night?
That was incredible to see what we had built over so many months and what New Yorkers had won. Because in politics, it's very easy to simplify a victory as being of a candidate. But ours was a campaign of 50,000 people who knocked on 1.5 million doors, who made more than 500,000 phone calls. This was their victory.
And no one else in this candidacy, all those people, did anything like that.
No, this was distinct, and I think for a long time we've been told that mayoral races are ones that are won or lost on the airwaves, on the amount of money you can raise for the ads that you can share with New Yorkers, and those are important, but ultimately we believe in a politics of no translation, and there's no better example of that than New Yorkers speaking directly to New Yorkers, where you knock on someone's door and you talk to them about why you've just walked up 5 floors of a 6th-floor walk-up for the 2nd hour in a row.
Or across the entire place of Manhattan, right, which you did all the way. How long did that take you?
That took about 6 hours.
There you go. How'd you do?
It was lovely.
And you stopped where? Food, I guess, right? Or elsewhere?
I did get a slice from Cornet's.
There you go.
I grew up in Morningside Heights, and that was my favorite pizza place as a kid.
Before I get into the weeds again, I'm dying to hear this. What did your wife say about the victory? What did your parents say? I know they were up there.
They were just overjoyed and overcome. You know, there were many of us that had prepared for a long night of analysis, of tabulations, of calculations, and ultimately the night was quite short as it came to the result itself.
Yeah.
And that began with the phone call that I received from Governor Cuomo, where he spoke to me about conceding this nomination, and I spoke to him about the necessity of bringing our city together. And I appreciated his graciousness in speaking about what this campaign has achieved.
And what did he say? What person brought that phone to you? What did he really say?
He congratulated me and told me that it was my night, and that what we had built as a campaign was something that had connected with New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and many New Yorkers who had not seen themselves in our politics.
Yeah.
And I told him sincerely that my focus now is on moving beyond a historically contentious primary and leading a city.
And now people are seeing you because of programs like this, and understanding where you have been through, where you've been, and where you're going, and who you are.
Yeah.
So let's get down to it, I think. You come from a successful family. Mom's a filmmaker.
Yes.
Very famous films. I happen to love those films. Dad's a professor at Columbia. You have a sort of upper middle class upbringing, and yet your politics seem deeply set to the plight of so many struggling New Yorkers who are supporting you. Kind of a throwback, I was thinking, to the anti-war movement 50 years ago.
And I think it's so much of my politics is built on the precedents we've seen in this country of what's possible when we fight for working people.
This is like a surprisingly decent interview. It's shocking. I hope I'm not speaking too soon, but this is this is a normal interview, which is unexpected because my immediate assumption is that every type of interview that Zohran is supposed to get is supposed to be contentious, you know?
And I think especially in this city, in a mayor's race, I've often looked back at Fiorello LaGuardia as an example of someone who was able to not only combat the anti-immigrant animus of his time, but also deliver dignity to working class New Yorkers who are being denied that. And I was so lucky to be raised by 2 parents who have inspired me over the course of my life, and also with whom I moved to the city at the age of 7, where I grew up.
That's the same mayor that Giuliani says he liked too, right? Do you remember that?
One of the very few things
do you have in common? Yes, maybe that might be true. You call yourself a democratic socialist. The word socialist, of course, has been vilified and used to attack you specifically. How do you define being a democratic socialist?
I think of the words of Dr. King, who decades ago said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And it gets to the heart of the matter, which is inequality. And my belief that every New Yorker should have what they need to live a dignified life. It shouldn't be something that they can be priced out of. And that's why at the heart of our campaign is this focus on freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, making the slowest buses in the country fast and free.
There are in the country about 1,200 people who are just wealthy beyond anything, right? And in 25 years ago, there were only about 40 of them. Now there are 1,200 people who are worth more than $1 billion and much more than that. That has to be addressed at some point because they're not paying the taxes that the rest of us are paying.
Absolutely, and I think it gets to the heart of the matter, which is that there is enough money for a life of dignity for all people. It's just a question of whether we have the political will to ensure that that money is being spent on delivering that dignity.
Let's move on to the ambitious agenda, and I think that's what you would call it. Your supporters call it that. 2 of your biggest proposals: free buses in New York and $30 an hour minimum wage. If I'm not mistaken, that's really controlled not by the mayor, but by the state. The ambassadors, and all that, the assemblies that you're a member of. You could have been doing that there. You don't have much control of that, but that's what you're running on.
We've seen that any mayor that has a vision for the city that matches the scale of the crisis understands that it will require Albany's partnership.
Yes, I know.
One of the most celebrated examples
Cuomo
of what
said he's
local
not
government can do.
I know, I saw. We shall see. Okay? New York Post reports that Andrew Cuomo is not going to run in the general, but we shall see.
Is universal
I feel like they're working on some fuck shit. I think there's. I'll be comfortable when he wins in the general. Until that moment, my comfort level is not going to be high.
Okay. That was only possible because we had a mayor who championed it and went to Albany to get the funding necessary for it. And I think even when we're thinking about congestion pricing in this moment, that's an idea that, again, needed the partnership of Albany. So what I'm proposing is firmly in line with that precedent. And I've also seen firsthand there's a lot of interest in delivering the transformation of the slowest buses in the country into ones that are fast and free. And we're talking about $700 million in the context of a state budget of more than $250 billion and a city budget of about $113 billion.
Do you worry that you're not going to be able to pay for all that? That's a lot of money happening, right?
I'm confident that we'll be able to pay for it because it's, as you said, that the money is there. We're speaking about a city where we have some of the wealthiest people in the world, we have some of those most profitable corporations, and we've put forward a plan that we would raise $10 billion in additional revenue, $9 billion from two major taxes. The first, matching the state's top corporate tax rate to that of New Jersey, 11.5%. That raises about $5 billion. And the second is increasing personal income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. These are New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year, and only doing so by 2%.
But here's the other reality that we've seen, and you've seen since you've been here for a while. You want to raise taxes on people as they're fleeing the city because it's too expensive. So many people who are an upper middle class, like your family was, are saying, I just can't afford this anymore. We can't afford this. I can't afford it if I want my kids to go to college.
You know, what I have been speaking about, however, is not the upper middle class. It's the top 1% of New Yorkers, someone who makes $1 million a year or more. And what we found in analysis from the Fiscal Policy Institute is that those New Yorkers leave at 1/4 the rate of others. And when they do leave, they leave to other states that are considered high tax, New Jersey or California. And what it comes back to is what motivates their departure isn't fiscal policy, it's quality of life. And that's something that unites many New Yorkers, a feeling that we pay too much and we don't receive the quality that's necessary. And ultimately, what we need in this city is a city government that is functioning effectively and is using every single dollar efficiently.
So much of the money that they're spending come from Donald Trump raising taxes in his first go-around on property owners in New York and so many other blue states. New York isn't benefiting from that at all. Some people would say, hey, I'm not sure I would have bought a house if I knew I wasn't going to have a tax deduction on some of those salt expenses.
And I think it's an example of the fact that Donald Trump is looking to attack not just New York City, but blue cities across the country. And what we've seen is that his single hallmark achievement of his first term were tax cuts for those corporations and those billionaires. And in the proposal I've put forward over the course of this campaign, at the end of it, those 1% and the most profitable corporations would still pay less in taxes than they had before Donald Trump.
And you're getting cheers from that, I think, from a lot of people who are watching this. I asked you about how you paid for them. There was one thing we read recently, Politico, saying it's going to cost up to tens of billions of dollars, what you're saying is going to cost us.
So that's not accurate as it pertains to free buses and universal child care. That's talking about a long-term vision for the construction of housing. And that gets back to the most important issue in this city, which is housing and affordability of housing. Okay. We have said that we need to make it easier to build housing. We've also said that the public sector has a role to play in constructing immediately affordable housing. And that's where we believe we need to invest further so that we can build 200,000 homes across New York City.
Clearly you've educated yourself about all this. You're not coming in blindly, that's clear. But you're 33 years old. I remember when I was 33. It's a good part of your life, there's no question. You spent 4 years in the Assembly. You've never run a big organization, much less a big city. New York City's budget for the next year is more than $114 billion. That's roughly a third of it is in New York City schools. And there are some who wonder, directly at you, not menacingly.
This guy's a great interviewer, straight up. No, come on, dude. He's fucking 33 years old. That's a historically, unprecedentedly young mayor, okay? Like, even when he's asking that question, he's, like, doing a great job asking it. These are fair questions. Everybody needs to calm down. Zohran is not a fucking baby. He's literally 33 years old.
No, but they would say, do you have the skills to run this city? What have you done to give you the skills?
A campaign gives a glimpse of how one would run the city. And the campaign that I've run has been the most competent and innovative of any in this cycle. It's one where we have gone from 2 full-time staff to managing more than 50,000 people, where we raised the $8 million that we can spend in this race at record-breaking pace. And we've shown that our commitment is to competence, it's to outcomes, it's to excellence. And ultimately, any leader is defined by the team that they put together. And I'm lucky that the team that I have put together in this campaign is one of the best and the brightest. And ultimately, that's what I would bring to City Hall.
And congratulations, and I understand why you're saying that, but Zohran, that's a very different thing running an campaign election, and it's not even the final campaign. Different than running a city. It is different.
I think there is nothing that can truly prepare you for running the city of New York. What can prepare you, however, are moments that you have to meet time and time again, ones that increase in scale and challenge. And one of the most meaningful things to me over the course of this race has been meetings that I've had with deputy mayors and commissioners from a wide variety of mayoral administrations in understanding just what this team could look like.
Have you thought, given this thing you're thinking about maybe becoming mayor, and it looks like you have a better chance than you did 24 hours ago, Do you think about who you want to come to work for you?
I think about it all the time, and I think that's at the heart of delivering on this mandate we've been given about making the most expensive city in the United States affordable, is who you bring around yourself, and it has to be in stark contrast to what we've seen under Eric Adams, where so much of those decisions was driven by a politics of patronage. We have to deliver on a politics of principle.
You could very well run against Mr. Adams, and it looks like you're going to, and a Republican too. What do you think about this? What goes through your head when you say, I'm going to go against these two guys?
You know, when I started this race, I thought I was running against Eric Adams, and in many ways I was prepared for it.
And things changed.
Things changed, yes. They did. But ultimately, the race is the same. It's about making the city affordable. And my critique of Eric Adams then is the critique I have of him now. He has exacerbated a cost of living crisis. He raised the rent on more than 2 million New Yorkers by 9%. He increased water bills to the highest they've been in 13 years. And he sided with Con Edison when they wanted to increase gas and electric bills by $65 a month. This is someone who has put his thumb on the scale against working and middle-class New Yorkers. We need someone who will actually use every tool to provide relief to those same New Yorkers.
And what has been his role with Mr. Trump?
It has been one of collaboration. And ultimately, we've been told time and again that through his collaboration, he could protect our city. But we do not see that protection. We've seen $80 million taken out of a city bank account. We've seen New Yorkers being disappeared and detained, whether in their apartment building lobby or when they're going for a regular check-in at Federal Plaza. And ultimately, we are seeing an example of what it looks like to sacrifice the city in the interest of a federal administration that has no interest in serving the people of the city.
And what is his interest right now in the city of New York?
Eric Adams?
Yeah, no, Mr. Trump.
It is one time and again of seeking to make it.
You may have to do battle.
Yes,
you know.
yes, and I'm prepared to. And I think for a long time I've said that we deserve a leader who can call the Trump administration what it is, which is authoritarian, and be able to do so while not seeing a reflection of oneself in the mirror. And I say that because for too long, we have seen leaders who are unwilling to fight back against what is an attack, not just on immigrants, but on the very fabric of the city and this country. And I am ready to do just that.
And what is going to be, one of the things that Mr. Cuomo said he could do that you cannot do, he said, was he can do battle with Mr. Trump.
Well, I am very confident of being able to do so because I stand here before you today having done battle over many, many months against someone that I was told was impossible to beat. And here we are. And ultimately, what Donald Trump needs is a leader in New York City that has the same donors as him, which is why that there's so much reporting over the fact that there was a good relationship between him and Andrew Cuomo. Ultimately, what I present is someone who is funded by more than 20,000 people who have given me an average donation of around $80.
I'm going to talk about public safety, if you want to get into that.
Please.
How do you see the role of police in New York City? What is the role of the NYPD in people's lives?
The NYPD play a critical role in creating public safety. And when I've had conversations with rank-and-file police officers, what I've heard time and again is a frustration where they signed up to join the force to tackle serious crimes, and instead they're being asked to play the roles of social workers and mental health professionals. And ultimately, that ask to play nearly every role to respond to nearly every failure of the social safety net is one that is preventing them from addressing those serious crimes. And we're seeing that play out where New Yorkers' concerns are not...
You know what's really ironic about this assessment, this argument? He's literally describing defund the police without ever saying those words. Because this is the argument that people were making when they said defund the police, which was that there is a need for social workers as opposed to cops, because cops should not be addressing all of these calls. They should not be the ones responding to all these fucking calls. Don't say... Oh, you said shut the fuck up? Oh, because you're telling me to not to give the game away. Like, instead of just constantly saying defund the police, he's just describing what it is. And it's ironic because, like, if people did this, if Democrats actually treated this with, like, a little bit of seriousness, you could have just as easily fucking made what people understand when people say defund the police into this. Okay? And that's what's so fucking annoying about it. If Democrats didn't spend every waking moment shitting on defund the police as a slogan and basically leaning into the right-wing framing of the word, I think that there might have been better legislation crafted around this issue. Hasan, you are being counterproductive. No, it's not the slogan that is at fault. It's the fact that people didn't just, like, immediately work to explain what this means, and instead fucking constantly run around and antagonize against this. I hate this shit. Anyway, one of the biggest hurdles that ZOHRAN will have to overcome is the police in in New York. NYPD is a fucking psychotic military, okay? They are insane. They have maximum power in the city. It will be very difficult for him. That'll be the hardest fucking hurdle to climb. And even Bernard knows this. Bernie Sanders says Zohran Mamdani should try to win the endorsement of the police union. Mamdani is going to likely be running the nation's largest police department. And for all his faults, Mayor Eric Adams is overseeing crime going down. You were a mayor. What does Mamdani need to do to not let crime, which is admittedly somewhat out of mayor's control, create a national vulnerability for the left? I was a mayor, and you know what? When I ran the first time, I won the endorsement of the Burlington Patrolmen's Association. When I ran for election, I won the support of the Burlington Patrolmen's Association. My third time I ran, I got the support of the Burlington Patrolmen's Association. My fourth term, why? Because we recognize that being a police officer is very difficult work, and our police officers got to be treated with respect to do enormously important work. Now, of course, Bernie's a fucking boomer, and the way that he's describing it is like also in the most boomer ways possible. And you can make that argument in a place like fucking Burlington, Vermont, but NYPD is like a ruthless fucking force of violence. Not to say that like the Burlington Police Department is not, right? I'm sure they also do a fuck ton of awfulness as well. But in comparison to the NYPD, it's like patty cakes, okay? Like it's ridiculous. The NYPD is a demon in and of itself, is a force to be reckoned with. Will they kill Zohran? I mean,
not just in crime itself, but also in our inability to solve those crimes. In the first quarter of 2025.
Yeah, he's talking about Burlington in like when was he the mayor? He says it in the fucking. No, he doesn't. Never mind. When was he mayor of Burlington? Bernie Sanders, Burlington mayor. 1888. Yeah. He was the mayor of Burlington from 1981 to 1989, bro. That's a whole different demon. We're talking pre 9/11. Okay? We're talking pre 9/11, pre 90s even. Okay? That might as well be a whole different planet, a whole different country. Yeah, a Burlington cop killed someone while watching a Matt Walsh video this past year. Yeah, except, once again, Shelburne Sergeant was watching a YouTube video at the time of fatal crash. Oh my God, he was watching Matt Walsh while he fucking killed someone in a car accident, of course. Again, new Burlington, different than old Burlington. Like, yeah, the USSR existed.
Only 35% of crimes were solved. And we want to make sure police can actually do their...
Like, even in the 80s, as a matter of fact, like, look at the NYPD in the 80s versus the NYPD now. Or rather, look at the NYPD in the 80s versus the Burlington Police Department in the 80s, okay? There is layers to this. These are very different demons that we're talking about.
Their job. I've said time and again, we're going to keep the same number of officers that we have. We're just going to let them actually focus on serious crimes and ensure we hire mental health professionals and social workers to respond to those crises.
Okay, I want to just have you repeat that. You're not saying cut back on the number of cops in New York City.
I have said time and again, I'm sustaining the number of officers.
Because I'm looking at my notes here, and Democrats 5 years ago, they were leveled. The party was leveled. You remember this? When some proposed defunding the police. It was a word that Democrats would come to rue, because they shouldn't have said that, because it was not what they meant, but they said we can't do this anymore. That's not what you're saying.
No, I'm very clearly not defunding the police. I'm sustaining the headcount of officers, and I'm looking to actually address the crisis within the NYPD.
I kind of like the way he's approaching that too, because he's not saying nothing about overtime. You know what I mean? Money's got to come out of somewhere, okay? He's not talking about overtime. He's not talking about hazard pay. He's not talking about how he's gonna, reorient the police. He's just saying, oh, I'm going to sustain the head count. I'm going to sustain the head count of the police.
PD. We're seeing 200 off.
Shut up, Hasan. Shut the fuck up.
Officers leave the department every month. About a quarter are considering departure, and a leading cause is forced overtime. And one of the reasons for that forced overtime is you're asking officers to work doubles and triples, and they're doing that because you're asking them to do every job.
You proposed addressing the whole...
That's not the reason why they're getting overtime pay. He knows that. That's a great way to fucking reframe it, though. God, he's such a good communicator. It's crazy. Before people say, fucking Hasan, shut up. Like, you have to understand, he knows what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about. And you think the fucking cop unions don't know what he's talking about? They know what he's talking about. They know exactly what he means when he says those things, okay? They're going to be antagonistic to him anyway. This is not for cops. This is not for the police union. This is not for the police, the Sergeant Benevolence Association. This is for the audience to be more receptive to the message.
Homeless problems.
They don't know they're stupid. Cops are stupid, but the one thing they ain't stupid about is demanding overtime pay. How fucking dare you?
By helping them stay in empty real retail space in some giant subways. Is that your plan?
That's not the plan.
Okay.
What I've said is...
So we've been wrong about that, right?
Yes, that's been a misconception in that my proposal is addressing the fact that 75% of commercial units within the MTA are vacant. And those are units we could transform to provide immediate medical service to any New Yorker in need and connections to long-term care. The way that we have to serve homeless New Yorkers is not by keeping them within a subway station, but getting them out of a subway station to the actual services that they need. And part of that is also housing.
Let's talk about Israel and Palestine for a second. We live in a melting pot. Of course, your success is absolutely, makes it clear last night. Many New Yorkers, though, are worried about comments you have made in the past about the Middle East. Do you support the concept of Israel as a Jewish state?
I've said time and again that I support Israel's right to exist as a state with equal rights for all. And ultimately, my focus is on the 5 boroughs of this city. And I know, however, that New Yorkers' hopes and dreams and fears extend beyond these 5 boroughs. And while I have made very clear my belief in universal human rights and my commitments to that end, I've also made clear a commitment that I am looking to lead every New Yorker, not just those that agree with me, not just those that voted for me. And leadership means having the difficult conversations. It means extending yourself to understand those disagreements and also the complexities of them. And that is something that I look forward to living up to each and every day.
1 in 10 New Yorkers is Jewish. Many have concerns about your stance. You have a second, you could talk to them right now. What do you have to say to them?
Anti-Semitism is a real issue in this city and in this country, and there's no place for it. And I know it in the conversations I've had even with friends who have told me time and again about how that has worn on them. There was a Jewish man in Williamsburg just recently who told me how he locks the very door he used to keep unlocked for years. A friend of mine who, after the horrific war crime of October 7th, told me how he went for Shabbat services at his synagogue, and he was sitting when he heard the door open behind him, and a chill went up his spine as he turned around not knowing who was coming in. What did they mean for him? Right. And ultimately, what we need is a city and an administration that protects Jewish New Yorkers and protects every New Yorker. And part of that is actually the commitment to invest 800% increase in anti-hate crime programming, such that we can actually root out the bigotry in this city.
The world, I think, is safe to say, wants peace. Only a few on both sides of the Middle East wars look for continued war. I think that's safe to say. New York's melting pot is all about stopping wars and bringing people together. I think that if the world did what we did, it would be a better world.
This shit is gonna get old so fast. I've seen non-political friends talk about how gross Stephen Colbert was. Yeah, no, it's the turning point is here. It's fucking over, dude. Like, the whole constantly badgering people, constantly fucking bashing people over the head with this whole, like, you're anti-Semitic, people think you're anti-Semitic, people are saying you're anti-Semitic, your statements about Israel-Palestine are controversial. All this shit is so fucking played out, and because they've, like, maxed out on this so much that people immediately know what you're talking about, okay? the obvious scary side of this is that it also offers protective cover to a lot of real anti-Semites too. But as far as having a fucking real conversation, as far as having a normal conversation about literally the ongoing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, it's like that I think is there's a endless amount of freedom now to be able to have that conversation, and it's a good thing. And I'm glad that Zohran didn't fucking fold on that shit, because I think, especially given his background, again, brown, Muslim, socialist, like, this is under different circumstances considered like a demographic that is supposed to play ball unconditionally with the powerful interests, instead of like going up against them and bravely saying nope. Do you think a Zohran-like candidate would work in a more purple area? I think a Zohran-like candidate would work in a red area. I think a Zohran-like candidate would work in every area. It's just about how much support you would put behind a candidate like that. Democrats have completely removed themselves from the conversation when it comes to deep red districts. They don't even attempt it. They don't attempt to turn deep red districts into purple ones. And they don't even attempt to turn purple districts into blue ones. And they don't attempt to turn blue districts into deep blue districts. I'm willing to bet a guy like Zohran, it doesn't have to be like a Muslim brown guy who says he's a socialist or whatever, but like, look at Greg Kazar, right? Greg Kazar's in fucking Texas. You know what I mean? He's one of the more progressive congresspersons. I think his biggest weakness is Israel, ironically enough, which in this messaging environment, he should be coming out and fucking bouldering and lasering motherfuckers that are pro-Israel. You say Austin, but it doesn't matter. I know Austin is liberal, but it doesn't matter. It's still Texas. I think my local DNC is trying to overhaul the party in our red area to stand by more progressive candidates. I think there are so many. Your affinity for Greg Kazar is so insane, because I think he's good. He's dynamic. He's a close to Zohran, maybe not to the same degree as Zohran, but he is a candidate similar to that. People here like Jasmine Crockett too. See, as opposed to Jasmine Crockett, who I don't like at all, who I think is exactly the type of like young Democrat who's just an establishment Democrat, but with a newer aesthetic. Like, Jasmine Crockett is exactly what you get. At least Crockett fucking tries, man. I don't like her. Kazar just sits back on the sidelines and does fuck all. Tries what? TikTok dances? What I was about to say is Jasmine Crockett is a perfect example of like all show and no blow. Okay? She is literally doing the method of, I'm gonna do social media, but I'm not actually gonna have like real policies that are associated with it. No substance. She's just clip farming all the time. What do you mean phrasing? You know what I mean, guys. Like fucking an actual punch, an impact. What are your thoughts on Nurdeen Kaswani, the founder of Within Our Lifetime, being iffy on Mamdani, not trying to bait? I have tremendous respect for Nurdeen, but I completely understand why she wouldn't fuck with even Zohran. Like, there is a space for every single person, okay? For a lot of people, for a lot of people, like, she's an activist, okay? She is an activist with a singular focus, and she's right. She's right to have this singular focus, but of course, running for office is entirely different than that. Running for mayor is entirely different than that. I see this as like a large movement with different parts, with many different moving parts. And I think that activists are necessary. Militancy is a necessity as well. Okay? But then there's also a necessity for politicians who are sympathetic to our cause, that will at times play a more moderate tone, a more moderate role, but that will open up the road for maybe even take away some of the hurdles that would otherwise exist in a contentious in an otherwise contentious administration. Compare Greg Kazar and Zohran is crazy. Do what the fuck better than Kraga Zohran? No, I mean Greg Kazar is not. I'm not saying Greg Kazar is similar to Zohran in ideology. I'm saying that Greg Kazar has an opportunity. Like I think he shows good promise. But we'll see.
Would you agree with that?
I would, and I think that's one of the things that makes this city so special, is it's a city that brings the world together, and it's a testament to what's possible when we understand shared humanity at the cornerstone of everything that we do.
Okay. People have concerns about where you stand with President Trump. I want to go over this again. How wedded to the future of this city is he, and how wedded are you?
I am wedded to the future of this city. This is a city that I love, a city that I grew up in, and a city that I want to grow old in, like each and every other New Yorker. And what concerns me is that President Trump's interest in our city oftentimes is one to make an example of us, to attack the very fabric of what makes so many of us to be proud as New Yorkers. And I am going to be the mayor who will stand up for New Yorkers, no matter whether it's because Trump is attacking them on the basis of their documentation, their sexual orientation, or their politics.
Final question, if I could. You were born in Uganda, came here as a child. You're an immigrant success story, no question, at a time when immigration is such a lightning rod issue beyond that, really. What does your success represent to New Yorkers, and what message to immigrants who have come here from around the world, just like your parents did, to get to this great city?
You know, I am like 40% of New Yorkers in that I was born elsewhere, and I came to this city at the age of 7. And my favorite blocks in this city for quite some time were the blocks around Federal Plaza. It's where I got my citizenship, where I was sworn in as someone belonging to this country, and it was one of the greatest days of my life. And it's also where I got married to my wife at the city clerk's office. And yet I know that those same blocks today represent something very different. They represent a fear that New Yorkers have, that they will not see their loved ones again. And that is a fear that is going against what makes so many of us love this city. And I am going to be not only the first immigrant mayor in generations, I'm going to be someone that stands up for each and every New Yorker to ensure that this possibility that in some ways I represent is one that every single person in the city can live out.
There are people who are going to come against you very strongly.
I expect that.
And you say to them what?
I say to them that I will not wither, I will not relent. I am committed, as I was on that first day, to a city for every New Yorker where all of us belong, where all of us can afford. And I know that these threats will not be easy to navigate. I have faced many a death threat. I continue to see threats against myself and my family. And yet I know ultimately that this is not representative of the city. The city is actually represented by a belief in our continued possibility.
Zohran, thank you.
Thank you
very much. Great meeting you, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
That was great. Put anti-Semitism aside, can someone please explain to me how a guy who's never held a real job throws around populist empty promises of giving away everything for free, like it's a fucking video game, is qualified to run the most important city in America? Are people that stupid? I can never tell if this guy is like a meme or if he's just like... I see this guy all the time, and I can't tell if it's like he's like supposed to make Israel look bad or good. Yeah, night missions with my IDF unit. Wish us good luck is his pinned tweet. like, you can't, first of all, you one, the endorsement of Lander and Nadler. It seems the bourgeois press will not stop until Jews conform to their Zionist Islamophobic narrative. This shit is tired. Yeah. To be fair, there's a rupture. It's just the Jewish fascist bloc is smaller than they'd like to think. Yep. That's precisely what it is. There's like a small but incredibly fucking loud and incredibly annoying contingency of Jewish fascists that want to be the only representative of Judaism in this goddamn country, and they never shut the fuck up. And there are so many Israel-backed advocacy groups and so many lobbying initiatives and so many of these like supposedly Jewish advocacy groups that are supposed to be tasked with like working on issues that pertain to like American Jews, but instead only focus on fucking pro-Israel rhetoric and defending the nation state of Israel. How low is your IQ? Pretty low. I'm pretty stupid. Probably smarter than you though, considering that you're fucking in here watching me, giving me money. Cannot be said enough how ostracized anti-Zionist Jews are too. I basically don't post anything about it on my personal IG at all because I get flooded with smarmy shit from other Jews I know and family members. Yeah, I mean, guys, there are other Jews out there who are anti-Zionist, you know? Like, I think it's on, at a certain point, it's on like you guys also to like seek this out. Like, I know Zionist Jews, of course. I live in West Hollywood, you know, There's plenty of Zionist Jews around me, but the overwhelming majority of my close friends are anti-Zionist Jews. Like, this is not even a, I don't know. I think there needs to be more community building on that front. That's what needs to happen. Exactly. Same can be said about Islam. Muslim Brotherhood having ties with multiple governments. Diyanet building mosques in European countries. Yeah, no, totally, dude. The Islamic advocacy is so fucking ever-present a force, especially when it comes to Western foreign policy. It's identical to unconditional loyalty and support to Israel. Thank you. Dumbass Turkish fucking anti-Islam atheist moron in the chat. Love when fucking stupid ass Turks who've never stepped foot outside of the fucking country say the most idiotic shit like this. If this person is not a Turk, he's a Nazi, because no one fucking knows what Diyanet is, okay? Like, you gotta be a... Only thing that was correct is atheist. Okay, all right, then Nazi. There's 0% chance. There's 0% chance this motherfucker is... Diyanet dediyse Türktür bu, ateizmci. Ben de öyle sandım ama dedi ki Türk değilim dedi. Yanlış söyledin her şeyi dedi. Like, they know Germans know Diyanet. They're working to get rid of it. There is no fucking comparison, dog. There's no comparison to any sort of like Islamic council to fucking the endless amount of support for Israel. Like, what are you talking about? Diyanet is the ministry for religious affairs in Turkey. And they're saying that the Turkish Ministry for Religious Affairs is like funding mosques all around Europe. Are you not sensitizing yourself by banning him? No. I ban whoever the fuck I want, bitch. What did you think this was? You think I'm the government? What is sensitizing myself?
We are going to send Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
Zohran Mamdani built a following with viral videos pitching himself as an unapologetic progressive in his campaign to be the next Democratic mayor of New York City. He says his campaign has drawn 40,000 volunteers and knocked on 1 million doors. But will that translate into votes?
Let's win this thing.
Tuesday's primary is a test of the Democratic Party's direction following President Donald Trump's victory last November. The party is divided between the older centrist establishment, like former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and younger progressives, like Mamdani, a state assemblyman and a self-described democratic socialist.
The name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it.
He has zero...
Chat. Please. Stop giving this fucking pathetic 40-year-old loser any more attention. He is going to die if he doesn't get fucking attention from you guys, okay? He's like, please. He posts like he needs it, like it's fucking air to survive. He is an utterly irrelevant, angry little man. Okay? 40 years old, multiple kids. He's so fucking starving. He's so desperate. Stop bringing that shit in here, bro. Yes, let this fucking Zionist get angry all on his own, please. It's crazy.
A
accomplishments.
I want to be very
And now
clear.
he thinks he's going to be ready to be mayor of the city of New York. It is laughable. It is laughable, and it is dangerous.
I think Andrew Cuomo is the perfect representation of the politics of the past, of leadership within our own party that helped give rise to Donald Trump and the affordability crisis. And ultimately, New York City is under attack from both of those things.
If elected, Mamdani would be the city's first Muslim mayor. His campaign has resonated with younger New Yorkers.
I'm supporting ZOHRAN because I'm sick of the status quo, and New York has always been historically resistant to change, and we need change.
I think Cuomo doesn't know how much a dozen eggs costs. And I think that's indicative of him as a candidate, and I think ZOHRAN probably does know what a dozen eggs costs.
Do you think the National Democratic Party is attuned to what eggs cost and the idea?
No. Senators make over $100,000 a year, and I don't know how I'm going to make rent next month. So there's an entire ocean between most of the Democrats in the Senate and me.
Do you think Democrats over 80 in Congress should retire?
I think it's time for a new generation of leadership.
It's been 15 years since Jimmy McMillan captured the city's attention with the campaign slogan, "The rent is too damn high."
Rent is too damn high.
The rent has only gotten higher since. Last year, the vacancy rate was just 1.4%, and the city says average housing costs rose 68% from 2011 to 2022. In addition to a rent freeze, Mamdani says he wants to make it easier to build new housing.
We need to be higher. It's not high enough. God forbid. If it's not steadily increasing, that they won't build new housing units, guys.
How fast can you actually have buildings built? This is one of the critiques of the Biden administration. They had all these great plans for infrastructure and development, but they still haven't broken ground.
We should eliminate parking requirements in general for new construction. I think we should increase density around mass transit hubs. We should...
Andrew Cuomo voice. The rent is too damn low. We must work to ensure that rent gets higher year over year. My opponent, ZOHRAN MAMDANIACS, wants to make the rent get low.
Upzone wealthier neighborhoods that have historically not contributed to affordable housing production. But to your point, a lot of this also has to do with the processes.
I am gay. I am black. I am Muslim. I am a landlord. I am New York.
Underpinning that, but these are also the kinds of policy decisions that decide whether or not construction can actually take place, that untangle why Tokyo builds 10 homes per 1,000 people, Jersey City 7, New York City barely 4.
Most voters we spoke to talked about housing, transportation, and fighting back against Trump as their top issues.
I'm very nervous letting somebody who's 31 years old, or 33, who's really passed 3 bills and has never really had a job in charge of the city. So, yes, I am voting for Cuomo, and I know he comes with a lot of baggage, but I think we're going to have to fight against Trump.
Andrew Cuomo.
How come?
He's got the...
Wow. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, that these two people are both solidly in the Cuomo camp. Let me tell you how shocked I am. Wow. The base is strong.
Experience, having been in politics for many, many years. He's been governor. I think he's very focused on the issues of the city. We've got so many people in Congress that are over the age of 80. I think it's important that we bring younger people up the ranks, but I think at this current time, I think he's the right choice for mayor.
Just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
But some voters we spoke to said Israel was their top issue. Mamdani has called Israel's actions in Gaza a genocide, while Cuomo has blamed critics of Israel for a rise in anti-Semitic attacks.
So who are you voting for in the mayor's race?
Cuomo.
Why?
ZOHRAN MAMDANIACS, I feel, is anti-Semitic. He's a threat to the Jewish people in the state of Israel. That cannot be abided in New York City with its major Jewish population.
When you talk to voters, If they bring up the war in Gaza, what do they actually say? Like, do you have specifics?
You know, I have heard from many a real despair around what's been happening in Gaza over the last 18 months and beyond that. And a despair that has been echoed by many beyond those who we typically think of as being the faces of rightful critique. And I was at a synagogue some months ago in the campaign.
Bro, he keeps telling the story. Bro, hit him with some of the Islamophobia, please. I know he's about to go on Jen Psaki on MSNBC. The briefing with Jen Psaki. We're about to be hit with a Psaki bomb, baby. Maybe I've heard it too much, but like, come on, hit him with a little bit of the whole like a lot of this stuff, a lot of these issues, right? Like these hysterics that we're exhibiting in terms of like, oh, I'm a small Jewish being and I'm afraid of this guy because he's Muslim, right? Like when I hear that, I know what that is. I know what you're doing, okay? And I want other people to know what they're doing too. That's just racism, okay? That's just fucking racism masquerading as like, as a sincere critique because you have real fears. Like, why am I supposed to entertain this, okay? What do you mean? What do you mean you're afraid of Zohran Mamdani being mayor of New York? You're just a fucking racist piece of shit. Like, to me, that is unironically no different than what Charlie Kirk's been posting about nonstop. Like, oh, 9/11 is going to happen again, that type of shit.
But a lot has happened in even just the last 10 days or so since we spoke. In a race where he was polling 10 points behind just 4 weeks ago, last night he gave a victory speech. And here's part of what he said.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done.
Now, Mamdani ran in a crowded primary field, very crowded, against 10 other candidates. One of those candidates was the presumed frontrunner from the very beginning. You can see him on the screen. You know who he is. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who resigned in disgrace 4 years ago after 11 women accused him of sexual harassment. And yet, somehow, despite that, this mayoral race, this primary, was supposed to be Andrew Cuomo's comeback. And somehow, despite all of that, he had all the traditional backers that you might expect for a normal Democratic frontrunner who wasn't accused of sexual harassment of 11 women. He had all of them. Most of the major unions endorsed him, with some notable exceptions, I'll say, like Sean Fain's UAW. He also had virtually all of the money on his side, including a record-breaking $25 million from a pro-Cuomo super PAC funded largely by Michael Bloomberg, Trump donor Bill Ackman, yes, that guy, and the delivery company DoorDash. Cuomo also had many of the old-school big-name political endorsements, including from people outside of New York who decided to get involved, like former President Bill Clinton and Congressman James Clyburn. I guess for some, and I've been thinking about this, why they endorse, there's lots of reasons, I suppose. The fear of supporting a young, self-described socialist overtook the fear of supporting a credibly accused serial sexual harasser. I suppose that's one of the reasons.
That's crazy.
But
That's a
despite
crazy
Cuomo's
reason.
advantages on paper, the endorsements,
You
the
should
money,
no
all
longer
of
be a
that,
politician
and
if
his
that's
very
your
high
reasoning.
name recognition, which is certainly an advantage. He ran what has been described repeatedly as a joyless campaign. He was largely shielded from his critics, he avoided tough interviews, and he campaigned in overall a pretty unimaginative way. By contrast, Zohran Mamdani ran a campaign that could not have been any more different. I mean, for starters, he showed up on social media with creative videos from the very beginning, like these.
I'm freezing. Your rent as the next mayor of New York City. Let's plunge into the details.
We have just begun our walk through the entirety of Manhattan. We're outside because New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see, they can hear, they can even yell at. Tumne kabhi kisi ko vote kiya? Will you be my Democrat?
New York is suffering from a crisis, and it's called halal-flation.
Yeah.
I'm about to say something to you you've never heard a politician say. Please stop sending us money. I'm putting out the call to New Yorkers. Assemble!
They were joyful, they were authentic and funny, and each and every one of them either explained what he would actually do as mayor or gave voters practical information about how and where to vote, which is incredibly important when you're trying to turn people out who don't always vote. But Zohran Mamdani's campaign was also a massive organizing success. It wasn't just online. I mean, the campaign says it recruited over 40,000 volunteers who knocked on more than 1 million doors before Election Day. And he showed up in places where he wasn't expected, which is pretty key and a big lesson, like Crown Heights, which is a historically Black and Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn where Mamdani held one of his final campaign events. Despite Andrew Cuomo's direct appeal to those exact voters, Mamdani won that neighborhood by 26 points. He won for a range of reasons, partly by sharing his contagious love for New York City, whether it was eating an egg and cheese at a bodega or riding the Staten Island ferry. He did it by running a campaign that was optimistic, that was hopeful and aspirational, one where he said what he thought, not necessarily always what was politically popular. And he did it by speaking to the core economic struggles of millions of people in the city.
I believe we can freeze the rent for more than 2 million tenants and build hundreds of thousands of affordable homes. I believe we can make the slowest buses in the nation fast and free. And I believe that we can deliver universal child care to make it easier to raise a family in this city.
Now, what is right in New York City isn't necessarily right for every city or every state in the country. The demographics are different. The issues people care about and they grapple with are different, unquestionably. Maybe Mamdani will be one of the leaders of the Democratic Party. Maybe not. We'll see. But regardless, this race is what makes politics joyful and inspiring. Someone who everyone underestimated, someone who was doubted and questioned and attacked with racist mailers and attack ads, someone who the gray hairs in the party said was too young, too inexperienced to win, overcame all of that. Look, it's so easy to be cynical in politics, and believe me, I've been around a long time, to rely on what you've always known, whether it is the names or the styles of campaigning, the types of events, or even the policies that poll well. But that playbook is tired, and that playbook no longer works, clearly. It's not over, though, either, and this is part of what we're going to talk about. I mean, there's still a road ahead. The primary race won't officially be called before the ranked choice votes are tallied next Tuesday, though it seems very clear Mamdani will have a big advantage. And Mamdani still needs to win in November. He will face another disgraced opponent, Eric Adams, who has the distinct honor of having made a deal with the devil in the White House to stay out of jail. So he has that honor,
finally, dude,
to run on.
This is the actual liberal socialist allegiance, by the way. This kind of coverage, this kind of partisan wedge being driven between like enemies of Zohran. Like this is exactly what you're supposed to hear from liberals falling in line and backing a true progressive candidate instead of standing in opposition to him.
But what he accomplished last night
not the Brad Lander stuff, because Brad Lander is not a liberal, okay? He was a fucking card-carrying DSA member and a dues-paying part of the DSA until 2023.
Voters who you are reaching out to feel that you are a person
Brad Lander is
who wants to speak for them when no one else will.
I wouldn't shy away from saying he's a democratic socialist.
He has a huge gift for that. Joining me now for his first national interview since yesterday's election in New York City is Zohran Mamdani. It's great to see you. I don't know if you've slept, and I'm sure you are still processing what happened last night. A lot of people on our team stayed up and watched your speech. I just laid out how I think you garnered as much support as you did. As you've processed this, what did I miss?
I think you covered quite a bit of how we got to this point, and I think the only thing I would really add is this volunteer team that we've built of now more than 50,000 people, they are the New Yorkers for whom democracy had started to lose meaning. it started to lose its relevance to the struggles of everyday New Yorkers. And they are the ones who for so long had not seen themselves in our local politics. And yet they are also the ones who brought us to this point, who knocked on more than 1.5 million doors across the 5 boroughs and showcased that a vision for a New York City, currently the most expensive city in the United States, a vision that would make it affordable, is one that speaks not only to progressives, but speaks to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, from Harlem to Bay Ridge, and speaks to the very fact that ultimately what city government's job is to make this city that much easier to live in and actually achieve the very dreams that brought you here in the first place.
As I'm sure you know, you probably haven't consumed all of it, I suppose, but there's been a lot of analysis, a ton, on what your success last night and in the last couple of weeks means nationally for the Democratic Party. Unquestionably, it means something about how people campaign, but what do you think it means?
I think it is part of a larger referendum on where our party goes. And I think one of the hopes that we had from the very beginning of this campaign was to move our political instinct from lecturing to listening. You know, at the national level, after the presidential election, we saw that New York was actually the state with the largest swing in the country towards Donald Trump, 11.5 points, and that swing took place far from the caricature of Trump voters, instead taking place in the hearts of immigrant New York City. And I went to those neighborhoods. I went to Fordham Road in the Bronx and Hillside Avenue in Queens, and I asked those New Yorkers, the vast majority of whom were Democrats, why they voted for Trump and what it would take to bring them back to the Democratic Party. And again, what I heard from them was cost of living, was an inability to afford the very things they recalled being able to purchase 4 years ago. And when they told me what it would take, they said again and again a relentless focus on an economic agenda. And ultimately, in listening to them, we built a campaign that was explicitly about making this city affordable. And I think too often in politics, there's a desire to impose what you think the debate is upon the people that you're seeking to represent, as opposed to listening to the very issues that are making it difficult for them to keep calling the city that they love the city that they live in.
I mean, you are running on issues that are very relevant to people in New York City, the cost of housing, free busing. Some have projected, that this is the type of platform that would work in other parts of the country. I mean, you're a proud democratic socialist. Do you think that is a platform that would work for other candidates running in other parts of the country?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is a campaign about inequality. And you don't have to live in the most expensive city in the country to have experienced that inequality, because it's a national issue. And what Americans coast to coast are looking for are people who will fight for them, not just believe in the things that resonate with their lives, but actually fight and deliver on those very things. And part of how we got to this point was through the endorsements of Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who've been leading this fight against oligarchy across the country. And I think that in focusing on working people and their struggles, we also return back to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats in the first place.
Let's talk a little bit about the path forward here, because you still have to win a general election, and that is going to be hard fought, which I know you know. You were on track to defeat Andrew Cuomo. He called you to concede. Afterwards, a couple of times, he seems to have floated this potential plan or consideration of running as an independent. Are you preparing for him to run as an independent in the general election, or do you think it's possible he could drop out entirely before next Tuesday?
I think that everything is possible in this race, as we've seen over many, many months, and ultimately we are prepared for taking on whomever our opponents may be in November. Because when I started this race, I started it running against Eric Adams' second term, running to finally have a city government that sought to resolve the affordability crisis, not exacerbate it. And when Eric Adams dropped out of the Democratic primary, it was Andrew Cuomo that picked up the mantle of that second term. The same donors, the same corruption, the same small vision funded by big money. And we have now defeated that vision in this primary, and I'm prepared to defeat that vision in the general, no matter who it is that's carrying it.
If Andrew Cuomo drops out, he had a lot of big money backers. Do you think they're going to big money back Eric Adams? Is that what you're preparing for?
I think that it's possible. I also think that we have found exactly the way to defeat organized money, which is organized people. We're speaking about a scale of a campaign that we haven't seen in the city in a long time. And ultimately, we believe in a politics of no translation, one that is both direct to the struggles of working people's lives and also delivered directly. And there is nothing more direct than a New Yorker knocking on another New Yorker's door. And that has been such a key part of this campaign's ability to break through more than 30 $30 million in opposition spending, where New Yorkers were blanketed with attack ads, whether it be when they were turning on their television, their radio, opening their mailbox, or even just watching YouTube, and we were still able to triumph over that.
Both Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, obviously two Democratic leaders that have had some, I guess, nice things to say, I could describe them as, about you, but didn't endorse you and still haven't endorsed you almost 24 hours after Andrew Cuomo called you to concede. Why do you think that is?
Well, I appreciated both of their remarks, both their acknowledging of the focus of this campaign on affordability, and also with Senator Schumer having worked with him closely to deliver close to $500 million in debt relief for thousands of working-class taxi drivers, as well as successfully defeat a proposal to build a frack gas power plant in my district of Astoria in western Queens. And I think what we are seeing in this moment is an understanding of the mandate that New Yorkers have given us to deliver on this affordability, and also the fact that we will wait a few more days to see the actual final results of this, although we know that we have won this race even without the assistance of ranked choice voting.
Do you, I don't think endorsements win elections necessarily, but there's not a lot of proof of that in history, but do you want their support, or do you not care if they come out and forcibly endorse you?
I want their support, and I want the support of any leader across this city and this state and this country, because ultimately what we are looking to show New Yorkers is the fact that this is an ever-expanding coalition. It's not one that is trying to keep tabs of when people join this fight. It's one that's looking to actually deliver on this fight. And what that means is ensuring we use every single tool at our disposal to freeze the rent, to make buses fast and free, and to deliver universal child care.
Zohran Mamdani, we have to take a very quick 90-second break. We're going to be right back. Please stay right where you are.
This is good. Endorsing her after he won his crazy work? What, Elizabeth Warren? What were you expecting? That is the most Warren-esque outcome here. Are you kidding me? That's classic. That's classic Elizabeth Warren. That's classic Liz, dude. Just broke Sharia law in New York. They are sending me to Muslim jail. I voted for this. It's normal for endorsements to come raining in after the primary victory, by the way. It's not abnormal.
Lunch break over here.
Here you go, my friend. Fresh hummus, sauce, bread, and falafel.
Oh, okay, I've been meaning to try this Arab food. I heard it's pretty good.
The best in the West, my friend. How is the food, my friend?
Alhamdulillah.
Here you go, my friend. Shawarma and mango juice.
Bismillah.
Bismillah.
Wallahi banana. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, this is what happened in Staten Island. This is literally what happened. It's white boy jihad summer. Damn, that did numbers, Comrade Lamb. That's crazy. It's so funny because I used to think Jacob Berger before, like a long time ago, when he first went viral, I thought it was a hog because he was always like, he looked too much like a cop. Before I knew what he was about, like way before, I'm talking years before, I initially thought he was like kind of a hog.
That you have to decide what side you're on. And not endorsing is choosing on the side of billionaires. But do you see it that way? How do you see it?
You know, I think what we are seeing New Yorkers face a choice of, especially over the course of this primary election, was whether they wanted a candidate and a campaign of the past that was funded in the same way that so many campaigns have been, which is by the very billionaires and corporations that I am looking to tax to make the city affordable for each and every New Yorker. And we've seen the people of New York City make their choice. We've seen them make that choice in a manner that has little precedent in recent years. And ultimately, that's the choice that I'm most excited about.
I know you were working to expand your coalition because you are being very careful, which you are running in a general election, and I understand that. So I want to ask you about one aspect of that, because you're running to be the mayor of the city with the largest population of Jewish people outside of Israel and the world. And at a time, which I know you know because you've addressed this before, when there's been a significant uptick in anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate crimes against Jews, it's very scary to be a Jewish American right now. And you've been criticized by a number of Jewish leaders, as well as the U.S. Holocaust Museum, for your defense of the phrase globalize the Intifada. Last night in your speech, you alluded, so I know this is on your mind, you alluded to concerns from the Jewish community, even vowing to reach further to understand their perspectives of those whom you disagree. So for Jewish New Yorkers, I mean, this is sort of the first day. The race hasn't been called, but you did give a speech last night claiming victory, and your opponent did concede.
Every single
for Jewish
fucking
voters who
interview,
are watching right now, who are scared, who aren't sure if you can effectively represent them, what's your message to them tonight?
My message is that I am looking to lead this entire city, to represent each and every New Yorker. And that representation is not contingent on whether or not someone votes for me or someone agrees with me. Because the responsibility of a leader is to reach out to all 8.5 million people who call the city their home.
Constantly asking this
Jewish
dude,
New Yorkers, like Jewish Americans,
constantly asking the Muslim mayor, who's very clearly not an anti-Semite,
horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C.
to entertain the fucking hysterics of like Israel supporters, not even like Jewish voters in general, which very clearly voted for him, but just like Israel supporters.
That he now locks
and
the
their
door
fucking psychotic hysterics born out of racism is so fucking annoying.
Because of a fear of who may come in. I spoke to a friend of mine after October 7th who told me about going to his synagogue for Shabbat services and hearing the door open behind him and turning around with a tremor going up his back, not knowing who was walking in and what they wished for them. And ultimately, it's through the conversations I've had with Jewish New Yorkers that I have developed a proposal for the Department of Community Safety that would include an 800% increase in funding for hate crime prevention programs. Because ultimately, we cannot simply say that anti-Semitism has no home in this city or no place in this country. We have to do more than talk about it. We have to tackle it. And that's what we will do through this funding and through this commitment. We will root out bigotry across the 5 boroughs.
As you're looking to kind of appeal to people or connect with people who are skeptical, what does that look like for you over the next couple of months to the members of the Jewish community, to some of these leaders who have been critical? What should they expect and anticipate from you?
I don't know what else to say. It's just like...
They should expect my continuing to reach out, most especially to those who are concerned or who do disagree. Because ultimately in politics, too often, you surround yourself only with those that are quickest to say yes or quickest to already be in the same place as you. When in fact, we have to be able to navigate that disagreement and that tension. And I often think about the words of a previous mayor, Mayor Koch, who said that if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. And I think of an elder Jewish woman who came up to me at B'nai Jeshurun, a synagogue on
I'm done. I've heard this so many times. Look, here, this is Crank T. Nelson's take, and it's perfect. This guy says, well, it was a pretty good 100-year run for Jews in New York City. It's probably time to start making a plan on where to go next. Crank T. Nelson says, this is just racism. You don't need to be compassionate about this. You don't need to try to understand. It's very simple to understand. These people are foaming at the mouth racists who think they can cloak it in self-victimization. Sorry, pal. Sell it somewhere else. It's so crazy. That's all this is. It is a fucking racist framework that utilizes pre-existing real marginalization, okay? That's what it is. A real form of marginalization that has no systematic marginalization in contemporary society. Like, anti-Semitism is not a systematic form of oppression, okay, in the way that like anti-blackness is in contemporary society. There were parts throughout American history where it certainly was. It's not the same any longer. The idea that this is like
blow up my car,
the idea that this is like the most,
my family and the people that I love, and I've spoken to many Muslims across the city who have shared that their fear of having to be essentially branded a terrorist just by living in public life is one that keeps them preferring life in the shadows, life outside of that specter. And this is not the way that we can have our city be. It's not the way that we can have our country be. This has to be a place where we understand the mutual belonging of each and every person here. And I'm lucky to have friends and family that keep me moving through this. I'm lucky that I'm able, through my campaign, to have security and also to have the assistance of the NYPD in both investigating these threats and ensuring that I have the same public safety that each and every New Yorker deserves.
New York, as you well know better than anyone, you've probably had food from every single culture in New York, so there's that. But it is a very diverse city. There's a huge Muslim American population in New York City as well. You would be, if you're elected, and you've got a ways to go here, but the first Muslim American mayor of New York City. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. You know, I think about my grandmother Kulsum and my grandfather Yusuf and how they taught me from a young age that to be a good Muslim is to be a good person. It's to help those in need and harm no one. And ultimately, I've sought to do that over the course of my life, and especially in a time when the mere mention of being Muslim is seen as if it is a slur. It is also an opportunity for me to introduce the fact that being Muslim is like being a member of any other faith. It is believing and belonging in a notion of equality and in solidarity. And I know that it is so meaningful for the million Muslims that call New York City their home to see the fact that representation can be something that exists not just across the 5 boroughs, but also in City Hall.
Zohran Mamdani, I hope for people watching who are just meeting you, who are thinking about running for office, think it's not possible, think they can't connect with their communities or don't know how to do it, whether they agree with you on everything or not. They don't have to, that they've found some inspiration in your story. It certainly has been for many people. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thank you so much.
Because Islamophobia has so much institutional prominence and can masquerade as though it's like totally an act of self-defense from another marginalized group, okay? Because Islamophobia does have systematic consequences, okay? Unlike anti-Semitism, which is not enforced at the level of systematic marginalization. You can just get away with being unimaginably Islamophobic while partially making it seem as though you're actually simply talking about like Jewish self-preservation. It's so fucking annoying, and it's not, it sucks because he is, again, brown and Muslim, so he is not the person who can just like dissect this conversation, because if he were to fucking return it, if he were to hit return to sender on this and be like, you're talking about this in the way, like if he were to use the words that I just used, it would be a fucking nuclear bomb, okay? It's just so fucking annoying. It sucks. It's an accepted bigotry in the same ways that anti-Semitism was in the 1900s. Exactly. No, 100%. Which, you know, adds to the fucking irony of it all. Yeah. It's crazy. It's just, I mean, that's what it is. It's like, I only see this from the same framework as just like a person who is very, like, look at this shit, dude. Marjorie Taylor Greene, this hits hard. Like, people have gone absolutely nutty mode with this shit. Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, there is no way that you can like logic people too. You just have to be like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's also fucking annoying because people try to couch it as like reason, logic. Look, it's not fear of Islam, it's fear of radical Islam, and that's entirely rational. That said, it's not always clear where the line is. For example, the new likely mayor of New York City is just a supporter of Islam or of radical Islam. No, dude, you're just a fucking racist piece of shit, okay? Yeah, someone goes, there is no moderate form. Probably because they literally make their women second-class citizens. Is that not bigotry? Dog, you are replying to Marjorie Taylor Greene. What the fuck do you mean? Probably because they make their women second-class citizens. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene that's doing that in America. Sad. It should be third most at best. How is that photo Islamophobic in air quotes? So you don't know that is how women have to dress in those countries? That's weird. Oh my God. Proud to be Islamophobic. It's my only phobic for good reason. Rightly so. I mean, we can't win the hearts and minds of these fucking dipshits, for the record. That's not a thing you can do. But it is annoying how much these guys, it is fucking so annoying how much these guys get play on Twitter, especially. Paired up with the fact that like there are a lot of people who also lightly fucking agree with this kind of thing, even if they don't openly entertain it. Islamophobia is the new anti-Semitism. What is this? The rootless cosmopolitan, a floating elite, untied to land, a global citizen with nothing to be loyal to. Sounds like a little like something else, maybe. I wouldn't get worked up over races being racist on the most racist platform. It's true. I mean, dude, I'll give you an example. Since someone else fucking posted it earlier, but like even my former Zionist podcast co-host, okay, posting about Zohran Mamdani being like, I really like Zohran, but I think he shouldn't associate with these radical jihadists like Hasan. Like, that is literally Islamophobia. Okay, like, it's just the watered down version of whatever the fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying. Like, it's the same thing. But because there's so many fucking people who are too stupid to understand, they try to rationalize it. You know what I mean? Like, he posted my fucking tweet. He posted my fucking tweet of me saying it's white boy jihad summer. Like, clearly this is a joke, okay? And the joke is, for those of you who don't fucking understand, the joke is that all of this nonsense is like, it's a joke about how stupid these fucking Islamophobic bullshit fucking arguments were against Zohran Mamdani, who is a socialist, 33 years old, and a Muslim, like myself, okay? And this fucking Zionist dipshit, who under other circumstances will be saying the exact same shit about Zohran as he is about me, considering that Zohran and I have almost identical opinions on Israel. Okay, person who has been actively committed to BDS, started the Students for Justice Palestine chapter. Congrats to Zohran. He seems like a good dude. That being said, he really should be careful about who he associates with. I don't think people trying to dispel harmful stereotypes would appreciate this joke, especially Muslims living in New York City who lived through a time of horrific Islamophobia. Also, Hasan does unironically support jihadist groups, immediately fucking doubling down. So the level to which he's kidding is unclear. Not to mention he is the America Deserve 9/11 guy. All that being said, I wish Zohran the best. How do I explain this to a white lady who's like 37 years old, working in a marketing agency in an HR position, who unironically doesn't understand that Ethan Klein is literally doing the thing that he is concern trolling over in the same process of concern trolling? Okay? Guy who literally fucking talked to me about the America Deserve 9/11 statement, who agreed with it, who had a podcast with me for fucking years, a political podcast with me for fucking years, over here chirping like Charlie Kirk. How do I explain that to a person who is just never going to comprehend it? He is an Islamophobic, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim piece of shit. It's crazy. To make matters worse, he's so fucking sad. He's such a sad, pathetic fucking loser. He's doing this on his 40th birthday, apparently, as I've been told from chat. Mentally unwell charlatan. Pathetic, stupid, hateful. This is the reason why he is alone in this world. And the only people he can have around him that are not his immediate family members are people he pays to be around him. People he pays to baby him every day, to say, no, you're a big boy. Just tell her he's your stalker who has sexual fantasies about you and won't stop fan fiction writing about you. Any HR millennial woman will eat that shit up. Yeah. It's not even defamation. This is a cease and desist. Like, this is a fucking, this is stalker shit. Oh. Zohran in 2013 hosting Ali Abu Nima on the topic of a one-state solution at Bowdoin College. Hosting him at the Students for Justice for Palestine chapter that he started, by the way. Lost cause. Insane. Bowden, you goober, whatever. Didn't he used to be pretty normal? Zionism, it literally robbed him of his brain. What remained of it? Bowden. Is that how you say it? Like Nancy Mace, after 9/11, we said never forget. I think we sadly have forgotten. If this motherfucker actually cared about Islamophobia, he'd be posting this shit and being like, this is unacceptable and dangerous rhetoric towards a progressive candidate that is unique and dynamic and very clearly defeated the establishment forces. That's who cares about Islamophobia. That's a person who cares about Islamophobia would do. They wouldn't be actively fucking calling their former Muslim socialist, a podcast co-host, who's a big booster of Zohran from the start, a jihadist that Zohran should not associate with, cynically. Like, because that statement is not for Zohran. If he sees something, if he sees that, he's gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. That statement is for his own audience. Pathetic, petty, vindictive, fucking loser. This kind of negative energy can't go on. Okay? It can't. There will come a time where it'll eat away at your soul. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just a waiting game at that point.
33
Communist lunatic. Trump rails on Mamdani amid stunning New York City Democratic primary lead. It's already rotted his soul. All right, let's do fucking NATO. Trump says Israel-Iran exhausted from 12-day war, he says, at the fucking NATO summit.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
This always makes me happy. This video always makes me happy. It always puts a smile on my face. All right. Let's watch Trump basically fuck Joe Biden's ex-girlfriend here, NATO, with his grubby little hands, molesting NATO This has got to be the saddest thing, okay? Watching Joe Biden turns on the TV, watches this man molest his baby, his child, okay? Fucking NATO. This is his life's work, and he's over there getting glazed by fucking Mark Rutte, calling him daddy and shit. It's so fucked up.
We're going to take you to the Netherlands now, where Donald Trump is speaking at the NATO summit. Let's listen in.
Beautiful country. Coming in, I saw the most beautiful trees. In fact, I want to bring some back with me. I want to also thank, I had breakfast this morning with the King and Queen, and they're incredible people. I said, you're central casting. Beautiful people, great people, big, beautiful heart. And I enjoyed that. And also, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's been terrific. He's been a friend of mine.
He's called me daddy.
Right here running this wonderful country. Now he's the NATO Secretary General. He's doing a fantastic job. And the Prime Minister, we appreciate everything you've done. And as you know, last weekend, the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and it was very, very successful. It was called obliteration. No other military on earth could have done it, and now this incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. Got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was...
Trump being anti-NATO was so funny. He got all these countries to increase military spending while cutting social safety nets. Starmer, $70 billion spending for military while cutting few billion for disability benefits. Fuel allowance for poorest workers. Reform gonna win in a landslide. Oh, yeah.
Was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Rutte, and the Prime Minister. Great discussions, very knowledgeable people. Major focus of our conversations at the summit was the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe, and that included the financial burden. As you know, it was 2%. And we got it up to 5%. And they said, a couple of them came up to me. One in particular said, sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that people don't know. This was initially a Barack Obama provision. And that's partially the reason why, while liberals freaked out about this demand early on, Joe Biden also kept it in place. And now Trump is even increasing it further. Now, of course, there's an issue with this. When he says, I want you to increase your military spending to 5%, he means like, buy from us, America, because we're the primary weapons manufacturer. The problem, on the other hand, is that all of these other countries, Germany in particular, are now building their own robust manufacturing capabilities to build their own defense industry. So it feels like America is basically creating a market competitor for themselves, while also increasing militarism around the world. So, especially because of the instability that Trump has caused around the world, I think the most dangerous aspect of this has been European countries wanting to militarize themselves instead of simply just buying more American weapons to the tune of 5% of their GDP. Trump campaigned against endless war, criticized NATO, and even became the first president in decades to name the military-industrial complex. Now back in power, he threatens Spain for refusing to allocate more of his GDP to NATO and the military-industrial complex.
Very well. The economy is very...
A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today's...
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And, you know, they're doing very well. The economy is very well.
He's like, I'm watching them. They got money. Why won't they give it to me? Buy my weapons. You got the money. You got the money. Your economy is doing very well. Give it to me.
And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. You know, Spain is the only country.
That's a threat, okay? When Trump says that economy can be blown right out of the water, if this was a more competent administration, if this was a more competent CIA, if this was a more competent NATO, I could totally see him doing like an Operation Gladio type situation. You know what I mean? Nice economy you got there. Would be a real shame if you were to lose it. I mean, this is Tony Soprano administration. Guys, in an incredibly selfish way, this is one of the aspects of the Trump administration that I actually do appreciate. Because as someone who has consistently been anti-NATO, anti-militarism, anti-war, anti-imperialism, a bit reductive to say all of those things at once because they're all the same thing. I have often said over and over again that NATO is a protection racket. That's what this is. And Trump leaves no room for doubt in the way that he speaks about NATO. That's it. When he goes, it'd be a real shame if you don't if you don't increase the amount of money you're spending on our weapons that you're buying. Your worst take, in my opinion. At first I was gonna get mad, and then I saw the chatter's name, and you know, that's a brave hero in the chat. Okay, you are allowed to have that name. You are allowed to have that opinion, Ryan. Ryan Ruthless. That's a real NATO head right there. That's Joe Brandon's strongest soldier right there. That's the one NATO AUKUS 5 eyes voter. Ryan Ruthless.
Country that, are you from Spain?
Yeah.
Good, congratulations. You're the only country that is not paying. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's too bad. So we'll make, yeah.
A question.
Like this right here, NATO is a protection racket. It is exactly the same thing that the mob does. This doesn't mean that there aren't other gangsters out there, the other organized crime elements out there. Russia is one of them, right? But a lot of people point to the largest organized crime unit and say, no, we have to be under the protective banner of this larger gangster because there's another group of gangsters out there, not realizing that you're still under a protection racket. That's all it is. At a certain point, America went to these countries in the aftermath of World War II and said, real nice economy you got there. We'll help you fix it up. Seems like it's been banged up. Banged up, I tell you. But there's gonna be a price. There's gonna be a price. One day, you're gonna have our troops stationed. You're gonna have our guy there. He's gonna protect you, believe me, folks. He's gonna protect you. You don't want those other guys coming in and breaking your storefront again. Okay? And there were instances where people were like, no, I don't want to do this. Okay? Or there were places, there were countries where they were maybe not on board with this sort of thing. And do you know what happened in those countries? Explosions happened in those countries. Quite literally what Donald Trump is talking about here with Spain, what he's threatening, where he says, nice economy you got there, be a real shame if there was instability. That's what he's talking about. If you don't have the interest, we'll find someone in your family who does.
A state of war.
This is, did the U.S. really save Europe?
We shall fight on the beaches.
The forces of Germany have surrendered.
Did you see how the NATO head called him daddy? I did. Mark Rutte.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States should do whatever it is able to do to assist in the return of normal economic health in the world, without which there can be no political stability and no assured peace. Our policy is directed not against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos. Its purpose should be the revival of a working economy in the world so as to permit the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist. It would be neither fitting nor efficacious for our government to undertake to draw up unilaterally a program designed to place Europe on its feet economically. This is the business of the Europeans. The initiative, I think, must come from Europe. The role of this country should consist of friendly aid.
For the last 80 years, American politicians have talked a big game about spreading democracy, freedom, and prosperity around the world. If you've watched our videos before, or you've lived through events like Afghanistan and Iraq, you probably already know that's not the most honest rhetoric our speechwriters have come up with. Most of the countries where the US has intervened, they don't usually do so hot after the US is done. But then again, there's Europe. Most countries in Europe are doing okay. It's not great, for sure. The fascist wave is definitely building there. Living standards are trending down, and not every country is exactly in the same boat. But generally speaking, whether it's political institutions or standards of living, Europe is decently well off, especially in the Western countries. And for that, you can thank the Marshall Plan, the multi-billion-dollar aid program that the US just gave to Europe after World War II, selflessly rebuilding a continent that was completely flattened by an all-out war, and in the process, providing prosperity, democracy, and freedom for all. But is that what happened, though? But first, it's ad read time, because I've got to pay my bills. Let me show you something real quick. Google your name. I know you have to open another tab or switch apps. Just do it real quick. Odds are some of your personal information comes up, right? If I search my name, it's just my public social media accounts. Want to know why? Because I use Aura.
I'm doing
sponsor
ethical
of today's
reacts.
video. If you've ever wondered why you're constantly harassed by spam calls, texts, and emails, here's why. There are companies called data brokers whose sole purpose is to find and sell your data. They do it without your consent, and they make billions selling it to marketers, scammers, and even
Dude, the Dominican Ray is so strong it hit JT too.
Stalkers. And while they're legally required to remove your info if you ask, they make the process confusing and difficult on purpose. This is why I'm always recommending Aura to family and friends. They take care of everything for you. They remove your data from these sites, and they keep it removed. Aura is an all-in-one digital security tool. You may already use some other basic app, but not using Aura is like locking your front door, but leaving your back door wide open. And Aura doesn't just fight data brokers. They alert you if your personal data is found on the dark web, they provide real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, 24/7 identity theft monitoring, a secure VPN, antivirus, parental controls, password manager, credit checker, and more. And if somehow anything does happen, Aura includes $5 million in identity theft insurance, and they have US-based fraud experts on call 24/7. If you're anything like me, I'm sure you're sick and tired of these stupid, evil little companies stealing your personal information and using it to make a quick buck. That's why I use Aura. It keeps me and my family safe online. If you're ready to protect your data, you can get 2 weeks absolutely free when you use my link. During those 2 weeks, you'll see exactly where your data is being leaked and who's doing it. Give it a try. I promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind. Now, back to the show. Okay, here's a statistic I want you to look at. In 1947, over 90% of the energy produced in Western Europe came from coal. Oil was nothing, less than 10% of the total energy bill, until 1960, when that number was already up to over 30%. Now, here's another statistic. Between 1947 and 1960, the same dates, the French Communist Party went from leading the National Assembly with over 160 seats to falling down to only 10. From first to basically last. And it turns out that the connection between these two statistics explains a lot about the US's strategy with Europe over the last 80 years. To make it simple, the Marshall Plan gave the US global veto power.
Addressing the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Secretary Marshall warns that failure of his plan means European collapse into...
I don't understand it. They were just trying to rebuild Europe, dude. Nothing to see here, just America being the magnanimous, good-willed nation that it is. Duh.
To a dictatorship of police states.
I urge the Congress to act promptly on this vital measure of our foreign policy, on this decisive contribution to world peace.
Under the cover of saving and redeveloping Europe, the Marshall Plan engineered complete dependency on the US and tore down the democratic checks and balances that Europe had been developing. It dismantled European organized labor, transformed the European economy into a funnel for profits back home, and set the stage for where we are today, with fascists knocking at the doors of power and socialists being too disorganized to provide a coherent alternative. If European standards of living seem pretty fragile nowadays, that's because European development was little more than a smokescreen for getting American oil companies to run the world without any resistance. The Marshall Plan didn't save Europe. The Marshall Plan destroyed it. Now, there are a few pieces to this puzzle. The first one is European coal. Like I said, Europe in the early 20th century was built on coal. After the Industrial Revolution kicked off, coal was not only widely available, it powered every factory, every office, every home, and every train. And because coal mattered so much to the rest of the European economy, it had an interesting side effect. It gave coal miners a lot of power. It turns out trains carrying coal are pretty easy to derail. Managers also never go down in the mine, so coal extraction is easy to slow down and chalk it up to something the boss just doesn't know about. And if that doesn't work, a coal miner strike can easily trigger a general strike that ripples across a whole country when literally everyone in the country depends on this one thing. This would all be grossly undemocratic, except for the fact that coal production and distribution involved hundreds of thousands of people. Specifically, hundreds of thousands of unionized workers. And that mattered because coal unions were largely led by communists and communist parties. So even though European democracy was mostly only a thing for the elites, the very existence of communist-led coal unions gave normal workers a way not only to organize their workplace democratically, but then to take their ideas and actually force governments to listen to them. Coal workers could make sure that wages wouldn't be cut, hours wouldn't be extended, and the job wouldn't get more dangerous because they could threaten to shut everything.
I don't like this. It's just not enough free market principles being applied at the point of production. I hope they fix this.
Down, meaning they could enforce those things for themselves and push governments to recognize these rights for everyone, clawing back more and more of society into the hands of direct democratic control and raising living standards in the process, even if it made the boss and most politicians unhappy. Okay, tuck that little piece of information away for a second. Because the second piece of the puzzle was American oil companies. In the 1940s, these guys were worried. About 2/3 of global oil production was controlled solely by American corporations. But entire chunks of the world, like Europe, didn't need much of it. To make things worse, in 1947, oil prices just about doubled right at the same time all these countries were in a tough economic spot trying to recover from the war. They didn't have spare dollars just lying around to buy oil, which is fine because oil wasn't super important anyway, to them. But it made these oil tycoons worried. Big oil companies...
Yeah, Trump is obsessed with coal because he's secretly a Maoist third worldist and he wants the workers' councils to remain strong. He wants to bring them back. He knows that the true proletarian power comes from labor unions and labor union militancy, and we can only do that if we go back to an over-reliance on coal production, which he thinks happens as it did in like the fucking 19th century and not heavily automated as it is today.
Companies were scared because as all of this is spiraling down, they had no alternative to save themselves. They couldn't offset these trends by importing oil back home due to domestic laws that they had set up in the 30s to limit supply and keep their prices up. Bringing in more oil to the US would actually cut into their profits, and without Europe to pick up the slack, the future was looking bleak. The third piece of the puzzle was the American government. After World War II, the US was relatively unscathed, and its top priority became making sure that its companies would make as much money for the ruling class as possible. And this meant giving them as much access to as many markets in the world as possible. With the Soviet Union's influence growing, the US was worried that more and more countries just wouldn't be interested in trading with the US on their terms. Terms that made American companies more powerful in a context where they were already very well off, while everyone else was still licking their wounds. The US was concerned that this would push Europe down the communist path after the disaster that fascist capitalism had gotten them into. And so preventing the spread of communism suddenly became very important.
Once more, the world was reminded that basic in the idea of communism is the plan of world revolution, and that Russian communism has stepped beyond that plan to achieve world domination through aggression.
Finally, you had European politicians. Finding a way to rebuild Europe after the war was everyone's goal. But for the European ruling class, it was important that this would happen without the most popular bloc of the government, the communists. That same important year we keep coming back to, 1947, communists not only made massive gains in European parliaments like in France and Italy, but also organized some of these countries' largest strikes. In France, for example, 3 million workers organized by a communist union took to the streets after inflation went up about 60% and food rations were down to less than half a pound of bread per day. In a context like this, either a revolution was going to transform European politics and swing towards equality, or politicians would need to find another way to stay in power. Enter the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan swooped in with the promise of fixing all these problems for the ruling class. It would unite the interests of American oil companies and politicians on both sides of the Atlantic, and it would do so by screwing over the usual suspects, communists and workers. And this was pretty explicit. The future French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès-France put it this way: "The communists are rendering us a great service. Because we have a communist danger, the Americans are making a tremendous effort to help us. We must keep up this indispensable communist scare." But how? To kickstart the process, the Marshall Plan set a few conditions. First and foremost, European countries had to integrate their economies together in the European Steel and Coal Community, the organization that eventually became the European Union. The first step made sure that the coal industry would be less competitive, which made automation across the industry easier, and in the process, also completely destroyed coal workers' power. The number of coal workers was drastically cut, and union strikes suddenly no longer meant anything. Their power was gone now that all these countries were coordinating over their heads, and coal could be sent in by a neighbor if there was even a whiff of a dip in supply. So that's coal miners dealt with. Secondly, the US brought in new managers to train European workers writ large. The US was more productive than Europe at the time, and US ambassadors came in to promote the idea that this was because European workers were just too lazy and needed to be paid less, worked harder, and
literally because they had more labor protections as opposed to America.
Have their unions broken up. communists were to be purged, and workers were to be trained in the...
This is the same meta with like the service industry. In Europe, adjusted to their own individual economies, the service sector jobs they have reliable pay, right? You're not, your pay is not determined by your performance because it's not tip based. And therefore, Americans will always complain about how fucking lazy European service is, like how bad service is in Europe. Not realizing that they themselves are also workers in America.
The American way. This was all, of course, a lie. American output was higher not because of any unique American management techniques, but because the US just had more fuel per worker. But this didn't matter. Part of the Marshall Plan's propaganda, led by the specially created Information Division, included getting managers in countries like the UK to think that the most important thing they could achieve was higher productivity, and that communists and unionists were the only thing standing in the way. This would increase imports to the US and generally was pretty good for European capitalists too. More important than those two changes, though, was what happened with oil. After getting rid of the communists, the rest of this racket hinged on filling the power vacuum by getting Europeans hooked on American oil. And the way they did this was pretty obvious. Out of the $13 billion that were part of the Marshall Plan, $1.2 billion was earmarked exclusively for the European purchase of American oil. France, Italy, and the UK, countries where coal and communists were the largest barrier to American corporate interests, got the bulk of this aid that went...
Chinese Richie Torres. I don't like the things you say about Israel. I think you should stop. I'm coming for your seat, Richie.
Right back into American pockets. With some of the rest of these funds, entire industries were converted to be run on oil, not coal. And it was made very clear in the conditions of this deal that this oil was not to be owned or refined by Europe itself. To give you an idea, of all the billions spent on converting Europe to oil power, European countries were only given a paltry $24 million to start their own oil refineries. That didn't stop Europe entirely, but the point was to make sure that regardless, Europe would always need the US and its oil companies to survive. In other words, much of this aid sent to Europe made a short trip abroad and then returned immediately to the hands of US oligarchs. And this all made European democracy a lot weaker. Not only could Europe no longer really stand to contradict the US, who had their hand on the oil tap, the unions never recovered. Unlike coal, the oil industry is much harder to unionize. For starters, the oil wasn't even being pulled in Europe. It was coming in from the Middle East on ships, meaning there were no more train tracks and no more derailments. If it wasn't ships, oil was traveling by pipeline, and its journey now involved far fewer people loading and unloading it from one checkpoint to another, meaning fewer opportunities for workers to block the flow. And if workers blew up one of these pipelines, it turned out that those were much easier to fix than railroads. And that's not all. Oil extraction also requires fewer workers, who were almost exclusively working on the surface right next to their managers, meaning they had fewer opportunities to organize and get in their way. All of this combined meant that where once European energy required the consent of hundreds of thousands of people all working together, hundreds of thousands of people who needed to be kept happy with reasonable wages and chances to express their political preferences, oil promised to stamp all that out.
Bro, I thought this was about NATO. This didn't even scratch the surface. This is like a basic introduction.
Thanks to oil and the fact that it's much harder for workers to control, all that mattered was keeping a handful of American businessmen happy. And getting there by buying off politicians with massive aid packages was easy. The point is, the picture of Europe you're left with after the Marshall Plan is very different from what it could have been. Living standards went up, and the recovery after the war took relatively little time given just how destroyed much of these countries were. But Europe was rebuilt on shaky foundations. Foundations that required them to sacrifice genuine democracy and leave themselves vulnerable to American oil interests and whoever's ear they have at any given time. Today, with the US going its own way and unions neutered to the point of impotence, the European fascist movement has an open field to conquer. And for that, you can thank the Marshall Plan.
What is this? I'm proud to share the official music video for my new song Ascent. The video was shot in Israel in the aftermath of October 7th attacks at the site of the Nova Music Festival and various kibbutzim that were massacred on that horrific day. Let me stand up to anti-Semitism and share this video far and wide to show the world that we, the Jewish people, stand proud and that our light will not be put out. I can't think of anything more disrespectful to the victims than literally going to the site of their massacre and filming a Matis Yahoo music video. That is crazy. A music video that you didn't immediately even capitalize on, like the atrocities in the beginning, and released like what, 20 months into a ongoing genocide. That's crazy.
And that's the one that's all around you. You found your vision in a candle. Sunsetting in the early.
Oh, this was posted in 2024. Oh, you just sent me this now. I thought this was fucking. It was in March. Oh, he went.
Afternoon, I sweep the demon out my room. I got room for that. I got the boom in the back. I got room to take naps and come back. But
This might be an unpopular take for me, and I think a lot of people are gonna get mad for saying this. But I feel like if your hairline is receded to that degree, you can't do the ponytail anymore. You probably thought I was going to go somewhere else with that, but no. Unless you work at the music store. I mean, he is a perma music store employee.
this chat, it got me running like I'm Judah Mack. I sense my fam under attack. We used to getting shot in the back, and now the whack, they want to understand. Stiff-necked son of the right hand, a fam of slaves from the...
I'm Israeli and this is my art. I'm from Israel and this is my art. I can't watch this, I'm sorry. That's... Get this shit off the airwaves instantly.
Really see it because you just go to Soho and Upper East Side and the West Side, or Midtown or whatever. Okay, great. I do go through neighborhoods all over New York, and I can't tell you how many of these grocery stores they are. I think they call them bodegas. They're literally on every block. I don't even understand what he's talking about. Is he talking about maybe expanding food pantries? I don't know. Come on, Jeff.
The chatter that linked me this video said, here's James Carville talking to a dead guy, and I didn't know what he meant. Until the big reveal. God damn, dude. You're laughing, but he's dead.
Food pantries? I don't know.
What are these, bodegas? Youngest elected Democrat. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Great stuff. Luxury real estate broker says wealthy New Yorkers are already looking to flee after Zohran Mamdani's primary win. That's cool, man. Let me get a fucking brownstone at a reasonable price. You know what I'm saying? Get out of there. Yeah, you guys should really run away. It's very scary. Imagine if true, it never is. Imagine building your politics around managing the thin egos of the super rich. Imagine not being wealthy and this being your horizon, the best possible world, the thing you want to defend and fight for. Absolute serf mindset. I mean, dude, he's driving the fucking prices down. Great. Zohran already delivering on a campaign promise of driving the housing market to a reasonable level. You know? I do want to watch.
Good evening from the NATO
Joe
summit
Rogan
at The Hague.
and Bernard Sanders, but
in the Netherlands, where European leaders have been appealing to Donald Trump in the only language he understands, massaging his ego and offering money. The flattery has bordered on the obsequious at times, but that and the pledge to spend 5% of GDP on defence seems to have done the trick. Although Trump still couldn't hide his frustration about some European countries' creative accounting on defence spending, he was more on message than he has been on the threat from Russia and less uncertain about his commitment to...
Bro, they got so much public transit. They even got like little baby trams, dude. Are you kidding me? It's like they're flexing on us.
NATO's founding principle that an attack on one member of the alliance is an attack on all.
The NATO allies
also, Netherlands is so fake. Hop on, hop off.
Committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, you did it, sir, you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did.
Well, as you can see, the formal business of the summit has just wrapped up, but the seduction of NATO skeptic Donald Trump has been in full swing here in The Hague. After praising him as a man of strength but also of peace, NATO boss Mark Rutte, wooer-in-chief, compared him to a daddy, helping to break up a playground fight between Israel and Iran.
It's wild to think that these people are the continuation of a legacy that dominated the world. Like, this used to be a proud continent, okay? Empires were born on this continent. And now they sit around and call a fucking moron daddy. Please let me give you more money, daddy. How did things turn out this way? I cannot comprehend how awful the situation is, how awful the vibes are in Europe, on the European continent. What do you mean? That's how empires literally functioned always? Yeah, but these guys were the empire, not the vassals. That's my point. My point is, they have reduced themselves to this incredible servile state where they literally say daddy to Donald Trump.
Meanwhile, all the member states except Spain sought to impress by flashing the cash, committing to spending 5% on defence over the next decade. And from the UK, the ultimate attempt to put a ring on it. Confirmation from Buckingham Palace that preparations for Mr. Trump's state visit later this year are well underway. Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, has this.
Another king deployed to woo the president. The King of the Netherlands put Donald Trump up for the night at his palace.
Well, I hope you slept well. It was great.
Before the president went to sleep at 1 a.m. local time, he tweeted out this 1980s parody song from his room. Everyone here wanted a moment with the president. The world waited to hear his latest take on the US attempt to wipe out Iran's nuclear facilities. 4 days after President Trump gave his own instant verdict on the success of US bombing raids on Iran's nuclear facilities,
completely and totally obliterated.
US headlines proclaimed his own intelligence assessments doubted that verdict.
CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick.
They're bad. They hurt the feelings of our big, beautiful bombers. How dare they? How dare they talk shit about our big, beautiful bombers? They bomb so good. They bomb Iran. Oh, the tiny chair. It's amazing.
His team piled in. The denial's not always compelling.
When you actually look at the report, by the way, it was a top secret report, it was preliminary, it was low confidence. All right, so this is
Oh my God, you got like dickheads like Pete Hegseth over there talking to. I just asked President Erdogan of Turkey about Trump's plan to take over Gaza and expel the Palestinian inhabitants. Video soon. I mean, if Michael Treacy thinks that the watermelon salesman, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is actually going to fucking turn around and give him a decent answer, he's out of his dang mind.
you make assessments based on what you know. They don't.
It said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated.
The intelligence was very.
Dude, none of those things are technical terms. Like, I'm gonna run this back. I want to hear
what you know. They don't.
It said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated.
The intelligence was very inconclusive. Okay. The intelligence says we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we can take that we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration.
Also, he just went back on the initial assessment, where he's like, no, we destroyed it thoroughly. We destroyed it. We obliterated it. It's actually on fire right now. And then now he's like, well, maybe it was not obliterated. We don't know. The intelligence does not know.
That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war.
No gavel, but a submarine sonar ping brought the NATO leaders to order.
32 nations stand as one.
To keep unity, NATO tried to keep the conversation to something Donald Trump actually agreed with member states on. They should spend much more, 5% of GDP, on their defences by 2035.
They're so fucking cucked.
We meet at a dangerous moment for our 1 billion citizens.
The entire purpose of NATO's rearmament programme is to fend off Russian aggression. To keep America on side, though, all mention of Russia was kept out of the final communique. The object of today was to get Donald Trump to come here and stay in the room. And
wait, they didn't even mention Russia? Because Donald Trump would be upset if they mentioned Russia? What is going on? What's the purpose then? Everything is so busted, dude. This entire enterprise is broken.
and thereby conceal NATO's fundamental disagreements with him.
Thank you. I stayed through every one of the.
I want to mention one more time, but all of this money, the increase in GDP spending, is a way for America to do this, okay? And to do this money, more money for me. When America says you all need a higher degree of commitment, you need to spend 5% of your GDP on weapons, they mean you need to buy weapons from us and give us more of your money. It is a way for the lordship to come. It is a way for the king to go to the lordship and say, let's go. We need more. I need more money. Money, 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 money. Give me more money. That's it.
Those speeches. Everyone. And some were good and some weren't quite as good, right?
After a meeting with President Zelensky, Donald Trump's language on Ukraine, for today at least, seemed to edge very slightly closer to the central NATO view.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
General Kane.
Yes, he has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions beyond Ukraine. Do you view that in the same way?
Possible. I mean, it's possible. I know one thing he'd like to settle. I consider him a...
I mean, you can't say no. You're at the NATO summit. That would kind of undermine the whole purpose of this entire franchise, don't you think? he can't say no to that here. Maybe back home he'd be like, no, because I've stopped him. He trusts me. Vladimir and I, we have a very close relationship. He does look extra orange today.
A person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. Where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh,
so my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine.
We're going to see if we can make some available. You know, they're very hard to get. We need them.
Yeah, he's like, oh, well, it's too bad for you. We got to give them to Israel. Israel needs them. You know how they are. You know how crazy they get. And then you see the Iranian missiles. They hit very hard, very fast, faster than anyone's ever seen before. We need to give them to Israel.
We need to now push harder on Ukraine, and I think that reflects the mood in the room, and that it's time for Putin to come to the table. And so that's been the subject not only of the discussions in the summit, but actually of many of the discussions over dinner last night and in the margins.
There's scepticism about whether member countries really will get to 5% of GDP defence spend, 3.5% on core defence. Though only Spain openly wriggled out of the commitment, others sounded keen to follow.
We will certainly also try to achieve our capability targets and, if possible, spend...
Bro, you're... like, what do you... These are like incredibly well-read individuals, you know, experts at statecraft, been around the block, and they're just over here all just going, yes, very nice. We are going to do everything we can. It's
less than 3.5% of our GDP.
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And, you know, they're doing very well. The economy is very well.
I hope Europeans understand that 5% GDP means bye-bye social democracy. If this did not imply imminent societal collapse and fascist authoritarian movements rising up from the ashes, I would sit here and ask all of the social democrats that have fucking chewed my ear off for the past 3 years about how you simply don't understand. NATO is a very important protective alliance, and you don't have the European mindset. You don't get it. We need it. You know, all of those guys. I want to hear how they feel about this allegiance. You know what I mean? I want to hear about what their society looks like when 5% of their GDP is going directly to buying, I don't know, the fucking newest version of pilot decapitator, the F-35 all-purpose multi-role fighter jet. You know? Sorry, can't have healthcare anymore. Oh, is your infrastructure crumbling? Oh shit. Well, at least you have some flashy guns that America can just basically turn off when they feel like it. Yeah, now you get a little bit of taste of American-style democracy.
And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. Oh, fake news, CNN.
There were parting snarls for the press who'd questioned his assertion that America had obliterated Iran's nuclear missile program.
I think you're reaching narrow limits of your understanding of the new Lockheed Martin tech that we're buying, trying to not get banned. Dude, it's gonna be so sick. No. You don't deserve healthcare. happy to show you the way, big dog. Is the new Lockheed Martin tech that you're purchasing going to, I don't know, bring the fucking public transit back to previous levels, like maybe a couple decades prior, as you sit around and endlessly yell about Muslims coming into your country? They're the reason why the railroads are shitty. Not because this is your spending priority now after decades of bros mad gay for terrorists. Wait, are you talking about Donald Trump? Yeah, Lockheed Martin is unlocked. Lockheed Martin has unlocked a new technology. It's called universal healthcare. Yeah. No, but it preventing the terrorists you support and have on your stream from killing more people. Okay, this guy's definitely not European. There's no shot. There's an article claiming there's a cluster bomb in Gaza. You're just making things up and telling your chat it's obvious law. Moab also doesn't stand for mother of all bombs. Is massive ordnance air blast. Oh, he might be. This might be a missile autist. Why are you ignoring the entire part of disabling their nuclear facilities? That's what I'm saying. They said that from the start they wanted. In air quotes, genocide. Yeah, dumb white man is right. All I said was, have fun, Europe. You will experience unprecedented austerity and the remainder of your social safety nets completely collapsing if you were to spend 5% of your fucking GDP on American weapons. And there are still people who are trying to figure out a way to cope with this, where they're like, no, you don't understand, it's actually worth it because we can kill terrorists. What terrorists are you killing, dumbass? The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's after, 3 decades of austerity too. No, but it's preventing the terrorists. Sometimes, not this time though. Yeah. What country are you from, dumb white man? What terrorists are you killing? By the way, kill terrorists is just basically code for murdering civilians in the Middle East, which once again doesn't even yield any immediate benefits for you. As a matter of fact, it doesn't yield any benefits for you at all. It just simply makes other people some money, okay? You don't get to see any of that. You don't even get to reap the rewards of this, even if you were to directly reap the rewards of this. Okay, I'm not killing any, question mark. Do you think I'm Lockheed Martin? Wait, what? No, not, that's my point. You're not Lockheed Martin. Not dying is a decent reward. Brother, you're gonna die because you're not gonna have health care. I don't think you understand. Your tax dollars are contributing to the vassal state that you're a part of, purchasing American weapons, okay? Purchasing American weapons. And there is obviously an opportunity cost there where every dollar spent on purchasing weapons from the United States of America is a dollar that you could have spent on your own infrastructure, a dollar that you could have spent on your education. The lie that they've told you is that this is good because it's going to protect you in the long run. It's going to, it's going to help you. Meanwhile, you don't see any of that. You've just fantasized about an alternative reality. You have these paranoid delusions where you think like there are people out there over there somewhere that must be murdered with these awesome military gear. They have to die, otherwise they'll come and kill me, when no such thing would ever happen. But in the process, you're losing out on whatever social safety nets you might have had. Fear is guiding you. So now you claim nobody's calling for the death of Americans? Calling for the death of America or the death of Israel is entirely different than having the capabilities of actually striking or having the interest in or investment in actually striking America or wherever the fuck you're at. Okay? Those are words. Those are words directly as a consequence of our initial destabilization of countries like Iran, as a matter of fact. You are calling for the death of people that you are calling terrorists. They haven't done anything to you. We have done something to them that warrants them to say death to America. You're calling for their deaths. They ain't done nothing to you. And as a matter of fact, this lie that's been told, and I'm trying to explain this to you, even though you're incredibly fucking dense, this lie that's been told that like those guys have to die is part of the reason why they keep saying death to America, okay? But also, that lie that you believe is causing you to not realize that this endless cycle of restructuring economies around giving the American military-industrial complex more money is slowly killing you. If they say they want to do it, we should stop and wait for them to get a chance? Yes. You're a pussy, by the way. You're a ginormous pussy. Not realizing that you are calling for the death, and death that is ongoing over there, by the way. You're calling for more of that. And I'm trying to explain to you in the simplest to understand terms that that is a paranoid fantasy of yours. Someone lied to you, you believe that lie, and now you live in this fearful panic state. And that fearful panic state is great for people who rule over you, because that's how they justify endless militarism and endless spending on weapons, money that you generated that could go back to your social safety nets, that could go back to your health care, that could go back to your education. That's it. You have allowed your fear, your unreasonable fear of something bad potentially happening in the future, to cause you to not realize something bad happening to you right now by the very people that put that fear in your mind. Okay, yes or no? People are saying death to America/Americans. If so, why should I not be worried about this? Oh, you're American. This whole time I was talking about dumbass Europeans also. Hey, dumbass Europeans, look, this is what you guys are gonna look like. This is what you guys are gonna sound like. I hope you're excited. This is in your future. You see this fucking dickhead over here? He doesn't even have decent health care. He has to, his health care costs a fucking arm and a leg. Most expensive health care on the planet, because we already have. We already have done this to ourselves, and now we're forcing you to play along as well. Look, that's you in like 10 years, Europe. A little bit of that, beautiful, beautiful, uneducated, angry fantasy. Don't you think he thinks you're an America hater? He doesn't comprehend what my argument is. I have good healthcare, Lamau. Again, not everyone has bad healthcare in America. If you have good healthcare in America, you're probably paying a fuck ton of money directly into your premiums, either money that's being taken off of your salary, and on top of that, you're going to pay a fuck ton of money, God forbid something bad happens to you. Why do you think that's the case? We pay the most for our healthcare, and we do not have the best results. Far from it, as a matter of fact. It's not even a fuck you, I've got mine attitude that this dumbass is exhibiting. He just doesn't understand that it doesn't work that way in other countries, and we are unironically forcing them to exist in the same dumbass ways that we do out here by telling them that they have to spend more on our weapons. Here, I'll put it into terms that you can understand. No Iranian has ever tried to cancel you for saying the R word, okay? They ain't done nothing to you, brother. You've done everything to them, or at least your government has done everything to them, and you keep advocating for more of that. And they don't care if you call people gay R words, you know what I mean? They don't give a fuck at all. Think about that. No Iranian has ever canceled you on Twitter or anywhere else for calling someone the F slur or a gay R word, you know what I mean? Like none of that. And here you are demanding that they get bombed. Is that, maybe that'll help you understand that they're just, you know, human beings that are also worthy of dignity. I don't have any issues with Iranians. I have issues with their government funding global terrorism. Dog, what do you think this is? Look at the screen right now. It says NATO, leaders trade money for defense and flattery to win over Trump. What do you think this is? Okay, this is an infinitely more comprehensive, above the, you know, by the books version of what you are describing Iran is doing at a much more limited capacity. Okay, a catchy headline for people like you to talk about. God, I love when stupid people try to fucking like say something that they think in their minds makes them look cool. I'm from Belgium, and you're right, start to end. They already cut retirement fund and unemployment to help buy F-35 and useless missile system. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Belgian chatter, you do not understand. Any moment now, Iran is going to launch ballistic missiles at you. At Belgium. You need those F-35s, dude, any moment. It can happen at any moment, okay? I don't know what you're gonna do with the F-35s in that process because it's not like fucking anti-air defense systems anyway, but fuck it, who cares, you know what I mean? Yeah, those F-35s will provide even better health care. Wait till you find out a lot of people are against funding Israel and also pro-striking Iran. What? Against funding Israel, but also pro-striking Iran? Dude, I don't care. There's a lot of dumb fucks out there, okay? Yourself included. This is not like a shocking revelation to me. You're the average American, okay? A sea of contradicting opinions in your mind rattle away. You could have one opinion and then the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite opinion in a moment's notice. This is not shocking to me. I'm a fucking political commentator. I deal with dumb fucks like you on a daily basis. I hate my tax dollars go to Israel and their BS. I also hate Iran funding terrorism in the area. Okay, if you hate that your tax dollars are going to Israel and their bullshit, don't you realize that that's us funding terror, you fucking idiot? Terror and violence that requires some sort of response in terms of self-defense from people like Iran? Or do you simultaneously think, oh, I hate Israel and their fucking BS, but also the Lebanese population don't deserve to fucking fight back against that sort of thing? Oh, what's that? Oh, that's called Hezbollah. That's us funding terrorism. I still don't want people calling for my dad. I don't think you will ever understand why people are calling, not for your death individually. I think the next time you stand behind a wheel, that given how fucking stupid you are, you might already cause that on your own anyway. Don't worry about Iran, brother. Okay? Don't worry about Iran. Trust me. Worry about breathing manually, okay? Lest you forget and then accidentally perish.
He is not nice at all.
President Trump said he had new evidence from Israel's nuclear authority to back him up. President Trump said he'd warned.
Hasan completely dismissing humanitarian standpoint, part 100. You think there's a humanitarian standpoint here to fucking justify bombing Iran because of almost 100 years or 50 plus years of fucking destabilization that has understandably developed resentment amongst Iranian society that say death to America, not necessarily death to Americans. How many Americans has Iran directly killed? Like maximum damage from Iran hostage crisis, okay, many decades prior. Why did that happen? Joyanne Reed had a great, very short, very concise explainer for it. We decided Iran can't have autonomy. We decided Iran is not allowed to make an audit on their own personal oil reserves. What is this? What do you think Ethan will say about this? Ethan? What do you mean? Ethan Nestor? He's a homie. He was at the Ice Out of LA protest with me the other day. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
To the NATO leaders in the room, but he started trade conflicts with most of them. They know his mood can swing fast and decisively, and they had to park or hide many central commitments of this military alliance to get through this meeting and keep him from signaling discord to the enemy to the east.
Well, while President Trump said both sides in the Israel-Iran conflict were tired and exhausted, wanting to go home, the ceasefire he's brokered appears far from sturdy. And there is confusion, too, over exactly how much of Iran's nuclear program was actually destroyed in the US attack, with doubts over its efficacy expressed in that leaked intelligence report. President Trump, however, clings to his belief that every facility in Iran capable of developing a nuclear weapon has been wiped off the map. From Tel Aviv, here's our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson.
Obliteration there certainly is in Iran, no question. This one of many apartment blocks struck in Israel's 12-day war. But it is obliteration of Iran's nuclear program, which is the Trump mantra.
Total obliteration.
Obliterated. Complete and total obliteration. Obliterated.
Cue Israel's Prime Minister addressing the nation late yesterday, saying an historic end to the threat of national annihilation, no less, has been achieved.
We destroyed. It's so funny. It is pretty hilarious how fucking stupid the average American is, who like immediately was like, oh well, they're saying death to America, so like we should kill all of them. we should blow up their nuclear facilities. Okay. You say death to Iran. Should they fucking nuke you out of orbit, dumbass? Not only do you say death to Iran, Trump posted bomb Iran, you know? Should they fucking obliterate you? If anything, they have more of a cause to do that to us than we do to them. We fucked them over. That's why they say death to America at most. That's the... That's the maximum thing that they can do in retaliation, is just fucking be like, I'm angry with this country that fucking destabilized my nation. Iran cannot be allowed to build nuclear weapons. I mean, one day they will, and it will be entirely Donald Trump's fault. But at least on that glorious day, the Iranian nation will finally achieve sovereignty and will be rid of external forces such as the ever-present threat of Israel. You know, that's my take. And America set the stage, okay? We did this. We had an opportunity to make sure that Iran never built nukes. We could have fucking totally normalized relationships with Iran. We could have allowed them to exist on the planet. But Israel had different opinions. So now they probably will engage in nuclear proliferation in an act of self-determination. Straight up, clip it and ship it if you want. Go ahead, argue against me. Talk about the pure fantasy that if they build a nuke, they're going to use it on us. The entire purpose of building a nuke at this point is to not be nuked. If you use your nukes after you develop them, then you will get nuked. Therefore, it would defeat the purpose. It's nuclear deterrence. Look at North Korea. They got nukes. Ain't nobody bombing them. Right, but too early incoming. As it stands, I will go so far as say if Israel hasn't fucking used nukes, very unlikely that Iran will use nukes. Iran is infinitely more restrained and infinitely more diplomatic than Israel. You know? Wow, so many hate messages sent my way. I know you're a real victim, dude. Oh no. Did somebody say mean words to you on the internet? Bro, come on. I get fucking called a terrorist all day. You know? It's not appropriate, Chad. You guys hurt his feelings. He just simply wanted to behave like Donald Rumsfeld in the chat. He wanted to, for a brief moment, behave as though he works at the fucking Pentagon. You know what I mean? And now you guys are saying meanie bobini words to him. You know? Iran must not ever have nukes.
Avoid the main enrichment facility at Natanz, the uranium conversion plant at Isfahan, and the heavy water installation at Arak. Our friend, President Trump, stood alongside us in an unprecedented manner. On his order, the US military destroyed the enrichment facility deep underground at Bordeaux.
But that was before the leaked military report suggesting Iran's Fordow underground nuclear facility had not been obliterated. Its national nuclear program only put back 6 months. First that claim, and then, hardly a coincidence, a counterclaim this afternoon from Israel's Atomic Energy Commission, which assesses the war
has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons by many years.
In Tel Aviv, the former commander of Army intelligence on Iran gave us his battle damage assessment.
I really hope that we create a great damage and the regime understands that it's not just about the nuclear weapon, it's about the regime itself, the security of the regime.
Oh, and so it's not about the nuclear weapon. Yeah, the assessment is, I really hope. That's right. It's not about the nukes, but also because regime itself. It is delayed by years.
And they won't do it in the near future. I think that they will go back to the nuclear program in the longer term. And then, of course, we will have to do some operation in order to stop them.
And in Tehran...
No, the fuck you won't. Without Big Daddy America in tow, you won't do shit. It's really funny that European countries or people that live in like America are terrified of an Iranian nuke, and there is a higher likelihood of getting nuked by Israel than Iran. Like, Iran doesn't even have the fucking ballistic missile launching capabilities of reaching anywhere beyond Eastern Europe, okay? At most. Israel, on the other hand, does have that capability. And they also have nuclear warheads. And they're also psychotic. They are way more psychotic than Iran. Obviously, you will never understand that. You will never agree to that because you're like, no, those are scary Muslims. But Israel is way more insane than Iran. Iran ain't doing ethnic cleansing. Israel is. And they're armed with nukes. And they constantly demand more of our tax dollars. I mean, if you live in America, yeah, you have a higher likelihood of getting shot at school than getting fucking nuked by either Israel or Iran, let's be real, but...
Iran today, Iran's parliament voted against future cooperation with the IAEA, the global nuclear watchdog. From the religious leaders, where power really resides though, the message, we have the right to peaceful nuclear power.
Yeah, they pulled out of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which, you know, obviously makes sense.
Back in Israel, Trump's obliteration mantra just won't cut it with the far right, reinvigorated in their view now that only overthrowing Iran's ayatollahs, regime change, will suffice.
We need to continue working hard to bring down the regime, and we shouldn't talk about it, we should do it.
A funeral this afternoon in Tel Aviv.
And they still getting their diaper brigade smoked, by the way. I cannot, dude, I watched that video off camera. That shit was crazy. Boop, drops it right on top of the tank. That's so wild to me, dude. He said Kobe.
From the other war, Gaza. 20-year-old Ronald Ben Moshe, one of 7 soldiers blown up in the Strip yesterday. This, the news dominating here today, not Iran's nuclear ambitions. And another funeral today, this one in Gaza itself, for Mahmoud Abu Shabi, a journalist. More than 170 journalists have now been killed there, almost all of them Palestinian. Israel bans foreign media from entering the Strip.
Yeah, in an act of not having to kill all the foreign journalists that enter the Strip. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm glad that we had a wonderful and productive day today. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow as always. But yeah, god damn, dude, that video was actually nutty. Anyway, peace, everybody. Love you all. Peace in the Middle East. Bye bye.